Jingle bells. Sing it.
Permit me
Jingle
first.
bells.
Presented by
Oh, what fun it is to ride on a one-horse open sleigh.
employment
Jingle bells, jingle all
in
the way.
employment and labor.
Oh,
We
what fun
understand
it is
and
to
appreciate
ride
the
in a
imperative
one-horse
of
open
fostering a dynamic
dashing
and
through the
inclusive
snow
economy
on a
that provides
one-horse open
meaningful
sleigh.
employment
All the
opportunities
fields we go,
while safeguarding the
laughing
rights
on
and
the
dignity of
way.
our workers.
Bells and bobtails ring.
As such,
May
Madam
it
Speaker, this budget reflects our government's commitment to building a sustainable future for our federation that will shape the trajectory of our economy and society, which ultimately determines the legacy we leave for generations to come. A sustainable economy and the job market are intricately connected with several key factors to consider. Factors including, Madam Speaker, but not limited to technological advancements, environmental and social considerations, policy initiatives, green jobs, reskilling and education, global collaboration, and lastly, but by no means least, an equitable and just transition. Transitioning towards sustainability is a composite process that requires collaboration between governments, businesses, and individuals to create a more resilient and more equitable job market. St. Kitts and Nevis must be poised to not only embrace the change in dynamics, but also to ensure that all stakeholders are holistically prepared for the future of labor. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Employment and Labor has demonstrated remarkable resilience and adaptability, having endured unprecedented challenges brought about by the global pandemic. In the face of economic uncertainties, our job market has experienced severe shocks, and continue to recover. The continued geopolitical tensions, climate change, and a cost of living crisis have created a paradigm shift in our way of life. And as such, the evolution from the Department of Labor to the Ministry of Employment and Labor has marked the beginning of the government's clear response to the complex and changing dynamics of labor. The rebranding of the ministry visually signifies the changes ahead and highlights the continued work that we are doing in the Ministry of Labor and Employment to modernize our services to meet the demands of an ever-evolving labor landscape. Notwithstanding the challenges, Madam Speaker, I am pleased to share that we have made significant progress through the 2023 year. We have strengthened our partnerships, both regionally and internationally. As the Minister of Labor and Employment, I participated in the ILO Caribbean Labor Ministers meeting on the very timely and relevant theme of social justice, the foundation for a sustainable Caribbean transformation, which, Madam Speaker, proved to be very essential for the transformation and transitioning of St. Kitts and Nevis into a sustainable island state. This meeting provided a crucial platform for the sharing of best practices, innovative ideas, and discussing challenges facing the labor market and social justice in the Caribbean region as a whole. The exchange of knowledge will enable us in St. Kitts and Nevis to adapt and implement relevant measures in this march towards a sustainable island state that are suited to our unique circumstances. And I must add, Madam Speaker, how these discussions help to shape our discussions on how social justice should apply in the context of the minimum wage. The discussions on social justice are particularly relevant to us here as we strive to ensure that all members of our society have equal access to opportunities, fair treatment, and a decent standard of living. As part of the government's broader social protection strategy and labor market regulatory framework, a National Minimum Wage Advisory Committee was commissioned on the 23rd of March 2023 to review the existing minimum wage. The committee comprised government officials, workers, and employers' representatives, as well as the key stakeholder organizations. Permit me to say at this time and pay recognition to some of the members from the Minimum Wage Committee, including His Excellency Sam Kondo, who led the committee, Patricia Haynes, Welsh, I think she no longer carries Haynes, Patricia Welsh from the Central Bank. We had representation from the Social Security, the Ministry of Finance, the Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We even have representation from Nevis. I want to place my commendation at this time, Madam Speaker, for the hard work conducted by the committee in working towards the increase in the minimum wage. One of the key factors considered, amongst other things, by the committee was the urgent need to reduce income inequalities by creating what we refer to as a livable wage. In fact, we paid a lot of attention to a statement made by the ILO Director General when he said, "Income inequality and poverty will rise if the purchasing power of the lowest paid workers are not maintained. In addition, in a much-needed post-pandemic recovery would be put to risk if this isn't done. This could fuel social unrest across the world and undermine the goal of achieving prosperity and peace for all." Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to announce that this government has taken a human-centric approach to governing, an approach, Madam Speaker, that underscores the importance of human capital in the progress and prosperity of our nation. Madam Speaker, I know when the mover of the bill, the Honorable Prime Minister, made his address on Wednesday of last week, the Honorable Member from Nevis 9 shared a submission where he said that instead of introducing a uniform minimum wage, perhaps we could have considered a tier approach. In fact, he said that was the approach taken by the government in Grenada, where they considered a minimum wage for different sectors, so that there would be a minimum wage for teachers, there'd be a minimum wage for construction workers, there'd be a minimum wage for doctors, lawyers, just different sectors, as opposed to what we did here by implementing a uniform minimum wage. Now, he wasn't opposed to the introduction of the increase in the wage, but he recommended a tiered approach for the different sectors. This government, Madam Speaker, we feel that we can address the issues related to wage disparities and reduce income inequality across different sectors and groups of workers. This approach, Madam Speaker, ensures that all workers, regardless of industry or skill level, receive a basic standard of living. This narrows the gap between the high and low income earners. In fact, I always hear the Prime Minister, the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8, when he says the raise in the minimum wage reduces the gap that the IMF keeps saying in their last report is growing between the rich and the poor. We feel if we introduce a standard minimum wage, this helps with the objective of SDG 10, which aims to promote greater economic and social equality, thereby reducing disparities among the different group of workers. So I think the committee must be commended by implementing a uniform rate as opposed to the tiered approach. So, Madam Speaker, as we forge ahead towards obtaining a sustainable island state, the Ministry of Employment and Labour is powered by 5 sustainable goals. SDG 1, no poverty. SDG 2, zero hunger. SDG 8, decent work and economic growth. Most importantly, SDG 10, reducing inequalities. And SDG 12, responsible consumption and production. The budget allocations for 2024 in the Ministry of Labour and Employment will fuel our transformative goals in the world of work. It is with this context, Madam Speaker, that we move to achieve labour reform, which would include amendments to existing legislation and the drafting and ratification of legislation and policies to adapt to evolving economic conditions, to enhance productivity, and address issues like job security and well-being. Madam Speaker, the report that the Minimum Wage Advisory Committee would have submitted for the review of the Cabinet considered a number of things raised by the member for Nevis 9 when he did his address. One of the things they considered, and it's the recommendation listed at number 2, is that a task force be set up to assess the effects of the phased approach of the increase in the minimum wage from $9 to $10.75. So the minimum wage, as the mover of the bill suggested, from the 1st of January goes up to $10.75 for a period of 16 months, and thereafter in June 2025, or July, I think, it would go up to the $500 monthly. Now, the Minimum Wage Committee thought that it would be prudent to put a task force in place to assess the effects of this first phase approach. 500 weekly, thank you. Now, the Ministry of Employment and Labour is going to move swiftly into the new year in implementing this first recommendation by the committee. A number of other things were recommended to deal with any shocks that may occur as a result of the increase in the minimum wage. One of the things raised in consultation, particularly by the employers, was how do we relate the increase in the minimum wage to productivity? We absolutely agree that they are connected, Madam Speaker, and so the recommendation was to establish a National Productivity Council with a view towards the implementation of a productivity matrix. So the national minimum wage isn't just going to go up and persons think, they can't be productive. We want to ensure that workers and employers as well appreciate the nexus between the increase in the minimum wage and productivity. We appreciate as well that small business sector would be the sector that is mostly likely impacted by the increase of the minimum wage, and there were recommendations made for that as well. The committee suggested that there must be a measure of insulation from increase in the minimum wage that will affect their cost for small businesses to survive. Thus, businesses in this category should be the ones that benefit primarily from government subsistence, particularly step workers and even other forms of concession. So we do understand and appreciate that small businesses, they're likely to be impacted as a result of this increase. But we want to assure members that we do have a plan in place that will be put in place immediately in the new year. Lastly, one of the things we looked at, amongst other things, was the review of government's fiscal incentive policy and general concessions to micro and small businesses, as well as reviewing the methodology of calculating cost, insurance freight, port charges, and customs duties to help with the overall cost of operations for businesses. So we did not just in a vacuum decide that we would increase the minimum wage. We considered all the factors raised during the consultations we had and accepted the recommendations made by the Minimum Wage Committee. And so, Madam Speaker, this government is in fact cognizant of the fact that achieving labour protection for all workers and at the same time ensuring sustainable enterprises requires an integrated policy approach and a clear and coherent framework. And that is what we have in terms of what was recommended and what we intend to implement in the Ministry of Labour and Employment. A part of the framework, as I said, is outlined in the final recommendations made by the committee, and we are going to move on them. Madam Speaker, the pandemic has highlighted many key issues in employment practices, such as the need for an unemployment fund, which is a beneficial safety net for individuals during periods of joblessness. In the upcoming year, the Ministry of Labour and Employment will focus on a critical issue, keeping in line with the government's overall fiscal goals. This involves considering the allocation of resources for unemployment while considering the sustainability of the fund. As we march forward to achieving a sustainable island state, it is imperative that we prioritize social protection mechanisms that are resilient, responsive, and aligned with our long-term objectives and overall vision. By revising the existing fund payable in cases of severance and introducing an unemployment fund, we can uphold the principles of social justice and economic opportunity in a manner that is consistent with the overall broader sustainability goals. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Labour and Employment will play a vital role in achieving a just transition of our labour market into a sustainable island state. As we navigate the challenges posed by climate change and the imperative to create a sustainable future, we recognize, Madam Speaker, the need to prioritize the well-being of our workers. Our goal is to ensure that no one is left behind in this transition. We envision a labour market that is not only environmentally conscious, but also socially equitable. To achieve this, we will focus on several key principles. One, we will identify the gaps in the labour market. So, to transition into a sustainable island state, for example, the focus, as the mover of the bill suggested, would be on clean energy, renewable energy. We need to determine in labour and employment whether we have the current skill sets, and as such, we would need to do an assessment of the labour market. For example, at Scasper, at the airport, we had a solar farm, and whenever the solar farm malfunctioned, we had to fly in a technician who would work on the farm, and that is because we didn't have the expertise on island. Now, in labour and employment, our job in the transitioning into a sustainable island state means that it is important for us to assess the labour market, identify the gaps that are necessary for us to transition into a sustainable island state, and make sure that we plug our resources there. So that means education and skills development would have to work on that consistent with our findings from the assessment. So I'll work with the honourable member from St. Christopher 1 to change curriculums in school where we can introduce more subjects that are consistent with our findings in transitioning. We would need people who can install solar systems. We should be focusing our energies not so much, I think somebody said, not on doctors and lawyers. We do have a lot of that. But we really need to be focusing on skill sets that are necessary for the just transitioning into a sustainable island state. We also, in this year, will focus and have regular and consistent stakeholder consultations. The just transition of the labour market into a sustainable island state is a complex endeavour. However, Madam Speaker, with a clear vision, strong partnerships, and a commitment to social equity, we are confident that we can create a future where our workers and our environment thrive together. Now, at this time, Madam Speaker, permit me to present the imperative case for the strategic and conscientious allocations in the budget that will advance our nation's tourism sector as an integral component of our journey towards a sustainable future. As we march forward on the journey to a sustainable island state, it is incumbent upon us to recognize the pivotal role of tourism in not only driving economic prosperity, but also the importance of safeguarding our ecological heritage and nurturing the well-being of our local communities, which is the essence of what we call sustainable tourism. We have been advocating in the Ministry of Tourism for our service providers, our stakeholders, industry partners to adopt sustainable practices in tourism. We like to say, if we don't have a country, we won't have a destination to sell. The other day we went with the Sustainable Destination Council and we partnered with the Ministry of Environment and we went on the no plastic drive. We were collecting bottles and we thought, and we wanted to get our people to understand that if we don't take care of our country, of our environment, in 25 years, we won't have a country to sell. And if you don't have a country to sell, there's no destination to sell. And no destination means no tourism. So it is important for us, Madam Speaker, that we understand not just as industry partners, not just as stakeholders, but even as citizens of this country, how important it is for us to adopt sustainable practices. Since transitioning to tourism, our picturesque islands have captivated the hearts of visitors from around the world. Our pristine beaches, lush rainforests, and the vibrant culture have served as a magnetic force, attracting travelers seeking an authentic and unforgettable experience. In fact, when I go out to sell the destination, that is what I boast about. That in St. Kitts, we don't boast about the sun and the sand and the beach. You can get that in Jamaica, you can get that in the Bahamas, you can get it anywhere in the world. But what you can't get, Madam Speaker, anywhere else is the rich culture that we have here in St. Kitts, our lush rainforests. We have the only rainforest, well, one of the few rainforests that continues to expand, whereas elsewhere in the world, rainforests, they are decreasing, but ours continues to grow. People are looking for an authentic, unforgettable experience. In St. Kitts, we owe our success in the tourism sector to the dedication and hard work of our industry partners and stakeholders, and all of our people who have warmly welcomed visitors with open hearts and shared the rich tapestry of our heritage. Our vision for the future is one of sustainability and responsible development. It is therefore imperative, Madam Speaker, that we re-evaluate our approach to measuring the success of our tourism industry. And for us, this is absolutely important. For too long, our primary focus has been on sheer number of visitors, which can be at the expense of the overall quality of the experiences and the economic benefits to our people. It is time, Madam Speaker, for a paradigm shift. We must recognize the true measure of success in tourism lies not in the quantity of visitors alone, but in the quality of their experiences and the economic value they bring. It is time for us, Madam Speaker, to shift our focus from increasing the spend, to shift our focus to increasing the spend per visitor rather than merely striving to attract high numbers. So there was a lot of banter when we posted the schedule for the calls that we were having for this season in cruise tourism. So, for example, I think we had maybe roughly 18 calls less than we had last year. But what we realized, Madam Speaker, notwithstanding the number of calls being less than what we had last year, we had an increase in visitors based on the size of the ships. As well as, Madam Speaker, and we're still doing the assessment because the season has just started, But the focus really is on the increase in spend per visitor, as opposed to bringing in all, those visitors. And I have a comparative analysis that we did in the ministry last year, which forms the basis of the submission. So we compared the slow and busy days. For example, on the 20th of February 2023, we had our amount of jobs dispatched, 38 on that day, and amount of passengers dispatched was 193. The cost of jobs dispatched on that date, Madam Speaker, was 2,347. And these are the slow days. As well as on the 9th of March 2023, we had 14 jobs dispatched, and amount of passengers dispatched was 51, and the cost of jobs dispatched was 908. When we did an analysis comparing a busy day, the 16th of February 2023, we had 98 jobs dispatched and 796 passengers dispatched. And on another busy day, we looked at where we had 125 jobs dispatched and 941. The analysis shows, although more jobs were dispatched on the 1st of March as opposed to the figures represented on the 18th of February, the quality and types of jobs dispatched on the 16th were of greater value and of such resulted in an overall greater earnings for the operations dispatched on that day. So what the analysis is showing that even with what the focus needs to be is on higher spending passengers, because even on a day when we had more jobs dispatched, when you looked at the ships, and I didn't want to mention which ships, when you looked at the ships that were in port, which we call luxury vessels, the overall value of the jobs dispatched were even higher on a day when you had more jobs dispatched, where the focus was on quantity. And so we understand that to increase the visitor spend, Madam Speaker, the focus should be on attracting quality and luxury vessels, as we say, so that we can have more spend per visitor. It is disheartening, however, Madam Speaker, that notwithstanding our government's explicit embrace of the sustainable tourism movement, the way tourism has actually been happening in our federation puts many of our hopes for sustainability at peril. A recent United Nations development program done here in St. Kitts, where we did a diagnostic study of tourism, showed that the St. Kitts, and I quote, St. Kitts' volume-driven strategy is incompatible with what we are trying to achieve in a sustainable tourism agenda. And I would repeat, the St. Kitts volume strategy is incompatible with what is trying to be achieved with sustainable tourism agenda. Madam Speaker, it is therefore necessary that we create policies and initiatives that ensure their strategies for tourism growth and development are genuinely compatible with a sustainable agenda. As such, Madam Speaker, in the upcoming year, we intend to realign our key performance indicators to reflect this new focus on quality over quantity. We will work towards fostering an environment that encourages longer stays, higher expenditures, and more importantly, a deeper engagement with our local offerings. And I am pleased to say, Madam Speaker, on the last point of having a deeper engagement with our local offerings, we have partnered with one of our industry partners, that is Carnival Cruise Lines. When we went to meet with them last, they have agreed to come down early in the new year to work with our crews and tour operators so that they can understand what is needed by visitors. Visitors don't just want to come and lie on the sand. They want to have what we call an immersive type experience. And so in the new year, we would be working with our stakeholders in the industry just to ensure that they understand what visitors are looking for in terms of a deeper engagement with our local offerings. Madam Speaker, I want to at this time recognize the Sunset Reef Hotel, boutique hotel. They clearly understand, and this is what we're trying to do with all of our industry partners and stakeholders, they understand the sustainable tourism agenda. The recent award by the Caribbean Travel Journal is indicative of this. And I want to take this opportunity to congratulate Mark and the employees at Sunset Reef on this prestigious award and state, Madam Speaker, that I am indeed honored to be working alongside partners who appreciate the government's agenda in attaining a sustainable island state. Madam Speaker, our New Destinations brand campaign, Venture Deeper, reflects our invitation to visitors to connect more directly with our local communities throughout St. Kitts. This marketing campaign, however, must be substantiated on the ground. As such, in the new year, we plan to work with communities to ensure that small businesses and entrepreneurs providing experiences throughout the island, and that is important not just in Bastille and Frigate Bay, but throughout the island, which is what we are referring to as community tourism. We want to work with them to ensure that these experiences are supported and connected to the tourism value chain. As such, Madam Speaker, we will continue to prioritize community tourism even more in 2024 as a means of decentralizing the tourism products, aptly ensuring that the economic activity to be derived from tourism is spread throughout the country and into the pockets of our citizens. I am pleased, Madam Speaker, to announce that I think it's in Tourism Month, last month, November, we recently launched what we call the Strip in Fig Tree. Some people say Fig Tree is not in Sandy Point, but I'll take the liberty and say Fig Tree, Sandy Point. Just as we have a strip in Frigate Bay, which is deemed one of the prescribed areas that is intended to bring tourism to that area, we felt the need to decentralize the tourism product. And so we worked with some of our partners who have beaches on the bars and even the beach chairs, and we recently launched the strip there in Sandy Point. On that same day, Madam Speaker, participated in the historic Sandy Point Sunset Tour, and this tour was put on by one of our tours and taxi operators, Mr. Hodge, Sylvester Hodge, also known as Socrates. And a group of us from the ministry participated in this sunset tour, and I see some persons here who were on the tour as well. And what came out to us, Madam Speaker, is that there is a need to preserve our historical sites. And this we intend to do with the Department of Culture and the National Trust. We went down, Madam Speaker, to, I think it's a fort in Sandy Point, I can't even remember, but it's below Brimstone Hill, Fort Charles, correct. We went there, and while we were doing the tour, we learned things that cannons were removed. Persons removed items from the site that should be there. They started breaking down buildings on the site, and because they're not properly managed or maintained, we are losing parts of our historical sites. In addition to that, I'm told that divers come from overseas and dive the wrecks and take buttons from shipwrecks and sell them on whether it's Amazon or what's the other one called, eBay. But what is clear is that there is an urgent need for us in tourism, as well as those who work in the National Trust and even the Department of Culture, to make sure that our historical sites are preserved. And so that is something we're going to be prioritizing. Even we went to, when they took us to another place, down, I think it's Downing Street it's called, where the old courthouse in Sandy Point was. There was a building, I'm told, that was the first Catholic church. And there was a fort as well that is submerged into water. Whoever thought it best to sell that building where somebody now lives to, I think, and it might have been even before my time, but what it shows is that we do not have an appreciation of what we have in terms of our historical sites and heritage sites. We intend, Madam Speaker, therefore, to prioritize the preservation of all historical sites and whatever comes with it, whether it's the cannons or the buildings, whatever comes along with the site. Now, Madam Speaker, as it relates to international transport, stay-over visits is going to be a priority. Now, stay-over tourism growth for small islands like ours can only be sustainable if we have adequate airlift into our airports. I am pleased to report that our efforts at growing airlift have already borne excellent fruit, thanks to our partners like JetBlue, Caribbean Airlines, Inter-Caribbean, and even Silver Airways, all of whom have willingly come to share in our country's projected economic growth. Our visitors and residents alike now have more travel options than ever before, with hundreds of seats added monthly into our RLB airports only since the election of this Labour administration. However, Madam Speaker, progress always has a price. Air arrivals growth is causing unprecedented levels of human congestion inside and vehicular traffic congestion outside of the RLB terminal. At certain times of day, especially on the weekends, the space and facilities at the airport are being overrun with excess demand. And that is a good problem to have, so we're not even complaining. This Labour administration knows that the demand at the airport has to be met if our tourism is to be sustainable. Such, Madam Speaker, I am pleased to announce that the Apron Rehabilitation Project, which is a crucial component of our airport infrastructure, has successfully been completed on time, and not only on time, but within budget. And that is important. That is important, Madam Speaker, because we inherited a mess at our ports in terms of the facilities that are there, particularly as it relates to the second pier. We are happy that, yes, the avocado, as the member from number 6 had referred to it as. But we are happy to report that the apron infrastructure was completed on time and within budget. I am advised that the apron has been swept and all barriers and other equipment removed, and that we are now making use of it. This government has, within the short time, made significant progress with the much-needed refurbishment and improvements to the asphalt portion of the parking apron. This is already proving to be a welcome relief for the movement and parking of the larger numbers of both large and small aircraft. Madam Speaker, our government, however, is already in the early stages of planning for an exciting RLB terminal expansion and modernization project. This you can expect to hear more about in the coming months. We appreciate that we've outgrown the footprint of the existing space. We simply cannot, however, delay such a project for much longer if we are to continue to promote St. Kitts and Nevis as a sustainable tourism destination with welcoming and comfortable ports of entry for all visitors and residents alike. I'm happy, Madam Speaker, to report that St. Kitts tourism is on the move again. Now, as it relates to civil aviation, and I see some of the members here this morning, we were able to correct a number of deficiencies highlighted by TSA, that is the Transportation Security System Agency, and ECHA. What a deficiency is, Madam Speaker, if you are cited with a deficiency either by TSA or ECHA, it can affect your ability, our ability, to operate at the airports. It might mean they may give us some time to correct the deficiencies, or they may just decide that they would not be sending flights to our airport. One of the deficiencies we were able to correct was in relation to, and this is at the Civil Aviation Department, was in relation to the overgrown vegetation both at the RLB International Airports and Vance Amory International Airports. In St. Kitts, we made significant efforts to engage competent landscapers to make sure that SCASPA's money is being spent properly, and that is the truth. That is the truth. Before we took office, the airport was overgrown. We were cited for many deficiencies for the overgrown landscape, but as we took office, and this year, we were happy that we were able to correct that deficiency by engaging competent landscapers to ensure that we remain compliant, and of course, to ensure the safety of our visitors. In Nevis, as it relates to the Vance Amory International Airport, I met with the Honourable Member for Nevis 9, and we sat and discussed measures to correct a number of deficiencies. So we went over to Nevis as the Civil Aviation Department, and we are on our way to making sure that those deficiencies are corrected. The Civil Aviation Department, between January 30th and the end of November 2023, trained approximately 560 persons. Agencies including SCASPA, NASPA, Delta Airlines, American Airlines, KDP, Alpha, and a number of security service operations were trained. The Civil Aviation Department trained persons in the areas of aviation recurrence, airline security awareness, crisis management and tabletop training, safety awareness workshop held in Nevis, and a number of other forms of training. In the Civil Aviation Division, we also spearheaded a meeting with SCASPA to have the Air Traffic Services Operation Manual completed. And this was important as well because this was cited as a deficiency by the Eastern Caribbean, by ECHA. And so we continue to work hard, even in civil aviation, and this department, Madam Speaker, is responsible for implementing the regulatory framework for international transports. We did a number of inspections, which is also important. We conducted at least 7 security inspections at RLB, including one night inspection, and TSA would have come in and inspected both RLB and the Vance Amory International Airports. We also conducted security audits, which is also important, Madam Speaker. I want to, at this time, thank the staff at the Civil Aviation Department, and I see Mr. Griffin is present this morning. He is always on the ball, and that's all of them. He's the only one here. He's a diligent worker, Madam Speaker, and it's because of his work and the other members of the department why we were selected for the one-stop, what is it called, one-stop search? One-stop security search. So it is important for us to remain compliant. This obviously would result in better visitor experience and travel. Once you're searched here, it's easier when you get to your destination. And so I want to commend them, Madam Speaker, for the work that we continue to do in civil aviation and to encourage persons to consider careers in aviation. This as well helps in the creation of a sustainable island state as well, where our focus and the gaps in the labor market would be identified and we fill those gaps. Now, as it relates to tourism, again, our multi-year tourism strategy is due for updating. We intend in tourism to take a data-driven approach to making sure that our tourism plan is based on solid evidence of the needs in areas we are prioritizing. For example, we are overdue, Madam Speaker, for a firm understanding of the carrying capacity and optimal visitor management approaches within St. Kitts as a whole, as well as at our key sites and attractions. So when we went, for example, to meet with Royal Caribbean, they raised the fact that in St. Martin, they had 4 ships docked in port, and that's Oasis-type ships, and that resulted with maybe about 30,000 passengers being on the island at one time. They wanted to know from us if that is where we want to go, whether we're interested in having 30,000 people walking the streets of Bastille and the different sites, whether we are focused on quantity over quality. We feel, however, that in order to remain a top-rated destination and to appeal to luxury visitors, and as well to protect our local way of life and environmental and cultural resources, we must make sure that our destinations and attractions are not overcrowded. We plan, Madam Speaker, to conduct a visitor management study destination-wide, focusing on some key sites and attractions to inform our tourism planning, ultimately to make sure we are managing tourism in ways that benefit our local residents and protect our local interests. A key focus of tourism plans must be prioritizing the stay of our visitors, both on island and yachting visitors. This, Madam Speaker, requires both increased and, more importantly, more affordable airlift. And I think that's something the member from Nevis 9 raised, more affordable airlift and a concerted yachting tourism strategy. And so we're focusing on that. We have a yachting task force in place, and we're hoping that we can roll that out early in the new year. To ignite a surge in travel demand for St. Kitts, the dedicated team members of the Tourism Authority traveled to key locations where we conducted numerous media appearances during those visits. We also organized captivating media events and hosted engaging press conference. This is important, Madam Speaker, because this is how we raise awareness for the destination and, in turn, stimulate demand. So when the naysayers are saying, oh, every minute they're on a plane, it makes me wonder if they even understood what they were doing and what was needed to boost demand for the destination when they were in government. I sometimes think it's ignorance, sometimes I think it's they're making mischief, but nonetheless, what we realized, Madam Speaker, is that when we conducted these media appearances and the media events and the press conferences, that the demand for the destination was stimulated, and it's showing in the numbers. These concerted efforts were strategically designed to create widespread awareness about the experiences that St. Kitts offers. By investing time and money and other resources, of course, in cultivating relationships with the media in these important markets, the St. Kitts Tourism Authority ensured that the unique allure of our destination was effectively communicated. And like I said, Madam Speaker, we're seeing the results because the planes are coming, the flights are coming packed. In fact, when the team was traveling from a meeting we had in Turks and Caicos, we were sitting in, and I think the people didn't even know who we were, but the air hostess was saying to one of the passengers boarding the flight, I'm not even sure what happened. There's just a sudden increase in demand for St. Kitts. She was saying it's almost as if St. Kitts was just recently discovered. And Nevis, of course. But, and let me say this because I hear the honorable member from Nevis 11 saying and Nevis, and that is something I intend to raise with the honorable member from Nevis 9. What we do have is two separate tourism products. So Nevis has its own authority and St. Kitts has its own authority. Recently, however, Madam Speaker, we've been working together and we've been on tours together, selling the destination and collaborating together. We intend in the new year to see, and I'm not sure even if it's something we should fix. We like to boast and say, when you fly to St. Kitts, you can get a whole nother experience in Nevis, or when you fly to Nevis, you can come over to St. Kitts and have another experience. So you can have two experiences on one trip, and two completely different experiences as we have two different products. So even if I don't say St. Nevis, and that is because Nevis sells its own product. Now, Madam Speaker, the commencement of the highly anticipated year-round JetBlue flights 3 times a week from JFK, which year-round, and that is ultimately what the objective is, to make our destination year-round. Tourism is seasonal, and so for us to have year-round flights is taking us closer to our objective. And these flights out of JFK is from our biggest source market, which is in the US. And so this, too, Madam Speaker, was strategic. For us, it is a huge accomplishment for our US markets. We've heard the calls, however, from our friends in Washington, even persons in Fort Lauderdale, and some persons in the US Virgin Islands who continue to say, Minister, we need to get flights out of Washington to St. Kitts. We need to get flights out of Fort Lauderdale. And persons have been messaging for flights out of the US Virgin Islands. What we need to focus on, and that would be the focus of this year before we start thinking of expanding routes, is filling the seats. Once we can fill those seats, and so far we've been doing well in terms of our promotion of the destination, once those seats are filled, then we can expand our routes into whether it's Obi, the biggest baddest blogger, he's begging for flights to Washington. But once, and persons are begging for flights from the US Virgin Islands. But once we fill these seats on the existing routes, then we can focus on expanding our routes. And we're hopeful that is something we can do within the new year. I want to assure the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, how much more time do I have, Madam Speaker? Okay. Okay. Madam Speaker, I want to assure the people of St. Kitts and Nevis that while we have achieved much, we are not sitting on our laurels. Through robust marketing initiatives, our aim is to continue to generate demand, to fill the seats coming into the destination, and encourage our airline partners to increase the frequency of existing service, and like I said earlier, the expansion of routes. We continue to look for opportunities to develop the sector and its economic contribution. Now, as it relates to cruise and the product development of cruise tourism, over the past year, my team and I have been actively engaging the cruise lines to ensure that we remain priority while working with our stakeholders to deliver an exceptional experience. When we go to these meetings, Madam Speaker, somebody has said, don't beg, but we try our best to make sure that we can remain a priority on these itineraries. And one of the things, Jeffrey. One of the things that they ask at these meetings is, what is St. Kitts doing in relation to the sustainability agenda? And we are always proud, and I see some of the persons in the gallery who travel with us, we are always proud to talk of our journey to a sustainable island state. The cruise liners then engage us, and we talk about the fact that we have shore power on Pier 1. Now, Pier 2 was constructed not under Labour administration, but Pier 1, which was constructed first by a Labour administration, back then was constructed with the ability to have shore power. That means the cruise liners can come, plug in, and save on the carbon emissions. We talk about the vision of the member from St. Christopher 3 for one of these days, hopefully allowing the ships to plug in that fits into our grid, or even having a solar farm at Port Zante. And so, Madam Speaker, we continue to ensure that we remain a priority with the cruise liners. Allow me to reassure our citizens and tourism stakeholders that St. Kitts is on a path of recovery to return to growth. This is the only sector that has so far been slow to growth, because the airlift, we've increased accessibility to the destination. However, the cruise sector has so far been the only one slow to growth. This year, as we said, the mover of the bill said, cruise arrivals will be roughly the same as last year. The truth is, the biggest reason for the delayed return to pre-pandemic numbers can be traced back to the politicized decision that the Harris government made during the pandemic. And that really is it. It is well known that St. Kitts was one of the very last ports to reopen as a destination for cruise ships. And as we took government, our Prime Minister, the Honourable Member for number 8, immediately opened up the borders. The Harris government showed unnecessary hostility to the cruise line in the process. In short, our past government's refusal to help cruise lines in their time of drastic need has cost the St. Kitts cruise sector dearly. But this is a concern that has received my ministry's attention from very early in my tenure. I'm confident, Madam Speaker, that we are steadily getting back onto even ground. 2024-2025 cruise season should see a return to a strong growth trajectory for our cruise numbers, both in terms of ship traffic and visitor expenditure. So not only will we see an increase in the traffic, but in 2024-2025, we will also see, based on the ships that intend to call at our ports, an increase in visitor expenditure. And so, Madam Speaker, as we continue to advance the cruise industry, it is evident that we must invest in the diversification of our product, and this is something we've been saying to our stakeholders. We must diversify our offerings. Everybody can't do a rainforest tour. Everybody can't do a rum tour. We must be innovative and invest in the diversification of our product. We also, Madam Speaker, must build the capacity and expertise of our people and review policies affecting the operations of the sector. And like I said earlier, we are working with our industry partners, those at Carnival and even Royal Caribbean MSC. They're going to be coming down early in the new year to work with our stakeholders on how exactly they can diversify their offerings. Madam Speaker, transforming St. Kitts into a year-round destination is a long-term goal that is actively being pursued through collaborative endeavors on both local and global scales. Our marketing strategy is one that aims to highlight the unique selling points of our product, thus distinguishing it from other sun destinations. And that is what I was referring to earlier, that we don't only boast, actually we boast when we sell the destinations, both St. Kitts and Nevis, about the off-the-beach experiences. Most persons, when they're selling their destinations, they say, oh, we have the best beaches, we have white sand, but when we sell our destination, we boast about the off-the-beach experiences. We think, Madam Speaker, like I said, that these are the points, the unique selling points that distinguish our destination from other sun destinations. So earlier this year, we worked with our stakeholders when we launched the eagerly anticipated Kittitian Rum Master Program, which garnered global recognition and praise. This initiative, developed in collaboration with our local rum partners, It was meticulously crafted to give our visitors an opportunity to explore the history of rum in St. Kitts. So just to tell you, Madam Speaker, this particular product offers two things, and this, I mean, visitors come, it's sold out all the time. And I'm just saying this for those listening to understand when we say diversify our offerings, what it means. So we met with the owners of Wingfield Estate, I think it's Jack, for Old Road Rum. We're down at Wingfield Estate. They recently discovered the remains of a rum distillery way back from 1625. In fact, it is believed to be the first rum distillery in the Caribbean. What our stakeholders are doing there is they have recreated, so when you go on that tour, you walk the estates, you see you get the theoretical parts, and so you understand how rum is made, you understand the history between sugar and rum in St. Kitts, and then you go to the second part of the tour over on the southeast with Mr. Brisbane, I think it's hibiscus rum, where you can actually make your own rum. So the tour is two parts. You understand the theoretical parts. At Wingfield Estate, you tour the ruins, you understand how rum was made and how we transitioned from sugar into rum. And then you go over to the southeast on the beach, which is the absolute best place on the southeast, and you can actually make your own rum and be certified as a Kittitian rum master. So just so, easy like that. And so when you leave here, you have a certificate certifying. Now that is important because what you don't want when visitors come here, or you take them on a tour around the island, our stakeholders must be innovative. So like I said, visitors have the opportunity then to participate in the theoretical session against the historic Wingfield backdrop and complete a practical session while looking at the breathtaking views of Nevis Peak. I heard that. That's the second one. Yes. Now, Madam Speaker, in transitioning our destination into a year-round destination as opposed to seasonal, because we're all aware that the traffic comes between October and April. We're aware of the challenges that we experience in the summer months. To drive arrivals to the destination, this year we created the Summer of Fun campaign, and we intend in the new year to implement it once again. And this is designed to inspire summer travel. This encompassed a series of engaging events, including the St. Kitts Music Festival, which is held in June. And I think the music festival, I know the music festival was designed to drive traffic to St. Kitts during the slow period. We had the Mango Festival in Nevis. This is all a part of the Summer of Fun. And like I said to my friend from Nevis 11, when we sell the destination, we sell St. Kitts and Nevis. So when we go and we say, come to St. Kitts in the summer, because that's when we struggle. We have the Music Festival. We have the Nevis Mango Festival. We have Restaurant Week. And this year for Restaurant Week, we introduced the inaugural Grill Fest, which was a big bang. We had Nevis Culturama and CPL. And so it is our hope, Madam Speaker, that with the monies allocated to us in this budget, that we can stimulate demand for our destinations, both St. Kitts and Nevis, during the slow period, ultimately resulting in a year-round destination. The Tourism Authority unveiled the Summer Fun campaign through a media and influencer event held in Miami. This event effectively planted the seeds for media coverage and excitement surrounding the 2023 anticipated Summer of Fun. The first event of the Summer of Fun calendar, and just to make citizens aware of how we spent the government's money, I know there was a outcry when we heard Burna Boy was coming, almost like we broke the government, the treasury. Its 25th edition of the St. Kitts Music Festival was a huge success, by achieving its main objective of stimulating economic activity during the traditional slow period. And what we found out, even though that is known as the traditional slow period, and when we thought the numbers would drop even by April, in May the numbers continued. In June, we were seeing the flights still coming full. American Airlines would have switched out one of the, I think, the aircrafts to a smaller one, and they told us they struggled because a number of times persons were left back. I don't even know how they continue to book more flights than seats that are available. The festival boasted several initiatives with a clear mandate to increase the competitiveness and inclusivity of the event while addressing some of the concerns that often cloud the experience of our patrons. For the first time ever, the festival was 420 friendly, and we can report, Madam Speaker, that aspect of the festival also was successful. This pilot initiative, coupled with other elements such as the food courts, infused with cultural performances, facilitated a more immersive experience as individuals were encouraged to venture deeper. As a result of the exceptional lineup, the festival garnered substantial attention from a range of international and regional media outlets, aligned with the authorities' goal of broadening the festival's market influence and the overall destination experience. Just to name a few media entities that were on island, and, we had Ebony, we had Fault Magazine, Grenada National Media Center, we had Loop Caribbean, and a number of others we extended invitations to visit. This initiative, of course, yielded extensive coverage of the festival, reaching diverse and well-established media platforms. This year as well, Madam Speaker, we refined our marketing strategy with more emphasis placed on public relations and further building brand awareness. Our PR agencies in the US, which is Fin Partners, those in Canada and in the UK have diligently worked towards promoting our destination within the respective source markets. These PR agencies, and if you look at the budget, Madam Speaker, you would see monies allocated there for these PR agencies, and they have effectively secured prominent international coverage for our destination, spotlighting a range of attractions, including adventure experiences, culinary and rum offerings, diving opportunities, sustainability initiatives, romantic getaways, and honeymoon inspirations, among others. For me, Madam Speaker, when we are selling the destination, I always feel so proud of all these things that form part of our product, whether it's culinary or rum, whether it's the diving opportunities, the sustainability initiatives, even the honeymoon and inspiration, or the honeymoon and marriage inspiration aspects of the product. I like to tell the story of how our culinary, when I go on these trips, how our culinary tells our story as a people. And when you come here, just by going to, for example, on the Strip and eating local food tells who we are. So, for example, we have black pudding. Black pudding was created from our ancestors. It comes out of our culture, where the slaves they took, I think it's the intestines, I mean, I don't eat it, but they took the intestines, cooked rice in blood, and created what we now have as a delicacy. Similarly, because of the resiliency of our ancestors, and we tell these stories, and people are amazed and want to come here. How we have sauce, because our ancestors were given the parts of the swine, while the plantation owners got the leaner parts of the meat. We got the foot, we got the tail, we got the ear, the snout, and we've managed, through our culinary, to create an authentic type of culinary experience that tells our story as a people. And so I'm always overwhelmed with the product that we offer here in tourism in St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, to convert our plans for sustainable tourism that benefits our local businesses and residents into action that truly harnesses tourism as a regenerative force for good will take deep and close coordination both across government and also private sector and communities. The St. Kitts Sustainable Destination Council was established in 2013, 10 years ago, of course under a Labour-led government, at the recommendation of the Global Sustainable Tourism Council as one of the first destination stewardship councils in the world. Designed to foster cross-sector collaboration on protecting our community and making sure tourism works well for our local people, our environment, our economy and culture, the Sustainable Destination Council has capably served as an advisory body to the Ministry of Tourism for the last 10 years. So for us, sustainable tourism isn't new. I mean, now we're working towards a sustainable island state, but in tourism, we've always been aware that if we don't adopt sustainable practice, we won't have a destination to sell. For the last 10 years, St. Kitts has been systematically in the process of working towards compliance with the Global Sustainable Tourism Council's criteria for destinations. This is the world's leading standard for sustainability of tourism management within destinations. The motto of the St. Kitts Sustainable Destination Council is good for us, better for all, meaning that if St. Kitts is first and foremost a wonderful place for our residents to live, then and only then will it also be a great place for visitors to experience. And as such, we continue to advocate with our stakeholders to implement, whether it's in the accommodation sector, as Sunset Reef has done, and this government is accommodating in terms of providing concessions for those partners and stakeholders who are interested and who want to be a part of the sustainable agenda. So whether it's a hotel or otherwise, our government is prepared to accommodate. As part of the next chapter of the Sustainable Destination Council, we will be putting out a call to local organizations and residents to participate as members of the SDC. Our ministry is committed to putting our local people back at the center of our tourism plans. And let me say that again, Madam Speaker. Our ministry and our government is committed to putting our local people back at the center of our tourism plans. And I ask each and every one of you under the sound of my voice to join me in helping me to make tourism work better for all of us. The achievements and plans that I have outlined for the Ministry of Tourism, I must say, Madam Speaker, align perfectly with the government's overall agenda of achieving a sustainable island state. We will therefore continue our hard work in the industry with the citizens of this federation in mind, and of course, the future generations. Madam Speaker, before I close, permit me to thank the good people of Central Bastille for their trust and confidence, the trust and confidence that they have placed in me as their representative in these halls. Earlier, we had some children who were here present, and of course, their attention span is very limited at that age. When we had our one-on-ones, we had a meet and greet recently in Central Bastille for the youths. And I was amazed with the different ages of children who came. One of the boys who sat there, he thought I was the Prime Minister. So he came in, he sat in front of me, and he said, "I want to be the Prime Minister like you." He's 7 years old, Madam Speaker, and it warmed my heart that we have young men, albeit, in 7 years old, aspiring to be a future leader as opposed to what McKnight is known for, which is shooting and killing, unfortunately. Now, apparently they went to the bathroom as well. But He said that to me, and I said, I am not the Prime Minister. Do you want me to take you to meet the Prime Minister? And he said, yes, yes, and when I go, I want to wear a suit. Please don't forget the tie and the belt. And he was there with his friend. And the friend, I was so amazed. So I looked to the friend and I said, so what can I do for you today? Because they were there on their one-on-ones. This was particular for young people. And I said, what do... Yes. I said, what... So I turned to his friend. His friend is Vernon. And I said, Vernon, what can I do for you today? And he said, you see what he said? I said, yes. He said, just what he said, write down on your paper. And I saw them. I went to look for them. They sometimes hang out in Prickly Pear Alley, and I was driving that way. And I saw them a Sunday morning while I was driving. And I said, I couldn't remember his name. And I called him a different name, and he said, look on your paper, because he understood I was writing. He said, look on your paper, and you would see my name. Madam Speaker, we also met with young females. One of them was here as well. She told me she wants to be a minister of government. And she is going to do her best in school to make sure that one of these days she can come out and be a leader in McKnight. I reached out to their parents and asked them if I could take them to Parliament to meet the members of the government and even the members who sit on the opposition side, and their parents were happy to send them. They may not be able to stay beyond lunch, but they're right here, Madam Speaker. And there were a few of them. I just wasn't able to find them during the Christmas vacation. But a few of them came. We did specific one-on-ones for the young people in McKnight. And surprisingly, we got these children as well. We got the older ones, the teenagers, but we also got these little ones. And it warms my heart to know that we have future leaders from the Central Basti community. And I will do my best, Madam Speaker, to continue to work with them. And as such, we're going to implement a mentorship program to save not just our boys in McKnight, but our girls. And I would ask some of you to volunteer in this mentorship program just to make sure that we can save this generation. And so I'm happy that they're here with me, Kazani and his brother, and I call her Muffin, but her name is Zahira. Her sister is actually my mentee. She was in sixth form, and I'm happy now to take her under my mentorship as well.
Honourable Member, you have 10 minutes left on your allotted time.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, Madam Speaker, for the communities in Central Basti, the budget has allocations for the resurfacing and even the construction of new roads for the good people of Central Basti. And so, when the member from number 3 speaks, you will hear how he's going to, with the monies allocated to him in the budget. I see he's watching me, so I hope he's listening. With some of the monies allocated to him in the budget, resurface some of the roads in downtown Bastia. For example, we've already gotten the resurfacing of the roads in Sprott Street, Market Street, where I hail from. We call it M Street, for those of us in the streets. So we have Market Street resurfaced already. We have Sprott Street, and we also did roads in Greenlands. We're also going to be working on other roads within the city center, and those of you in the Shadwell area, which is a recent development, will get your roads as well. The member from St. Christopher 1, when he made his presentation, spoke of the allocations in his budget for repairs to the Irish Town Primary School. In fact, the repairs have started, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, thank you. I was distracted, but within this budget, as it relates to the good and decent people from Central Bastia who I represent in these halls, I want to assure them that the repairs to the Irish Town Primary School would be completed. We walked there. I see Mr. Dolphin is here, who is also a good partner for the school. We have the windows and the doors that are going to be secured, and all the other repairs that need to be done to the Irish Town School, and the bathroom started. We're happy, Madam Speaker, that we were able to put the children back into the schools because they were temporarily housed at 3 different places after the Ministry of Education took the decision that the compounds were not necessarily safe. I've said it before, I cannot believe that people who claimed to be the representative of, a person who claimed to be the representative of Central Bastia and was the Minister of Education, was he? I think. When we looked at the school, we could not even believe the condition the school was in. So people just talk. People just talk and make a lot of noise. Talk, 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 talk. Irish Town School went garbage upon garbage, classrooms locked down, floors falling in. I wondered how teachers even managed to work there and how people could send their children there. Right. But we are going to finish the repairs at the Irish Town Primary School so that our children can thrive and learn in a proper and clean environment. And I see some of them here. We are happy that they're going to have a proper school to attend. Now, as it relates to Central Bastia, Madam Speaker, we intend to work with the Department of Constituency Empowerment. And the department has been doing an excellent job. We had some of our empowerment officers who were here this morning, where they're doing the assessment and research on the grounds in terms of what policies or projects should be introduced to benefit the constituency. What came out of some of the findings as it relates to Central Bastia is that there are a number of derelict vehicles and abandoned properties that is causing a nuisance to the residents in Central Bastia. So, Madam Speaker, based on the findings from the Constituency Empowerment Department, we're hoping that in their budget, I think, and the monies are allocated in this budget to assist, and we thank the Honourable Minister of Finance for the allocation to assist with the cleanliness for Central Bastia, the removing of derelict vehicles. When you drive, you would see 3 abandoned vehicles in moving years, just parked up and rusting, and they're just there, and it's causing rodents, Madam Speaker, and even affecting the safety of the residents in Central Bastia, as well as the overgrown properties where residents reside overseas and have not looked back. And people occupy these premises for different reasons and sometimes, bad reasons. When we were canvassing the other day, we were in the Dorset area in particular, and the residents were saying, look at this house, it's been like this for years. Vagrants go in there, people hide guns in there, and so we're going to use the monies allocated, some of the monies allocated in the budget to assist the good people in Central Bastia to clean the overgrown properties and remove the derelict vehicles. We have an amazing team that we work with in Central Bastia. Yesterday we had our toy drive, the Santacade, and we were able to deliver lots of toys to the children in Central Bastia. We drove around all the communities, and it was so heartwarming to see their faces and even meet the people of Central Bastia and just to wish them all the best for the season. And so we are going to benefit. And one last thing, Madam Speaker, I know when I spoke to the Minister of Housing, the Honourable Member for St. Christopher One, he did mention, and we've been hearing the cries from the people at the Gardens Housing Project in relation to the repairs that are long overdue there and even for the houses they built in Shadwell.
700,000.
So $700,000 is allocated in the budget for the Gardens Housing Project for us to effect the repairs necessary there. And maybe we could share some of it for the people in Shadwell as well, who continue to complain about all the different issues that they continue to experience. And so Central Bastia will benefit from this budget, Madam Speaker, and I continue to be the humble servant for those people, those good people in Central Bastia. I see some of Tracelyn, who is here, Tracelyn Charles. She's in Parliament today, Madam Speaker. She single-handedly, of course, with the support of the people in the diaspora who support St. Kitts and Central Bastia, organized successfully a toy drive. And she was able to bring them down, Madam Speaker, to ensure that our children are happy as well with all the other things we got for them. And so, Madam Speaker, I'm going to close, but at this time I just want to mention the names, and this is significant for us, the names of the members of the Minimum Wage Committee. I know I addressed that earlier, but I see His Excellency Sam Conda is here, and I just want to mention, he's provided me with the names of the persons who served on the committee, and this is historical for us, Madam Speaker. And that is so because the minimum wage was not increased for 10 years. And in such short time, this team, this group, was able to do consultations, extensive consultations, and make proper recommendations, not just for the increase in the minimum wage, but for all the other plans that go to make sure that there is no real shock as a result of it. So from the St. Kitts Nevis Trades and Labour Union, we had Sydney Bridgewater, just to read into the record, Precious Mills, Curtis Francis, Sean Kelly, and Nadine Natter. From the ministry, which is my Ministry of Employment and Labour, we had our permanent secretary, Denise Daniel, and she's here this morning, our Commissioner of Labour, Shernell James, Terrell Bass, Genevieve Mills, and Joel Watley. And from the St. Kitts Chamber of Industry and Commerce, we had representation from Kevin Taylor, Kevin Thompson, Shirley Benjamin, Jeanette Robinson, Mark Wilkin, and Leroy Richardson. From the Department of Labour in Nevis, Shaniel Skeet, if I'm saying it correctly, represented the department there. We also had representation from the Statistics Department, and Carlton Phipps represented the department. From Social Security, we had Donovan Herbert, and from the Ministry of Education, Carla Diamond. Social Services was represented by Azila Clark, and the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank by Patricia Haynes Welch. The Teachers Union, Cavell Mills, and from the Ministry of Trade, we had Deidre Daniel and Irvin Daniel. The Ministry of Finance, we had representation through Amoy Heiliger, and the Ministry of Sustainable Development through Paul Quealy. And lastly, and by no means late, the Association of Private Educators, we had representation there by Kimon Archibald Lake. And these were the persons who worked tirelessly and diligently, Madam Speaker, on the minimum wage, the increase in the minimum wage, and all the recommendations that were made. And so, Madam Speaker, I will close and support the bill made by the mover, the Minister of Finance, and wish safe passage, and wish the bill safe passage through this Honourable House. May it please you.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher II. Before we proceed to the next presenter, I wish to rise for 10 minutes. House adjourned for 10 minutes.
My goal, Madam Speaker, is to unveil how the Attorney General's Office and the Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs will assist in charting a course for our Federation towards our transformation as a sustainable island state, with particular focus on meeting the various UN SDGs, especially SDG 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. But before I begin in earnest, Madam Speaker, allow me to send a special thanks to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 8 and the other members of Parliament on this side for giving me a chance to serve the country I love so much. Being able to stand in this most important court humbles me, and I'm proud to serve the good people of St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, as can be gleaned from the various addresses during this session, your government is in good hands. My 72-year-old aunt, a constant critic of all governments here and abroad, said to me last night, this is the best budget she ever heard. And I concur. Where there is no vision, the people perish.
Watch your speech, man.
And this administration, Madam Speaker, has a clear, realistic, and achievable vision. These are all good people doing the good that they can do for all of the people of our Federation. These are the people who want to bring a sustainable island state for the benefit of this generation and generations to come. These are the people who are working tirelessly on behalf of the good people of St. Kitts and Nevis, day in and day out. And I have no hesitation to say that, Madam Speaker, because I see the hard work that is being put in, day out. The strides of this young, energetic administration has made in 16 months have been acknowledged regionally and internationally. Our people must know that, Madam Speaker. We are well respected regionally and internationally for our modern approach to governance, our energy, and our commitment to achieving a sustainable island state. Madam Speaker, when the regional entities want to launch an initiative, you know who they call? They call us. And you know why they call us? They say because y'all look like y'all are ready, y'all are energetic, y'all are young. Even the senior minister, look how fresh he looks, Madam Speaker. Because they see the energy, Madam Speaker. And I'm not joking. I want the people of this country to know that regionally we are very well respected. They're excited about things happening in St. Kitts and Nevis. I get messages all the time from our colleagues in the region. They say it's just exciting to see what's going on here. And I'm so proud to be part of a team that is setting the trend in the region in particular. Madam Speaker, I wear 4 hats as the People's Attorney General and Minister of Justice and Legal Affairs. First, the constitutional role as principal legal advisor to the government and thereby leader of the Attorney General's office, a team of lawyers that provides the best possible advice to the various ministries and offices that make up the government. Secondly, the role of ensuring that the government's legislative agenda is met by drafting strong laws to be refined by Cabinet and thereafter brought to this National Assembly for debate. My third hat, Madam Speaker, is the administrative role in supporting the important independent operations, and I want to stress that, independent operations of the Director of Public Prosecution's Office, the Integrity in Public Life Commission, and the Supervisor of Elections Office. And lastly, Madam Speaker, fourthly, the role as Minister of leading the Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs, which consists of the Law Commission, the Land Registry, the High Court Registry, the Magistrates Court Registry, the Intellectual Property Office, and the brand new Access to Justice Agency. So, Madam Speaker, as I go through the accomplishments, the plans, and the justifications with respect to the AGO, which is the Attorney General's Office, and the Ministry, my refrain today, Madam Speaker, is not just talk, action, and results. Madam Speaker, when I used to prosecute over 10 years ago, and when I was being trained as a prosecutor, I was told two things when you're addressing a jury. One, be brief. And two, have a theme so that the jury can go back to that theme, whatever you say. And I want the theme for today, Madam Speaker, to be not just talk, action and results. Madam Speaker, I want the people listening throughout the Federation. I want the persons watching the sign language throughout the Federation to know that refrain, think about it, and whatever I say, think if I'm telling the truth, Madam Speaker. Not just talk, action and results. Madam Speaker, the main accomplishment of the Attorney General Office team in 2023 is that we saved the government approximately $5 million in our budget for claims against the government. How did we accomplish this, Madam Speaker? Simply by changing the attitude of the office, by defending lawsuits that needed to be defended, instead of the ridiculous policy that I met of settling matters without fighting, just so certain unity-aligned lawyers could get their legal fees paid easily. $5 million, Madam Speaker, which can go towards the construction of desalination plants, urgent overseas medical care for our children, and smart homes for our most vulnerable. I wish to thank the AGO team, Madam Speaker, led by the Solicitor General, Ms. Simone Bullen-Thompson, who subscribed to my policy and the attitude change. Not just talk, Madam Speaker, action and results. When I took office, Madam Speaker, I met a whole industry of lawyers suing the state for any and everything. The AGO's budget for claim against the government was like a money tree for some lawyers. Madam Speaker, the AGO budget for outsourcing legal work was like a money tree for some unity cronies. Those trees have been uprooted. Some are upset. I don't care, that's their business. Protection of the public purse is our number one priority at the Attorney General's office. We are defending the people of St. Kitts and Nevis.
Easy boy.
Madam Speaker, we made this change not only by changing the mindset of the office, but by employing and reassigning lawyers who are prepared to fight to protect our treasury. In 2024, we have made positions available so that we can continue to recruit more lawyers who are prepared to fight for the people of this good nation. During 2023, Madam Speaker, the AGO team spent hours and hours working on the Solec-Skelec Power Purchase Agreement. The Minister can testify to that. Hours, Madam Speaker, trying to get it right. We spent hours on the desalination plant water purchase agreement that is coming very soon. We spent hours on the East Coast Housing Smart Home Agreement, Madam Speaker. Various investment agreements and various MOUs. We collaborated with almost all of the ministries with respect to very important legal documents, Madam Speaker. My team works very hard and I'm thankful for them. Our legislative drafting team, Madam Speaker, we prepared and presented to Cabinet and Parliament 24 bills in 2023, 21 of which were successfully passed into law this year. Not just talk, action and results. Of those, Madam Speaker, the highlights for me are the good governance transformation legislation. Madam Speaker, there is no greater support or no greater action that matches the SDG Goal 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions, than our good governance transformation. We came into this House, we brought a brand new Anti-Corruption Act. We passed it. It's now in force. It includes corruption-related offenses. It sets up the office of the Special Prosecutor. And it stops, I hope, corruption in this country till kingdom come. There are some people in this House, Madam Speaker, who don't want to ever work in government again, you know, because of this. Because they can't get away with the things they were getting away with before. And the DPP is very serious. I don't know who tuned in to the Good Governance Transformation launch a couple Fridays ago. But he has his charges drafted already. He's very serious, Madam Speaker. That is an institution-changing law. Madam Speaker, we came into this honorable House and we debated the Integrity in Public Life Amendment. And after debating that, public servants, senior government officials, persons in this House have now filed their declarations to the Integrity Commission. Madam Speaker, not just talk, action and results. 16 months. Madam Speaker, we came to this House. We passed the Freedom of Information Amendment Act. Madam Speaker, there are now information officers assigned in every ministry. So anybody from the general public, the press, can now apply for whatever information they want. Once it doesn't fall within the exceptions, and they can get that information through the mechanism of the Freedom of Information Act. Yes, and start making up fake things and actually investigate instead of just getting their news on social media, Madam Speaker, so that the people could ask the press, Mr. Journalist, did you get that information through an application on Freedom of Information Act? Did you do your job? We need to hold the press's feet to the fire as well. They are the fourth estate. We did that. Not just talk, Madam Speaker, actions and results. We then brought the Whistleblower Protection Act, Madam Speaker, which allows persons in the public service who see corrupt activity, illegal activity, to be able to report it to the designated authorities. Madam Speaker, that is an important part of the institutional structure that we are building in this good governance transformation. That is now enforced, Madam Speaker, and the protections are there. Not just talk, actions and results. Madam Speaker, we then passed the Unauthorized Disclosure of Official Information Bill, which is now law, to prevent the leaking of privileged, confidential and sensitive government information. The same information you cannot get through the Freedom of Information infrastructure. You should not be able to get to the back door. As I said, corruption can be offering a public servant money to leak a document to them. We have closed that back door, Madam Speaker. So all those 5 laws, Madam Speaker, this year alone. Not just talk, action and results. Madam Speaker, we came into this House and passed a Consumer Affairs Act. I remember Dr. Douglas, the member for number 6, come in to me. He said, AG, my team needs a strong Consumer Affairs Act. And Dr. Douglas, we delivered it. Yes. Now your team has the teeth to protect the people, Madam Speaker. Not just talk, actions and results. Madam Speaker, we resolved the issue with the Nevis civil proceedings matters, which the court ruled last summer. A collaborative effort between the Attorney General's office and the legal department of the NIA. We didn't just talk about it. We brought the bills to the House, we debated them, we solved the issue. Now, the long-standing practice of the NIA being sued for matters that involve the NIA is now resolved permanently. Not just talk, action and results. Madam Speaker, we brought into force new CBI regulations. Madam Speaker, by those regulations, we eliminated underselling, we regulated advertisements, we increased the investment thresholds so that there's actually substantial investment in the country instead of the bubble that was going on before. And we introduced the public benefit option, Madam Speaker, and I want the people to know that option was crafted to not only benefit foreign entities and foreign business people, but local business people. Once you have a good business plan or infrastructural development, which will, 1, bring substantial benefit to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, 2, maximize local employment, or 3, embark upon programs including transfer of technology and local capacity building, you can qualify to raise capital through the public benefit option. Our CBI industry cannot just be for foreigners to benefit. Our local people must benefit as well. So I encourage all local entrepreneurs and innovators to visit the Citizenship by Investment unit to explore the options available to raise capital. Madam Speaker, for example, a local business can raise $2 million in capital by selling less than 10 public benefit units. Madam Speaker, why not take advantage of it? The CBI program was created to help the people. The people should be able to get a direct benefit from it. So we're very proud of the new regulations in that regard. Madam Speaker, we also rationalized and clarified the cannabis-related legislation in this Honorable House in 2023. SDG 8, decent work and economic growth. SDG, Dr. Clark, you might have to help me one. Responsible consumption and production. Which SDG is that? 10. We're ensuring by the legislation passed this year, Madam Speaker, that there will be a medicinal cannabis industry in St. Kitts and Nevis that our traditional growers and other persons can take advantage of and make careers from and make successful businesses from, Madam Speaker. Not just talk, action and results. Madam Speaker, I want to clarify, because they like to pull clips from the AG and put them, SDG 12. They like to put clips from the AG from Parliament on social media. Right, Madam Speaker, I want them to put this one on social media. We gave the cannabis smokers, the persons who use cannabis for their edification, we gave them the option to be able to use cannabis lawfully. We also decriminalized the use of cannabis. But with a right comes a responsibility, Madam Speaker. If you get your license issued under the Freedom of Conscience Cannabis Act, you can legally cultivate 5 cannabis plants in a private place in your private premises. If you get that license, you can possess up to 2 ounces of cannabis in public places. If you do not get that license, you could be subject to a $50 ticket. If you get a license, you can smoke cannabis in designated smoking areas. All smokers, whether cannabis, cigarettes, vapes, you will, this Christmas, this carnival, get a $500 ticket if you smoke outside the designated smoking areas. Madam Speaker, you got a right. With a right comes a responsibility. There will be designated smoking areas during carnival, during events. We piloted it at the music festival. It was successful. We then did it at the independent concert. It was successful. I went in there myself to have conversations with people in that area.
Oh, not to smoke?
No, I went to have conversations.
Conversation. High conversation.
Yes, because they ain't going to say the AG coming to support a law, and he ain't coming to see what's going on. So I went in, the Deputy Prime Minister and I went in the area, and we had conversations with persons in the area. Yes, we found out what was working and what they might not have liked. And they seemed all very happy in that area, I must say. Yes. So, Madam Speaker, that was a little jovial moment, but I want to be serious. If you want to give back the workers' Christmas bonus that the Prime Minister gave to you, that $500, if you want to give it back to the Treasury, smoke in public. Smoke in the ban. Because the police will be out there. You will have your areas. If you want to smoke, you go in the area, you smoke, and you come back in the ban. There are people who want to enjoy their Christmas and their carnival without being subjected to any smoke. And this is not about cannabis only. Cigarettes, vapes, any smoke. So you have your right, you have your area, stay within your area, and let other people who are asthmatic, other people who just cannot stand smoke, to also be able to enjoy. That is the point. The point is we all want to live comfortably together, Madam Speaker. So, as I said, and I hope they take this clip, if you want to give back your workers' Christmas bonus that the Prime Minister so lovingly gave to you, smoke in public, because you will be getting a $500 ticket. Madam Speaker, I just want to also clarify what you should not do. You shouldn't drive under the influence of cannabis. Get a designated driver. You shouldn't be selling it unless you're licensed to do so under the Medicinal Cannabis Authority, by the Medicinal Cannabis Authority. No children. Do not give cannabis to anyone under 18 years of age. Do not be around schools with cannabis. Do not take it on school premises. Do not smoke within 300 feet of a school. With a right comes responsibility, and that's not that hard. And when you're storing and handling it, make sure that it's not available for minors to be able to access it very easily. That's all we ask of you. And for more information, Madam Speaker, I want the general public to go to cannabisclarityskn.com, which has all of the details they need to know. We are also launching an education campaign this carnival season. You'll see posters, you'll see social media posts, there'll be a jingle on the radio, so people are aware as to what their rights are, as well as their responsibilities, Madam Speaker.
Repeat this, cannabis what?
cannabisclarityskn.com. cannabisclarityskn.com. We did a lot of work on getting that website launched, and I want our people to visit it. Madam Speaker, I spoke about 2023, but we are debating the 2024 budget. In 2024, Madam Speaker, our people could look forward to debates on Constitutional Education and Reform Committee Act, to take us on a path to educating our people about their constitution and to bring an infrastructure in place where we can have modernization and changes in a strategic and stakeholder-centric way to our constitution, Madam Speaker. National Productivity Council Act, we already drafted it. You heard the Minister of Labor speak about that. If you're going to have your minimum wage increase, your productivity should similarly increase. So we are going to put into place legislation which will solidify that council to be able to advise the government as to what needs to be done to increase productivity in our society. We cannot become a sustainable island state if we don't have efficient, productive people. Our people are all we have. We don't have oil and gas. And Madam Speaker, if I can just go on a side note. During the ECCB 40th anniversary lecture, they brought in a gentleman who used to be Mandela's financial advisor from South Africa. And he's now a professor at Oxford and a top economist. And you know what resonated with me from his presentation, Madam Speaker? He said, AI, artificial intelligence, is going to take away a lot of rudimentary jobs. But AI cannot take away jobs where it requires the personal touch, Madam Speaker. So our people have to get employment and find opportunities where there's a personal touch. AI is not going to build that cabinet in your kitchen. AI is not going to work in the tourism sector, driving an open-air bus. What do they call them, Madam Minister? A safari. Our people need to take advantage of those opportunities because those jobs will always be there, Madam Speaker. So I make that plea. And productivity is key. Madam Speaker, after discussions with the member for number 3, we're going to bring an anti-nepotism bill to this House for debate next year, Madam Speaker, to protect our society from the destructive nepotism of the past. Madam Speaker, we're going to bring the Natter amendments to this House. The Natter amendments to bring our civil service into compliance with the decisions in the Leon Natter Nelson case, which successfully challenged the constitutionality of restrictions on civil servants actively participating in the political process. Madam Speaker, we're going to bring the Community Beautification and Safety Act piloted by the Minister of Sustainable Development. It's going to create year-round work for our young people to keep our communities beautiful and safe. What you said the new program is, Prime Minister, is no longer peace, it's called Elevate. This program, that bill, is going to allow some young men to elevate out of that life and become entrepreneurs and have year-round work, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, also with the Minister of Sustainable Development, we're going to bring a Land Allocation Act. Yes. So no longer the whims and fancies of individuals can determine our land policy. And no one what, Madam Senator? Oh, she didn't say anything, Madam Speaker. We're going to ensure, Madam Speaker, that the persons who need land and to start their journey towards wealth creation will be the persons who are prioritized for land allocation, Madam Speaker. And we're going to put that into law. Madam Speaker, we're going to bring a new Procurement Act to protect our treasury, just in case the criminals that ran our government before ever get in again, God forbid. So that, for example, the $2 million US, 5.4 million EC dollars that was spent by Skelec in 18 months to one man won't happen again. Persons have to bid for that. Dr. August, I don't think you heard me. You heard me correct?
Yeah.
$5.4 million. Million dollars in 18 months. One man. Get all the projects for Skelec. No, I mean, you know, I see the member for Nevis now looking at me. Member? Can't be one man was getting that one contract. People just drop documents on my desk, you know, Madam Speaker. They just come and they say, AG, look this. And every time I just say, oh Lord, what a Lord of mercy. One contractor. Well, I don't know. But I know that one person, 18 months, Skelec paid $2 million US, 5.4 million EC dollars to. We need procurement, Madam Speaker. Because you know what? Procurement will help that. All of the state agency was required to bid. All we want is value for money. You didn't hear the minister say? She just laid the surface at the airport. It came within budget and on time. Competent leadership, responsible contractors. We have decent contractors throughout the country. Why shouldn't they get an opportunity to bid on projects from Skelec? Why was one person get, in 18 months, $5.4 million in projects? The same person get a load of $1 million from sports before, but I ain't gonna go there. Right? But Madam Speaker, when we do these things, we're doing these things for the good of the people. All the procurement process is for the Procurement Act that was brought by the member for number 6 when he was Prime Minister. The intention was to get value for money. Simple as that. Value for money. If a project is worth $100,000, you bring persons. If somebody is $300,000, you send them and say, go and come again. Instead of giving the person for $300,000. Value for money, Madam Speaker. We're going to bring a strong Procurement Act very early in the new year, because that is very important. Madam Speaker, we're also going to revolutionize the Citizenship and Passport Acts. And Madam Speaker, we've had to do that because, as the Prime Minister has said numerous times in the past, there was a citizenship by marriage scam. Over 1,000 people, Madam Speaker. When I saw the spreadsheet, I nearly cried. 1,000 people.
What?
You should have something against marriage?
Let me clarify that, Madam Speaker. Over 1,000 people paid illegally, paid citizens of St. Kitts and Nevis to be married to them. So they could get married one day, get their citizenship the next day, their passport the next day, and register to vote the day after.
Literally.
Literally, as the member for number 8 said. No,
Consummate.
no. Well,
Consummation
the
is money. No consummate.
the one case that I saw, the statement from the gentleman who received the $8,000 from the foreign person to get married, said that he asked to kiss his wife. And the lawyer in the room said, no, that's not part of the deal. That's more money. And Madam Speaker, we laugh. We laugh, Madam Speaker. But there are over 1,000 non-nationals who paid between 2019 and 2022 when we cut it off. The Minister of National Security can testify to that. That paid. When I saw the spreadsheet, Madam Speaker, I'd nearly cried. Because I heard it, I was told about it, but when you actually see the spreadsheet and you see the number of people that paid, they opened the floodgates in 2009. We closed those floodgates, and we're going to close them by legislation. We've already drafted with the assistance of the Ministry of National Security 2019 to 2022. We've already drafted marriage regulations. And it's simple, Madam Speaker, I need to explain to the people. You have a right to be registered as a citizen of St. Kitts and Nevis if you're married to a citizen. However, in that process of registration, the minister has a legal right to verify if it is a legitimate marriage. Simple as that. So, we've created a system where there'll be marriage verification officers that will come to your house and say, do you all cook together? Do you all have children? Are there any pictures in the house of the two of you? And over a period, the marriage verification officer could come back to the minister or the PS and say, well, this is a legitimate marriage. These people live together. They have pictures together. They went to their child preschool graduation. And this is a legitimate marriage. So this person can now be registered as a citizen. Simple as that. But before, you pay to get married one day, you get your citizenship certificate the next day, you get your passport the next day, and you go register to vote. All in a little space at Liverpool Row and Central Street.
Yeah, I remember when I used to see it,
I mean,
What about divorce? Can you divorce?
yes, the member for number 6 asked about divorce. We have a case of somebody getting divorced so you could get the next set of money. Divorce from the person who paid him the 8 to 11,000 was the market rate. Wow. He said, boy, another 8,000. Let me divorce that one who don't get your citizenship, and let me go marry the next one.
What? That's a machine.
It was. It was an industry. And Madam Speaker, if there's anybody in this country that does not value their citizenship, that should be fine with them. Anybody that values our citizenship should not be fine with that. And we brought that to an end. And we're going to bring that to an end by strong amendments to the Citizenship Act and the Passport Act in 2024, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we're going to deal with smuggling of persons, human trafficking. Madam Speaker, when the last boat came here, I called the head of the OECS Legal Authority and I said, I want a meeting with all the other AGs in the region. I said, this can't work. Because we cannot be a region that subscribes to a common goal. And we're allowing people to come into different territories, make their way over here illegally. Some of them pay $2,500 US. I saw the statements. $2,500 US to a boatman in another, I'm not going to name any countries, in another country in the OECS, to get smuggled, either going to St. Martin or coming to St. Kitts or Nevis, as was one of the cases. I said we have to have a common goal when it comes to illegal immigration. We have to protect our borders. And we all agreed that St. Kitts and Nevis will lead with the new smuggling legislation. We already have it drafted. While everybody's partying on 4th Street, I'm going to be looking through it to bring it to the House early next year. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we're going to reform our criminal justice laws, and I know you're happy to hear that as a former prosecutor. Our average right now for a person between charge and conviction is around 4 to 5 years. Maybe 3 to 5 years. Some are quicker. We want to meet our Caribbean agreed goal of 2 years. And to do that, you have to be innovative. We're going to do things like plea negotiation legislation, special measures legislation, for example, so a person who's a victim of a sexual assault can testify very early in the process, so they don't have to go through the trauma of 2 years down the line coming before court. So your lawyer get ready, your lawyer, the accused lawyer can do the cross-examination at a very early stage while it's fresh in the mind of the victim, what you call vulnerable victims. We're going to bring legislation like that. We're also going to bring judge-only trials. Most of the people who are charged with firearm and ammunition charges, they choose to go to the magistrate's court, so they've been convicted by single judges, magistrates, for years. So now they have to face upstairs a single judge. We're going to reduce the number of jurors. That's what we're going to consider in after consultation with the bar. So then the process doesn't take as long. Most jurisdictions that have our population have a jury pool of 7 or 9. We have 12 with alternates. So all of that will speed up the trial. So all of those things, Madam Speaker, we met with the Justice Committee, which consists of the judges of we met around 2 weeks ago, the judges of the High Court, the High Command of the Police, the President of the Bar Association, the DPP, the magistrates who do matters, the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry, myself. We all sat together and we developed a plan. And I want to see, and I've promised publicly when I was on the radio with the new Director of Public Prosecutions, that we want to bring this legislation by July next year. So you can look forward to that, Madam Speaker, because we want even people accused of crimes must get justice swiftly. To be a fair, reasonable, sustainable society, the justice system must work efficiently. And then people will have faith in it and trust in it, Madam Speaker. So we're going to do that. And also we're going to review the Vehicles and Road Traffic Act. Point system. Maybe, if Cabinet allows, personalized license plate, raise revenue. That comes down to the Minister for Finance. Yes. Different things with tints. People have raised issues. They say, listen, my business is transporting audio equipment for events. And my bus, I can't tint it. But if people see it and they see expensive audio equipment, they might want to break into my bus. So how are we going to deal with people like that? Yeah. So all of that, Madam Speaker, modernizing our laws instead of these 19th century UK laws that we got from the colonizers. We're going to bring them into modern times, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, we're also going to look at the Alien Land Holding License Act, because we have to protect our people, because our land is our wealth, and we want to have a proper structure that is able to protect the land for our people and our children, grandchildren, and those beyond them, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Director of Public Prosecution's Office is an important element for justice to be served in our society, so we hired a professional DPP. We empowered 2 assistant DPPs and made arrangements to hire more lawyers and support staff to assist the proper functioning of the DPPO. Not just talk, action, and results. Madam Speaker, electoral office was a cesspool. That's the only way I can describe it. So, we started to make changes, the supervisor of elections, with the assistance from the ministry. Further changes will come, and we've allocated $100,000 to begin the electoral reform process. So it's no longer just talk about electoral reform. We put in our money where our mouth is, and in the new year, after consultations with the supervisor of elections, with the constitutional person responsible for elections, we are going to bring some electoral reforms to that office. Not just talk, Madam Speaker, action and results. Madam Speaker, I'm hoping one of these times you'll say it in response, the refrain. But I'll aim to get that before the end of my presentation. Madam Speaker, the Law Commission continues to do good work in maintaining, I want people to record this, this is where your laws are, lawcommission.gov.kn. That is a website, Madam Speaker, that has all of our laws on it. So nobody should be asking what the laws are. You go onto that website, you search dog, and the Dogs Act will come up. Madam Speaker. There's a Dogs Act. Yes, yes. And we also have discussed with the Ministry of Agriculture. Refining our dog. I thought you passed it, Dr. Yes, yes. Yes.
Of course.
The Dogs Licensing Act. And what that act does, it designates certain dogs as dangerous dogs. So you have to have a special license to have those type of dogs and certain things that you cannot do with those dogs, which was a debate that came up particularly in Nevis. I think it was in October or November last year, 2022. After that incident where a child was mauled to death by a dog, we met with agriculture and we charted a path forward to kind of rejig some of the elements of the Dogs Act, which is strong already, just to get it so that some of those dangerous dogs can be taken off the street. The UK just had a big hoopla about that. Different types of dogs to designate as dangerous dogs, so we're going to look into that in 2024. But you can find that legislation on lawcommission.gov.kn. Madam Speaker, one of my promises during my short time is to make the land registry of this government the most efficient department in government. The reason being, Madam Speaker, if we want to compete globally for capital investment, we must have a speedy land transfer process. We must move up on the ease of doing business scale. So what we have done, we have engaged 3 land registrars. So from January, there will be not 1, not 2, but 3 persons who are capable of signing land documents in St. Kitts and Nevis. Nevis now has a dedicated land registry. Very nice place. Very nice workers. At our Christmas dinner, the workers were dancing. They look happy. I don't know what the Premier is doing over there, but they seem very happy. But we are collaborating with the NIA because those persons who work in the land registry in Nevis are employees of the NIA. But the leader of that office is the federal land registrar. So we recruited one of our own people, brought her back to St. Kitts. She is now going to be in charge of Nevis. We have our registrar here, and we have another assistant registrar here. So when one is on vacation, there'll be 2 left. And I made a plea to them. We had a training session with the staff, and I made a plea to them. I told them how important it is for the land registry to be efficient. So no longer will people waiting months, years for their land titles. We're talking about days. And that's where we're going to try to get to by the end of 2024. It's a process, Madam Speaker, but we have a plan and we have a vision. So, Madam Speaker, not just talk, actual action. And for this one, I guarantee you, when I come to speak next year, if I'm here. No, well, I mean, if the Prime Minister wishes to keep me here, I will be talking about the results of the land registry transformation. Nobody voted for me, you know. Listen, nobody voted for me. I work at the behest of the persons who were elected in this house. So once they want to keep me here, I will stay here. Nobody gonna be fooling me. Madam Speaker, in 2023, and I'm very proud of this, because when I came to office in August last year, our High Court was shut down. And that can't be. High Court is one of the most important institutions in our country. So what I did was I said, we have to figure this out. People cannot be going to the police training school to be attending criminal court. And the Prime Minister needed the police training school to train police officers. So what we did at the ministry, with the help of my PS who is here, Diana Francis, hard-working PS, is we figured it out. Madam Speaker, we figured it out. And we moved the High Court to the Charles Armory Building at Fort Lance. And I'm informed, despite some early hiccups, that happens when there's renovations. The judges, the staff, the lawyers are now pleased. because they have a dedicated space where they can conduct civil court and criminal court.
Called the hotel court.
The hotel court, because it has nice views. Madam Speaker, they said the court's not supposed to be so comfortable. When you go on the balcony of the court at Fort Lands, it's the kind of breeze that hitting you there. The judge is happy. The judge is happy because they have comfortable surroundings. And that's very important for the administration of justice, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I'm happy that we were able to do that. And my hope is to be able to come to this House for 2025 and to get money to buy those properties so we don't have to rent them, so that they can be part of the government housing stock to house permanently the magistrates' courts. As my goal, Madam Speaker, is to bring the High Court back to where it should be, at the Sir Leal Moore Judicial and Legal Services Building, the historic location of our High Court that was burned down a couple days after I was born. They said I brought it bad luck, but I don't know. But was then rebuilt. And we want to refurbish it very soon, Madam Speaker, to bring the High Court back down to East Independence Square. Madam Speaker, we also brought new clerks for the Magistrates Court because they were understaffed. And the senior manager said, we need new clerks. The PS held interviews, and we hired 2 new clerks. I thought, boy, these are a nice gentleman and a nice young lady when I met them. Little did I know that the lawyers love them because they've come in with energy and vigor. And the lawyer came to me and said, I love the new clerks, they're just working so well. And I was pleased to hear that, Madam Speaker. Because when you bring people into the ministry, you want them to work hard, and you want them, the people who are interacting with that department, to be happy with the people that are there. So human resources is very important, Madam Speaker. So I'm happy about that. And in 2024, we will implement a new bailiff system. Currently, we have at the Magistrates Court, I think, around 7 bailiffs on staff, Madam Speaker. But there's not peak efficiency. So the key is, when you file your summons, Madam Speaker, you should get your hearing within a couple of weeks, not months. And St. Kitts is a small place. Everybody knows everybody in different communities. It shouldn't be so hard to serve documents. So one of my goals for 2024, Madam Speaker, is to bring in a new bailiff system. Some might be upset, but I think it'll be the most efficient system. Madam Speaker, I cannot say how much, I cannot express in words how proud I am of Mrs. Jeanne Williams-Knight, who leads our Intellectual Property Office, Madam Speaker. Everybody's a product, eh?
Everybody.
Madam Speaker, in November 2023, last month, St. Kitts and Nevis was the epicenter of intellectual property in the Caribbean. We hosted for the first time the World Intellectual Property Organization's meeting of heads of IP offices and IP ministers of the Caribbean. The biggest turnout ever of ministers. Madam Speaker, I have to take a little credit for it. Because I was WhatsApping all my minister colleagues. I said, y'all better come to St. Kitts because y'all are going to show me up. Because, Madam Speaker, it's the first time the Director General of the World Intellectual Property Organization came to the Caribbean. First time, the Minister of the Creative Economy, the Prime Minister and I sat in a breakfast meeting with him, and he was so pleased with the welcome that the Minister of the Year in Tourism did for welcoming them. They couldn't believe how wonderful St. Kitts was, Madam Speaker. Yes. Couldn't believe how nice St. Kitts was. And we had a great meeting. A great meeting. The theme was intellectual property, innovation to prosperity. And Madam Speaker, St. Kitts and Nevis, by this gesture, became the first country in the world, not in the region, Madam Speaker, in the world, to launch the IP and Sports project from WIPO, which is that project, Madam Speaker, will unlock the economic value of our local sports industry. People can now make money from the talent. It is arranged by the World Intellectual Property Organization, a UN entity, Madam Speaker. And I'm so looking forward to results of that because I know our able registrar, Gian Williams-Knight, will make it happen in collaboration with the Ministry of Sports and the Creative Economy. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Access to Justice Agency. I came last year and I said to the people of this country that we are going to try to fulfill our objective of reducing inequalities, SDG 10, and also creating strong institutions, SDG 16. And after I came from the Commonwealth Ministers' meeting last year, and I had a discussion with the Attorney General from Rwanda, who sat next to me at the conference, and told me about how he worked in Rwanda, which is a model country in many regards. Right, member for number 6, Rwanda is looked at in the international community as a wonder.
Yes.
And I said to him, we want to... He said, Doc?
Knowing where it came from.
Yes, where it came from.
Yeah.
Yeah, to where it is now.
Yeah.
It's a model country in Africa. And I asked, how is your legal aid system structured? And he explained to me, and I said, boy, that's a great idea. You mind if I take that back to Bastille? He said, no problem, AG. No problem. So, I was able to convince the Minister of Finance to allow us to have Access to Justice Agency, which has 4 departments within it, Madam Speaker. The Legal Aid Department, where people want representation, whether it be for their divorce, or a land issue, or some other issue, can get a lawyer for free to represent them in court. That's 1. We had that already. 2, we're going to bring, and we have budgeted for 2024, a public defender's department, where there will be lawyers who will be paid by the state to defend persons accused. The judge of the High Court said to me the other day, too many persons are coming unrepresented. And for justice to be served, they must have proper representation, because that's their constitutional right. We are going to ensure that people, even if they cannot afford representation, will be represented properly in the criminal court in defense of their cases. Madam Speaker, we're going to have a mediation department. Anybody in any community from Rice's to St. Paul's who have a dispute with a neighbor, and they don't want to go to court, but they just need somebody to listen and work it out. They'll be able to step into the office and say, I have an issue with my neighbor. I would like a trained mediator to come and have a discussion with us. You make an appointment, you come, you have a discussion, trained mediator, problem solved. People who cannot afford to go to court will have an opportunity to work out their issues, whether it's interfamily or neighborhood in the communities. They'll be able to walk into their office, not pay a thing, and get a professional mediator to sit down with them to try to work out the issues. We need to be able to resolve our issues without violence, Madam Speaker, and the mediation department in the Access to Justice Agency will do so. And lastly, Madam Speaker, and this is a brainchild of the member for number 8, the Honorable Prime Minister. He said, in your agency, AG, I want a restorative justice department. Restorative justice is to ensure that people who have committed crimes in the past, when they come out, they no longer choose a life of crime. They can then be brought back into the society and be a responsible member of the society. So in that department, we'll have officers who are assigned to the prison. When somebody's coming out, say somebody did a break-in in their community by somebody across the road, and they're about to come out from serving their 12-month sentence. The restorative justice officers are going to set up a mediation with the victim of the break-in and the person who was convicted so that they can have a discussion before that person comes back into the society, into the community, to try to resolve whatever victim, convict issues that they have. And that, Madam Speaker, we hope will also stop the recidivism that happens with persons coming out of prison and then reverting to a life of crime. And Madam Speaker, I'm going to end talking about the capital projects in the ministry and the AGO. We have a capital project to assist with the digitization of the land registry, which will deal with the efficiency of the land registry. We also have a capital project to restore the old CNC supermarket property, which houses the land registry and intellectual property office. We need to fix the roof So we've assigned some money for that. We also have assigned money to rehabilitate the Sir Leal Moore Judicial and Legal Services Complex. As I said, a very important complex in our history and for our ministry and for the justice system. And we're going to begin preparing the plan to make that building sustainable for a long time to come, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I'm very proud to announce that we'll be building a new Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs headquarters to house the Attorney General's office, the DPP's office, and the Access to Justice Agency on Bay Road, Bastille. We sent out a competition, Madam Speaker, for persons to design the new building. We got 15 unique submissions, and they were reviewed anonymously. The talent and creativity of Kittitions and Divisions are second to none, Madam Speaker. I can tell you that. And the Cabinet met, a special team with experts, architects, persons from the ministry met, and the consensus was on submission 735. But what I plan to do is to announce the winners and give them their prizes at the site when we unveil the poster on Bay Road. So that everybody for Carnival, when they're jamming down at Juve, can see the sustainable, energy smart, environmentally smart, permanent Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs headquarters on Bay Road, Bastille. So we're going to do that shortly, Madam Speaker. Yes, Madam Speaker. And we have allocated $2.1 million to start the construction of that project, and we hope to complete it in 2024. Madam Speaker, serious times require serious people. The St. Kitts Nevis Labour Party administration is prepared to make the important, tough decisions to make lives better for our people, not just for today, but for decades to come. We're not thinking now for now, Madam Speaker. We're thinking about the sustainable island state that we want to build for our people. But we need everyone on board, Madam Speaker. All hands must be on deck. And Madam Speaker, I don't normally use quotes, but I just saw one recently, a couple of days ago, from Margaret Thatcher, former Prime Minister of the UK, strong woman. And she said, disciplining yourself to do what you know is right and important, although difficult, is the high road to pride, self-esteem, and personal satisfaction. I am personally satisfied, Madam Speaker, in doing what is right for the good people of St. Kitts and Nevis. That is what keeps me going, and I will continue, despite all the noise, as a proud product of a strong upbringing, especially by two strong women, one raised in Rice's Village, Gingerland, and one raised in St. Paul's. My back broad. Joy, that's what we say? Broad, Madam Speaker. I plan to continue doing the good that I can do for my people, as long as the people want me to do it, Madam Speaker. May it please you.
Thank you to the Honorable Attorney General. I recognize the Honorable Member for St. Christopher 3.
Madam Speaker, with your leave, I rise to make my contribution on the debate on the Appropriation 2024 Bill 2023. Madam Speaker, I want to assure this Honorable House and my colleagues that I actually intend to speak for no more than 30 minutes beyond the 90 minutes that I have been allotted according to the standing orders of this House. Beyond. That's an assurance.
I want to be listening out there.
Madam Speaker, in order for me to be able to stand before you to deliver my second contribution to an appropriation bill as a Minister of Government, the excellent people, the champion people of constituency number 3 had to repose their confidence in me as their parliamentary representative. For this, I must repeat, I am eternally grateful for this opportunity to serve you. So once again, to the people of Palmetto Point, Garvey's, Boyd's, Boyd's View, Abbott's, West Farm, West Haven, Mattingly Heights, Mattingly Farm, Beacon Heights, Ocean Gardens, Ocean Lawn, Hummingbird, Camps Estate, Amory Drive, Bayview, Crescent Hill, Duas, Olives, Buckley's Park, Buckley's Development, Buckley's Extension, Buckley's Estate, Buckley's Site, Limekeel, Trafalgar, Fort Lands, Russell Village, Hainsmith Village, St. Johnson Village, Lagreet, Pleasant View, all of Shadwell, and all other communities and villages of West Bastia constituency number 3. Thank you. The work has begun, and in 16 months of the 5-year term we have been granted, we are well on the way to fulfilling the commitments I have made to the constituency with the support of this incredible A-team. Madam Speaker, with your permission, I would like to look at some of those commitments made to my constituents in my manifesto that I would continue to pursue, and with the support I have from this administration. I see 2 beautiful young ladies in the audience. Wow.
3?
Well, 3, yes. I meant the little ones. Yes. The 2 princesses. I didn't want to say what I had in mind for the other one. We are told this is a G-rated community. But welcome to the House. Madam Speaker, in my hand I have the manifesto as I did last year, and I want to go through some of the commitments made leading up to the 2022 elections that this administration has already afforded me the opportunity to say that we have delivered or are delivering for the people of constituency number 3 and beyond, but in particular for the people of constituency number 3. First on the list, under community development, construction of at least 200 new and affordable hurricane-resilient and energy-efficient homes. The member has gone outside, but that is already in train. The sample houses are being built right now, one in Connery and the other one in Taylors. West Bastia will get their lot. In fact, we may surpass this commitment of 200. Construction of roads in new and emerging housing developments. I'll speak about roads a little later on in my presentation. But just to highlight, I think tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken, the people of Limekeel should get the final phase of their resurfacing done. That is by the Antioch Baptist Church, the abattoir, right down to the Rivers Church. And then we head into St. Peter's. Increased water catchment to restore 24-hour availability of water. We're going to speak about water later on in the presentation. West Bastia Clean. Well, remember the senator here, not opposite, Senator Dr. Joel Clark, has pursued the nationwide clean that involves the constituency clean. In fact, I believe that we are working on legislation to be able to deal with the abandoned lots, etc., as the commitment that was given. Yes, and right now the clean project is in Buckley's, so I'm calling on everyone to put out their garbage so that we can collect it free of cost to you for the Christmas season. Transformation of Lagreet. very shortly in the new year, people should get their stamped, what do you call it, certificate of title for the lands in Lagreed. That was the first project, and now we are moving to other areas in St. Kitts, including St. Paul's, Upper Monkey Hill, and others. Let's go to engineering a green digital future. By the way, my manifesto had 9 pillars. That was pillar 1, some of the things we've already touched. On the engineering a greener future, if you see, Madam Speaker, actually all are highlighted. I'll read them. Lead a nationwide thrust to maximize our abundance of renewable energy to guide St. Kitts and Nevis into becoming the leading green energy state in the Caribbean and Americas. In my presentation, we will discuss our path towards that. Duty and tax concessions on renewable energy equipment, including affording residents the ability to feed in excess renewable energy into the national electric grid, thereby providing financial credits to the resident. I'm going to speak about that later on in the presentation. Lead the transformation to an e-government by securely digitizing record keeping and delivery of services by all government departments. That has started, Madam Speaker. When we talk about small business, agriculture, and entrepreneurship, startup grants, loans, concessions, training, and guidance for newly launched and expanding small businesses through the establishment of National Business Incubator to guide the complete development of small businesses. Member for number 4 is championing that. Encouraging and supporting backyard garden production. That is on the way. Produce local, eat local. We're going to talk about the 25 for 25 by 2025. Let's move to the...
It's 5 years ago to do.
Well, you know, that's the whole point. On the health and wellness, security, and caring for the elderly. A brand new state-of-the-art JNF hospital to elevate our nation's healthcare to a premium standard. In number 3. Age with dignity. We created that ministry specifically for that. Look at this one. Keeping the peace. Expanding the peacekeeping initiatives by investing in identifying skill sets of our youths who have decided to pursue an alternative path to a life of crime, and appropriately training these our youths to become independent, positive, contributing members of the society. Elevate. Sports development. If you look in the budget, you will see that Limekeel is specifically identified for upgrades. The start of the process will happen for the Limekeel playfield. And perhaps this is a good time to indicate to the member for number 6 and his partner, the senator, that we thank them for the effort that they put out in the Premier League Championship. But I made a commitment to the people of West Bastia that if I become their representative, I will do whatever is necessary to bring the cup back to the village. No, it's on tape, it's on tape. I said it. And so this is a good time to congratulate the Village Superstars football team for winning their 6th championship, tied of course with St. Paul's. And I want to say that St. Paul's is heading for a 3-peat.
We give it to you, man.
You give it to me?
Yeah.
I will teach the village how to do 3-peat. Ayatollah in one of his songs said, nobody going to 3-peat on him. Nobody going to 3-peat on me. Congratulations to the Village Superstars. And we are working with the Ministry of Sports to upgrade not only Limekeel, but Patsy Allers and also the Boyd's playing field. I have here the continuation of sponsorship and support to football teams and other sporting teams. This continues. I did a major sponsorship for Village Superstars, and I continue to do that. Similarly for Trafalgar South Stars. All of these teams will continue to benefit from the sponsorship programs. Let's go to youth and education. The provision of a laptop tablet to each primary school child in West Bastia. That is underway. Continuation and expansion of the annual Congress Maynard West Bastia All-Round Student Scholarship Award. That continues. This one is for the member of number 4 again, who is leading in this, and he will know that we've had discussions in cabinet to ensure that we have the right mix. Facilitate the development of a vibrant youth and creative orange economy to the resourcing and promotion of youth-centric industries such as the arts, designs, cuisine, film, entertainment, media, sports, and lifestyle. Underway. Ensure that children with special needs and diverse abilities are given the educational and employment opportunities to live fulfilling and productive lives. Right here in this parliament, we have instituted, and I must say that I have a sibling, and the proper term, Iceline, is person with disability. I have a sibling with a disability. And when they met with the Prime Minister, I think this was one of the things that was raised. How can we get engaged with the process? And the response is, no, my sibling who is partially deaf, who is unable to hear properly, can look at the television right now and understand everything that is being said in this parliament. When we talk about, I go to pillar history and culture, the construction of the 1935 Buckley's Uprising Monument to memorialize our fallen heroes who fought for workers' rights. Earlier this year, went to cabinet and got approval for the acquisition of land in the Buckley's area for the construction of this Buckley's Uprising Monument. Additionally, we created a committee that will pursue this particular objective ongoing. Look at this one. Creating a new model for culture and creative industries, commencing with the rebirth of Villagerama. Well, Villagerama has been reborn. We had our first Villagerama in many years. This year, put your hands together for the village community. Delivery. We continue with our support of cultural groups throughout the constituency. Look on the family man. It says, support the increase of the national minimum wage to a minimum of $500 per week. Prime Minister in his budget address signaled a two-phase increase to what? $500 per week. Look at this one here as well. The expansion of the poverty alleviation program by empowering more members in the family through better paying jobs, opportunities to study, and more financial assistance where needed to adequately lift.
No, man, you do right.
It's right here. The expansion of the poverty alleviation program by empowering more members in the family through better paying jobs, opportunities to study, and more financial assistance where needed to adequately lift households out of poverty. Yep. The member, Senator for Social Services, announced the creation or the transformation of the PAP program to lift. Wow. Accountability and transparency and representation. Tirelessly represent your issues and concerns in the parliament and government. Well, you know, I'm always in here batting hard. Maintain a presence in the constituency, including regular access to the constituency office. I've had, I'm sure, close to 50 sessions in my constituency office. Champion the good governance agenda, including constitutional reform, listen to this, AG, integrity in public life, freedom of information, parliamentary rules reform, public sector reform, etc. Right here. And we've already achieved those. So those are some of the things already achieved. You will see, I'm going to follow the member for number 1. He had his marked. So you can see from there, those that are in highlighted. Those are the things already checked off in 16 months. Congratulations, Mr. PM and your administration. You're helping me to deliver for the people of constituency number 3. Madam Speaker, the member for number 8, our Prime Minister, has given me the responsibility to lead the Ministry of Public Infrastructure, Energy, Utilities, Domestic Transport, Information, Communication and Technology, and Posts, which happen to be some of the very critical ministries as we march valiantly toward the creation of a sustainable island state. In fact, the ministries I have the privilege to lead touch the following critical United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Goal number 6, clean water and sanitation. Goal number 7, affordable and clean energy. Goal number 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Excuse me. Goal number 11, sustainable cities and communities. I will now proceed to give an account of my stewardship of the ministries I lead and also request the endorsement of this Honorable House of the strategic plans and the budget laid out in the 2024 estimates for these ministries. Firstly, I must use this opportunity, though, to thank all of the many supporting staff of the ministries, from the permanent secretaries to the directors to the engineers to the cleaners. Whatever work you do in our ministry, I am eternally grateful for the work that you do on behalf of the people of this federation. The truth is, without a supportive cast, I, as minister responsible for these ministries, and we as cabinet ministers, would not be able to achieve any of our strategic objectives for the country. I see some of the staff here. Thank you very, very much for your support, and I look forward to continued working with you in the coming year. Madam Speaker, permit me to refer to the words of a winning national calypso penned about 12 years ago, 9 years before the year 2020. The name of the creative piece is aptly 2020, written, composed, and arranged by King Conwys. Yours truly. It's the most appropriate song I could find. I wish it could be somebody else. The song was seeking to raise the alarm to the country that we cannot be distracted by petty politics, as there were critical objectives we must pursue to become a sustainable island state in order to withstand global shocks. The first verse and chorus is as follows. And Madam Speaker, I think I've said before that I actually have to read my lyrics, because when I'm writing the calypso, I am singing it. So I can't say the words, I would have to sing it, and I don't think singing is permitted. Or I think you have to ask special permission to sing in the house. But anyway, my voice is not too good today. So the lyrics read, Dear Father, please open our eyes to see all the things that you, Lord, want us to be. A people that do not have a vision inevitably shall perish from on this earth. So excuse me if I have some apprehension, as it seems we are living with our eyes wide closed. From the political warfare destroying my country, to the very food that we can but do not grow. from the hatred for each other that leaves our streets bloody, to the many talents we have but just don't expose. So tell me what it is we're waiting on before we can see all the things we're doing wrong. Do we believe that the 2020 year will wipe our eyes clean and make our vision clear? The chorus goes on to say, are we waiting blindly for 2020 before we see? Well, we cannot wait around for 2020 for us to see. Are we waiting to see what to do with our sugar lands, when every year is millions in food slipping through our hands? And every month we cry, because electricity is high, yet we have the sun in the sky just wasting light. This can't be right. Are we waiting blindly for 2020 before we see? Well, we cannot wait around for 2020. We have to see. We need to see today. That was 2011. Madam Speaker, to be honest, as the author of this piece, I would not have expected that it would actually take the year 2020 with a global pandemic to open our eyes to see what we needed to be doing as a small island state to prepare us for the future and become a sustainable island state. The Right Honorable Dr. Denzel Douglas and his administration at the time had a vision that, unfortunately, many could not comprehend. Instead, many were blinded by the political warfare waged to remove the then Labour administration so that they could plunder the rewards of the vision pursued by the Labour Party administration then. It took 2020 to open our eyes to the political mischief and abuse by the administration led by the former Prime Minister, such that we as a nation decided post-2020 to mature out of the petty and transactional politics to reach to a point where the opposition or government does not have to oppose everything the other side promotes. It took post-2020 for members within that same administration to realize the true nature of the scorpion leading the pack and grew the courage to stand up and say they had enough of that type of leadership. Madam Speaker, it took 2020 for us to see the wisdom in the Douglas-led Labour administration in providing then duty-free concessions on all solar renewable energy equipment. Imagine if we had already solarized by 2020, if we didn't wait, then we would have had no concerns about oil tankers being unable to dock at our shores to bring fuel for our electricity, businesses, and transportation in the height of the pandemic. It took post-2020, after the change of government, that is in 2022, ushering a next Labour administration led by the member for constituency number 8, Dr. Michael Terence Drew, to move to the next step of declaring the geothermal reserves on Nevis as a national asset and a resource that must be exploited for the benefit of all residents of St. Kitts and Nevis. If we didn't wait until 2020, today the government would not have had to be paying now $50 million in assistance and fuel subsidy in order to keep electricity prices from escalating and hurting the pockets of everyday Kittitians and Nevisians. Imagine what we could do, Madam Speaker, what we could be doing for you, the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, if we didn't have to spend $50 million in fuel subsidies and support to the efforts of Skellig. We could build more roads, all the roads you want in town. We could build more houses, We could give more grants and loans to start more businesses. We could upgrade our schools faster. We could transition to an e-government faster. We could build out geothermal and the infrastructure to support it faster. We could transition to lift from PAP faster and give in more to those who need it the most to lift them out of poverty faster. Madam Speaker, it took 2020 when we had to line up in long, socially distant lines to get food from the supermarkets that had come in on vessels that were in some cases delayed or stranded for us to realize that we needed to be producing more of the food we consume. Thankfully, now post-2020, now that we are able to see, it seems, we have a minister who is championing the 25% reduction in food imports by 2025. Madam Speaker, this is interesting. Do you remember, before our eyes were opened in 2020, when Dubai was a curse word?
Say it again.
Do you remember in this country when saying Dubai was like saying a curse word? People literally could not see the vision of engaging with who would become the next frontier of rapid development into a global economic hub. I recall one political commentator sought to scare the people of St. Kitts and Nevis into believing that there would be human waste shipped from Dubai to here. You remember that? Yeah. Just the other day, when I had the honor to represent St. Kitts and Nevis at COP28 in Dubai, in UAE, to discuss some of these very visionary things that the Labour administration then was talking about. A discussion ensued where a Kittitian admitted that they did not see the vision of us engaging with Dubai in UAE and in other Middle Eastern economic powerhouses. However, today, they laud the wisdom in us being the first to try and establish diplomatic relations and presence in the UAE such that we could have engaged first with the investors who have invested and are poised to invest further in our country. That was vision. When we were there, I sat in meetings where people would say how Dubai looked just a few years ago. And for then, the administration led by Dr. Douglas, to see that that is where the world will be rushing to. That is vision. Madam Speaker, as I started, a people that do not have a vision inevitably shall perish from on this earth. Thankfully, this new Labour administration has a vision to complete the creation of the sustainable island state. And that vision is now being led by the Honourable Member for St. Christopher VIII, our Prime Minister, who has received the baton of leadership to navigate our small state through this large ocean of sustainable possibilities. It is in this vein that I now speak about the Ministry of Public Infrastructure, Energy, Utilities, and Domestic Transport. The government understands, Madam Speaker, that a robust infrastructure system is central to our social and economic development strategy. Public Works Department has been tasked with responsibilities of enhancing the quality of life and safety of all citizens by providing a good public road network that facilitates the safe and efficient flow of traffic, ensuring that all newly constructed government buildings meet the relevant international electrical, plumbing, and structural standards, and providing quality service through a responsive and responsible team committed to high standards, accountability, and effective maintenance of the country's infrastructure, all in line as well with our sustainable development goals. Madam Speaker, construction is one of the major catalysts for growth in any country. This budget is proposing in excess of $130 million in construction-related capital expenditure from the government alone. This does not include the new housing revolution, which is financed by foreign direct investment, the new hospital, the $217 million EC solar and battery energy farm, which I'll speak about a little later, and the many other private investment projects on the horizon. Some of the proposed government projects under this ministry, that is my ministry, include construction of coastal area revetments in Irish Town, Fortland, and New Guinea, community road development, starting with roads in Shadwell West, Shadwell South, housing development, Boyd's View, and Palmetto Point, then going on to Race Course, Newton Ground, Rollins, St. Paul's, and White House in St. Peter's. It's White House is called, right?
Yes.
And then moving on to Farm Meadows, Sandy Point, Lodge, and Stapleton. I think they call it Gundo.
Yes.
Yes. Gondo. We will also pursue, of course, the resurfacing of asphalt roads. We heard the member for number 2 mentioned the roads. The completion, the final completion, finally the completion of the Old Road Bay Road. Slope stabilization in Phillips's, Otley's, and Cunningham. The St. Peter's Main Road. In particular, the St. Peter's Main Road has gone through its processes. It has gone through its design, it's gone through its development, it has gone through its procurement, and now it is at the stage of signing off the contract and moving forward. And the budget has significant monies allocated for the completion of the St. Peter's Main Road, for the construction of the St. Peter's Main Road. Construction of water reservoirs, a 2 million gallon reverse osmosis desalination plant. Some other projects led by other ministries where some level of activity is expected in 2024 include, you would have heard some of them, in the Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs, the construction of the Ministry of Justice and Legal Affairs building, the Legal Services Complex configuration and outfitting, rehabilitation of the Judicial Complex, Phase 2, from the Ministry of National Security, construction of the new Traffic Department, refurbishment of police stations, and construction of the Outreach Center. In the Ministry of Finance, the upgrade, rehabilitation, renovation of government buildings. In the Ministry of Social Development, upgrade of community centers, construction of new administration building, New Horizons upgrade and enhancement project. Ministry of Resources, of Marine Resources Department, upgrade of the fisheries building. In the Ministry of Tourism, the refurbishment of the Pelican Mall. In the Ministry of Education, the construction of the Joshua Obadiah Williams Primary School, construction of the new Bastia High School, the secondary school electrical upgrade Phase 1, the Washington Archibald High School bathroom roof and window renovation project. In the Ministry of Health, the construction of the new hospital, the construction of the St. Peter's Health Center. In the Ministry of Sports, the upgrade of pavilions, the upgrade of sporting facilities, the upgrade of the Kim Collins Athletic Stadium. The Minister spoke about these. Upgrade of playfields including Limekeel. Upgrade of Warner Park.
That's 5 years or next year?
Ministry of Sustainable Development. Start of the process for the construction of Sustainable Development Building. In the Ministry of Housing, Human Settlement, Ecclesiastical Affairs and Faith-Based Affairs, the NHC housing projects and the Garden Housing Complex. Madam Speaker, this is probably a good time to encourage builders and contractors and skilled persons to register your businesses with Public Works Department. Let the different ministries know that you have a skill or you have a business. Make sure you're good with your business license, etc., so that you may be called upon to provide quotations for certain types of works. Do not be left out. Do not wait on the sideline. Register yourself. Let yourself be known. Madam Speaker, it is important to note that apart from the projects which in the Ministry of Public Infrastructure, Energy et al., which I called first, which our ministry is directly related, responsible for, Public Works Department is also tasked with effectively being the designer and project manager for all of those government projects that I called. In fact, according to the Procurement and Contract Administration Act, the interpretation section says, works means the construction, reconstruction, erection, installation, repair, renovation, extension, or demolition of a building, structure, or works, and includes services such as mapping, drilling, soil testing, site preparation, excavation, demolition, maintenance, and other similar activities furnished in connection therewith if the value does not exceed the value of the construction, reconstruction, erection, installation, repair, renovation, or extension of the building, structure, or works. The Act goes on to state in Section 7, appointment of procurement officers. Subsection 2 states, the Director of Public Works shall be the procurement officer for works, heavy equipment, and tools and architectural, engineering, and land surveying services. Therefore, Madam Speaker, this is a huge undertaking for the small staff of professionals at Public Works. Madam Speaker, we know, we hear it all the time, all the licks that Public Works has gotten in the past for turning around quite slow. I see the director smiling. People say you're moving too slow. Well, the truth is the government has put an ambitious capital projects agenda before us at Public Works. And although we won't be responsible for doing all of the work, we are responsible for providing the guidance to the ministries on the work that is to be pursued. Well, if only, Madam Speaker, if you only have 5 persons to do the work of 10, then what can we really expect? And so therefore, a few months ago, we approached Cabinet and received approval to increase the professional staffing at Public Works with 2 additional project managers, 1 general/electrical engineer, 1 quantity surveyor, and 1 architect. This is 5 additional professionals at Public Works. Some interviews have been done, and we are just about ready to onboard these additional expert staff. In addition to these, Madam Speaker, we are asking in this budget for the creation of a new post called the Deputy Director of Public Works in order to provide support to the position of Director. This is another expert professional to be added to the PWD roster. This means that for 2024, Public Works will have an additional 6 trained professionals to aid in the design and development of the government's projects and also to increase the operational efficiency of Public Works. So we are dealing with the matter. The staff is hardworking, but the reality is they have been tremendously overworked. We anticipate that this injection of professional staff will ease that burden and increase the efficiency of the Public Works Department. Madam Speaker, in 2024, increased attention will be paid to our quarry and making the operations much more efficient to ensure that the quarry can meet the demands of the anticipated increased construction activity. As you know, the quarry is located at Canada Industrial Site, where most aggregates for the country are produced. Aggregate is an essential material for the construction industry as it is used to create asphalt, masonry blocks, and concrete. 90% of asphalt is made up of aggregate. 80% of concrete is aggregate. And about 38,000 tons of aggregate are needed to construct every mile of road. As such, aggregate plays a critical role in the construction industry. Madam Speaker, one of the major challenges at the quarry is the aging fleet of equipment, where some have passed their efficient usefulness. In fact, one of the crushing jaws that is constantly under stress is 35 years old. 35 years old. There are two loaders that are 26 and 30 years old. Consequently, the Public Works Department has been tasked with creating a strategic outlook on the transformation of the quarry into a modern outlook in the short term, including identifying the most critical equipment upgrades needed for 2024. Madam Speaker, I want to move on now to energy. For us to realize our vision of a sustainable island state, there is perhaps one sector which lies at the center of this vision: energy. The exploitation of energy sources is what has propelled the advancement of mankind. Think about it. Anywhere you see success, it would mean that they have had access to good energy. Even in movies. The crux of the matter is always energy, to have the power to be able to do all manner of things. According to the UN, energy drives economies and sustains societies. Consider any day of our lives and realize that energy is the center of maintaining the standard of living that we have. You look in your homes, everything you want to use is powered by electricity. Same with our businesses. You may look in your bathroom, for instance, and say, well, I don't have any energy in there. I just turn on the water. Well, how does that water get to you? A lot of people did not realize that for us to get the water out of our aquifers, we actually have to use large amounts of energy to pump it out of the aquifers, and then further to pump it into a storage tank. So while we have gravity-fed storage tanks, in order to get the water there from our underground sources, we have to use significant amount of energy. So for instance, if you're someplace and you see electricity has gone, and then shortly thereafter you might see, if electricity goes for a long period of time, you will then see that your water may also go, because we are unable to pump the water needed to the particular site of storage. Now with the reduced rainfall, we also now have, and I'll speak about that a little later, we also now have to run reverse osmosis desalination plants. The only major challenge with Arrow is not even dealing with the brine that comes from the production of the water. It is the cost of energy to do that. The production of water, for instance, is critical for the production of food. Energy is needed for large industries and manufacturing which hire hundreds of people. Therefore, in St. Kitts and Nevis, there is a particular nexus which is of utmost importance for us in pursuit of sustainability. Energy, water, food. Energy, industries, salaries. If we solve energy, we solve water. If we solve water, we solve food. Again, if we solve energy, we solve industries. And if we solve industries, we solve salaries. So this is an important nexus that is critical to the development of our sustainable island state, with energy as the center pin. However, at present, our energy is largely powered by fossil fuels. whether it is diesel for the generators at power station or gasoline for our vehicles. We are therefore significantly dependent on fossil fuel and vulnerable to the fluctuating prices of oil. Meanwhile, the cumulative use of these fossil fuels around the globe are contributing to the devastation of our environment as the Earth's temperatures continue to rise. Now, although St. Kitts and Nevis, like many other small island states, contribute an insignificant amount of greenhouse gases, we are disproportionately affected by the effects of the climate change that is caused. We see it all the time. We see that the storms are getting fiercer and more frequent because they have warmer waters to travel over. We see changing weather patterns leading to longer, harsher, drier droughts and shorter, more intense rainy periods. We see rising sea levels because the ice caps at the north and southern tips of the earth are melting. These rising sea levels are covering whole islands in some parts of the globe. The rising sea levels are threatening our freshwater aquifers, especially as we continue to draw too much fresh water from our aquifers. You know, somebody might say the seawater covering islands, that's something that's far from us. Well, I want to remind folks, as I did in the press conference the other day, that Bastia is at, and in some instances, below sea level. Therefore, we cannot afford for the ocean to continue to rise. So although we have no part to play in that, we have to be concerned. I think it was when I was at COP, I came across a widget or an application that you can move the cursor left and right. When you move it right, you will see the seawater level, and they show different cities that will just become submerged with water. If we continue on this path as a globe, that is what we are threatened with. Beaches are disappearing as a result of our changing climate. I am told that the beach at Koi Resort is all but gone because of the impact of climate change. This is real. So when you can't turn on water in your house, you have to think of climate change. When you can't visit a beach that you knew existed long time ago, that's climate change. We have also seen the menacing rise of the amount of seaweed or sargassum. Madam Speaker, I believe the world is now clear that climate change is a problem and that it is caused by the emissions from the production of energy using fossil fuels. Although our contribution to climate change is negligible, St. Kitts and Nevis is poised to lead the way to 100% renewable energy by 2030. For us, it is not only about protecting the environment, but importantly, it is about being able to afford to live in the environment that we still have and to live sustainably. So for us, it's not just about protecting the environment, because we really are not contributing to the devastation of our environment. But as I will show, our push towards renewable energy is a fight to ensure that we can survive and afford to survive. With our dependence on imported fossil fuels, we have no control of the price of fuel or the price of anything manufactured or produced using that fuel. Electricity costs. Let's look at that. I have a snapshot here of a bill, because this government decided that we will not pass on the immediate effects of the variation in fuel costs to the consumers. So I pulled a bill. This is from, I think, maybe November of last year when we, or November or December last year when we started recording the subsidy payment on your bill. So this customer had a charge of $730 in usage. $13 was added for the standing charge. The FVC amount was $596.75. So you use $730 of electricity based on our present tariff. But because of the difference in price in fuel, there was an additional charge of $596.75. The government paid that. So when you look on your bill and you see your charge, you're going to see a charge called the FVC. Over the last year or so, the government is paying that bill. But as I mentioned before, if we were not paying that bill, there were so many other things we could be doing with that near $50 million. Another example later on, this is earlier this year, when the prices dropped a bit. The bill was $721. The FEC was $310. The government is paying that. I think one of our campaign commitments was to probably give close to $1,000 for electricity. Yes. Well, for everybody, we have given a lot more than $1,000 by paying the FVC. That is the cost of us not transitioning to renewable energy. The price of energy will affect all sorts of things. You name it. Production of water, brewery, manufacturing, our cars. And I believe that we are subsidizing the fuel costs for vehicles as well right now. Therefore, Madam Speaker, the energy transition for us is also about energy price independence. Madam Speaker, I recall as a young man in school learning about bauxite in Jamaica, oil in Trinidad and now Guyana, oil in the Middle East, lumber and gold from Guyana, and a whole host of other what we call natural resources. To my disappointment in those classes, we of course learned that St. Kitts and Nevis was not considered to have any natural resources. However, as time has marched on, and in particular, when I wrote that song 2020, it became clear to me that in fact, St. Kitts and Nevis did have its own natural resource, energy. And I'm going to show you how. So energy is really our oil. Energy is really our gold. Energy is really our bauxite and our lumber. It is our natural resource. And not only is it a natural resource, it's renewable. So, what do I mean when I say that we have a natural resource of energy? We are advised that the geothermal potential on Nevis is up to 1 gigawatt of power. 1 gigawatt of power. What does that mean? Madam Speaker, you know what's a gigawatt? Presently, St. Kitts requires 28 megawatts of peak power. That's how much power the power station has to generate to service St. Kitts at its peak. 28 megawatts. Just remember that. Meanwhile, Nevis requires 9 megawatts of peak power. So that is combined about 37 megawatts. Well, it takes 1,000 megawatts to make 1 gigawatt. 1,000 megawatts to make 1 gigawatt. Therefore, if the geothermal reserve in Nevis is in excess of 1 gigawatt, or in excess of 1,000 megawatts, by us only needing 37 megawatts for our power needs, we only need 3.7% of the geothermal potential to power the entire Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. Energy is our gold. Additionally, we are blessed with some of the best solar energy potential, having long sunny days all year round for hundreds more of megawatts of power. I am also advised that we have upwards of 800 megawatts of wind energy potential. Madam Speaker, also as a small island state, but as a large ocean state, we have not even started talking about the energy to be harnessed from the ocean around us. There is obviously still the option of waste to energy. Energy is our bauxite, energy is our gold, energy is our lumber. This means that we have in excess of 2 gigawatts or 2,000 megawatts of renewable energy potential, while at presently we only need 37 megawatts. That's 1 point something percent of our potential that we need. So why on earth have we not been running to deal with this, to exploit this for the benefit of our people? So firstly, upon taking office, we learned of a simple request to be signed off by the federal government in support of a financing facility from the Caribbean Development Bank to be made available to proceed with the drilling of production wells for the geothermal plant in Nevis. Now, when I say simple, I mean preschool simple. Preschool simple. It was like asking a preschooler, how old are you? So you ask little Johnny boy, you know, when they go to preschool, if it is one thing they know how to answer. How old are you? I am 3. They might even put up 5 fingers. I'm 3. But they know how old they are. And in the last administration, led by the member for number 7, a simple question was asked. Put your signature in support of expanding the geothermal potential on Nevis. A simple question. How old are you? 3. And while the Nevis administration was telling its investors and its partners, geopolitical and otherwise, that we are ready to move forward with geothermal, they said, but wait, your federal government is not saying that. There is no support for what you are saying. You are at odds with each other.
Madam Speaker, point of order, please. The member for number 3 is giving misleading information to the public. Truth be told, the records will show that as far back as 2019,
What records?
we signed the
What
government record.
what records
The government record would be the only record,
Let me
Madam Speaker, that we could relate to.
Honorable member for number 7.
Yes.
When I am asking a question,
Yes.
allow me to finish my question. I allow everybody in here an opportunity to finish their presentations. If I'm asking a question, I expect that respect. Thank you. You may proceed.
I'm saying the government record will show that in 2019, the Team Unity government gave a letter of comfort to the CDB in relation to the geothermal. The record will show that.
Speaker, if
You may
I may
proceed.
continue.
Yes, you may.
In 2022, when we assumed office, it became clear to us by the increase of our geopolitical partners and investors that what the NIA was telling them was different from what the federal government was telling them. I have had representations from the highest level of the political sphere in this world inquiring as to whether or not we are on the same page. In fact, we had to come to this parliament, and I will speak about that a little later, to show up to the international community and investors that we are now serious about moving forward with geothermal. But some people who has been playing cat and mouse with the...
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Honorable member for number 7. Allow the member for number 3 to present. You will have an opportunity to respond. You are speaking loudly and it's interrupting the speaker. There are also, let me finish, do not attempt to speak over me. I just told you about that. There are rules as it relates to interruption. I don't want any interruption from anybody. Allow the members to present. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, you can always tell when a wave of destruction has arrived. Things will be going smoothly, but somebody rolls in and disrupts what was good. So I want to reinforce that the federal government was presented with a simple question, which I am thankful that our administration responded to immediately upon getting into office. And that's very interesting that there was some letter of comfort in 2019, and in 2022, August, still nothing done. But we signed that letter, I think, in September. And by December, the Nevis Island administration had the approval for $17 million to pursue geothermal drilling in Nevis. $1 million of that was for technical support, which is a full grant, and $16 million was for drilling. And what that facility is called is a contingently recoverable grant. What is a CI or a CRG? What is a CRG? Madam Speaker, as you'd imagine, drilling into the unknown carries certain levels of financial risks. However, in the case of Nevis, the preliminary test wells had already confirmed the existence of the wells. In fact, the Nevis geothermal resource has been described by experts as one of the best geothermal resources that has not yet been developed. There are 3 slim hole wells drilled in 2007. There were 3 slim hole wells drilled in 2007, and the 4th drilled in 2018. Based on these results and the related studies, it was determined that significant geothermal reservoirs existed starting less than 1 kilometer below the western side of Nevis. The expected temperature of the resource is 250 to 290 degrees Celsius. This is at least twice the heat needed for geothermal energy production. So it is a very, very good resource. But you see, Madam Speaker, as was said by the Premier of Nevis, a member for number 9, he said that when he inquired, or in the discussions, he was being told that we need to go slow because there is potential geothermal resource in St. Kitts. With all of this here, this potential that we have, all those things I talked about, that energy will solve, our water, our food, our industries, our salaries, saving the government millions of dollars so we can focus on targeted social programs. You have to ask yourself, why on earth would a member, especially one, for instance, who claims that his father is from Nevis, not be interested in ensuring the development of geothermal on Nevis? Wow. Madam Speaker, the next stage is to drill the actual wells now, to extract the steam and also the wells to put the cooled steam or the cool water back into the earth. So what the CRG covers is this. If in the unlikely event that these wells are not successful, now remember we have every evidence that they're going to be successful. That is why an organization or institution will be willing to put up $70 million US. There's every indication that it will be successful. But if it turns out, in the unlikely event that it is not successful, that $16 million will turn into a grant.
No cost to us.
No cost to us here at the federal level or at the Nevis Island administration level. That is a very, very good financial tool. It provides risk mitigation because now we don't have to be fearful that if we spend this $16 million, and we do not find geothermal power, that we are exposed. If the wells, however, are successful, then the funds turn into affordable financing to be repaid once there is production of power. A few months ago, with the help of the CDB, an RFP was issued in order to attract the best in the business to come to the Federation to proceed with the drilling of three wells. However, while there was significant interest by well over 30 companies, I believe, a challenge of scale rose its head. Many of the top drillers did not see immediately the economic benefit of moving their entire operation machinery to the island of Nevis to only drill the first three wells. They wanted more work, obviously, to mobilize all of that and come to Nevis to drill three wells. Was not proven the best it was not proven best economically. They wanted to ensure that other wells would also be drilled. To drill the other wells required an additional $20 million US. It is in this vein that the federal government is once again working to ensure that geothermal becomes a reality. We have approached different institutions to help secure the remainder of this US $20 million gap, including the Saudi Fund for Development, who has given the commitment to partner with us on this endeavor. We are presently working through final processes towards securing this partnership. The federal government is committed to this endeavor. I want to stress as well that in order to show the commitment, of this federal government in partnership with the Nevis Island administration, a few weeks ago we came to this august body, and those of us who were intent on showing support for this endeavor stayed behind and voted unanimously to support a resolution declaring that the Nevis Island administration, or the geothermal on the Nevis, is a federal resource, a federal asset that we must exploit to the benefit of the people. I must give commendation to this honorable House for taking that bold step towards the realization of our energy independence. The wells that are being proposed to be built in this first phase with the 16 million and the 20 million should produce 30 megawatts minimum up to 45 megawatts of power.
Wow.
Base power. night and day. With another phase of drilling, this will increase to 50 megawatts up to 75 megawatts. This was a no-brainer.
And they ain't do it.
It was a no-brainer.
Wow. That's all. Spike the people in Nevis.
What else are we doing in pursuit of 100% renewable energy by 2030? But before I go on to solar power, I just want to make sure that for once and for all we understand that we have to treat energy in general, but in particular geothermal energy, as our gold, as our bauxite, as our lumber. Don't sit at home and say we're just talking about energy. Just look at it. And later on, when I'm finished speaking of solar energy, I will speak about how this excess energy can transform St. Kitts and Nevis. So when it comes to solar energy, as part of our strategy to pursue 100% renewable energy by 2030, I want to read a press statement that was issued on November 29th, which reads, Federal government and SCELEC successfully renegotiate solar PV and battery energy storage project to the benefit of residents of St. Kitts and Nevis. Let me read that again. Federal government and SCELEC successfully renegotiate solar PV and battery energy storage project to the benefit of residents of St. Kitts and Nevis. The government of St. Kitts and Nevis and the St. Kitts Electricity Company Limited, SCELEC, have executed an amended power purchase agreement, PPA, with the project developer Solec Power Limited for the largest solar PV and battery energy storage project in the Caribbean. The project, scheduled for completion in 2025, will provide St. Kitts with 35.7 megawatts of solar capacity and 43.6 megawatt hours of battery storage for the delivery of clean, renewable, and reliable energy for 25 years. During the past year,
Slow down, the man. That's a wow.
during the past year, the government directed a complete and thorough review of the project and further directed the renegotiation of several key elements to the previously signed PPA, the most important of which were: 1, a reduction in the power purchase price; 2, an opportunity for local private sector investment in the project; and 3, rigid timelines for completion of the project. Rigid. Some will say, I will pause here, this is not in the press release, although maybe it should have been. Some may say, oh, well, you know, we had a power purchase agreement and this and so on, etc. That was signed in 2019. You see anything out there? Had no rigid timelines for completion of projects. Oh, we have a PPA and so on, etc. Well, when we spoke with SICRI, they said we need to look at the price. Oh, we had PPA, etc. But there was no consideration of local persons in St. Kitts and Nevis having an opportunity to invest in that project. So I continue. Consequently, I'll speak about that investment portion. Consequently, the Caribbean Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, SICRI, was engaged as the CARICOM's top resource for renewable energy projects in the region to review the elements of the previously signed PPA, after the project developer provided a waiver for such review to be undertaken. SICRI's report, in addition to the government's commitment to reduce the price of power for consumers and facilitate local investment into the energy sector, provided the basis for all stakeholders to effectively negotiate a long-term solution for all parties. With the execution of the amended PPA having a reduced fixed power purchase price, Skelec is now set to save approximately USD $200 million over the life of the PPA when compared to power generated by diesel power generation.
Apologies, Honorable Member, you have 15 minutes left on your allotted time.
Okay, thank you. The amended PPA also now allows for local investment through Skelec to further reduce the PPA price so that local investors can benefit directly from the return on investments in this project. Importantly, local investment is not required until the commercial operation date scheduled for 2025, which affords interested private sector businesses and investment-minded individuals the opportunity to observe and assess the complete and functional solar PV and battery energy storage facility before making any investment. Additionally, with the amended PPA, the project developers are now bound by hard timelines to ensure completion of the project. I want to pause there before I read the end of it. What we have set up here, this did not exist before. This company now has rigid timelines to develop a solar power plant with battery energy storage. We, the citizens and residents of St. Kitts and Nevis, will get to see the development of that particular project. We do not have to spend a cent until we are sure of the integrity and the viability of that project. And at commercial operation date, after the testing and so is done, you can then bring your investment to a special purpose vehicle that we will set up so that you will be able to invest in that project. You know what that means? That any money that that company was going to invest in that project and get returns on investment with that money, we now have an opportunity to do that. So if they were receiving 6% perhaps on $10 million that they put in, we now can receive 6% on $10 million that we put in. That is what this government has negotiated for the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. On successful completion of this fully integrated solar photovoltaic system and a lithium-ion battery energy storage system, BESS, the facility will supply St. Kitts with 30 to 35% of consumers' annual electricity demand by utilizing sustainable and renewable solar energy with zero carbon emissions. The solar plus storage facility will replace 4 million gallons of diesel per year, providing a reduction of 43,500 metric tons of CO2 emissions. The BESS which is the battery energy storage system, in addition to providing energy storage and dispatchable power, will also provide grid balancing, spinning reserve, and emergency power in the event of power loss at Skelec's Nevis power plant, which will increase grid stability and reliability while providing higher quality power to consumers. I will pause there again, because this is a very important point as we pursue other areas of renewable energy. One of the challenges, Madam Speaker, if, for instance, everybody in St. Kitts decides that they're going to put solar power on their roof and connect into the grid, let us say it's worth 5 megawatts of power. Remember, our peak is 28 megawatts, thereabout. Let's average it. If you do not have a battery energy storage system, it means that while everybody is pushing 5 megawatts of power into the grid, if we have an overcast just for 2 seconds, it means that that power will drop off very quickly, and we can have outages on the grid. We can have destabilization of the grid. We can have power outages on the grid. In fact, I was in Barbados the other day when a similar episode happened, and they couldn't get back the grid to optimal performance immediately. So what a battery energy storage does, apart from providing power when we need it, it also provides grid stability. So when we have those, when we finally release our feed-in energy policy, feed-in tariff policy, and you're able to put, let's say, combine 5 megawatts of power into the grid. By having battery energy storage, even with an overcast for an hour, what will happen is the battery will then ramp up to provide that power. It will give Skelec enough time to start the additional generators that they were resting, such that when the battery power eases off, then the power from the utility can come back up. So battery energy storage in the system is very, very important, especially when it comes to grid balancing and spinning reserve. Madam Speaker, the project is completely financed with USD 80 million in private capital investment, including debt financing provided by CIBC First Caribbean International Bank, requiring no capital outlay by Skelec or the government of St. Kitts and Nevis. Solec Power and the project development is a joint venture of La Planche, Switzerland, and Solwid, Canada. Close to 200 local jobs are expected to be created during the construction and installation of the solar PV and BESS project, while utilizing approximately USD $10 million in local goods and services. Construction is slated to begin in the second quarter of 2024 with the provision of solar energy power to Skelec in 2025. Madam Speaker, with all of this renewable energy potential that we have, the question is, what can we do with this excess power? Firstly, the Ministry of Energy is committed to the One Grid policy. This policy seeks to establish one electrical grid in St. Kitts and Nevis by connecting our electrical grids via subsea electrical cables. This means that any renewable energy or even thermal energy developed on either island can be shared with the next island. For instance, when in 2025 we add the 35.7 megawatts capacity from the solar power plant, Nevis can benefit from that solar power if we establish the one grid. Similarly, when the Nevis plant is updated to produce another 18 megawatts of power from the dual fuel generators, Nevis can benefit from that power. Equally, when Nevis first turns on a 30 megawatt geothermal power plant in the coming years, one grid will allow St. Kitts to benefit from that power, especially since Nevis only presently needs 9 megawatts. Oh, I'm going kind of fast, sorry. My apologies, because the time is getting short. Madam Speaker, the other important point to note is that with excess affordable renewable energy, you can grow your manufacturing industry. You will be able to build more desalination plants. You will be able to pursue power to X. You know what is power to X? Power to X is using renewable energy to create another energy carrier. For instance, you can have power to ammonia. You can have power to chemicals. You can have power to hydrogen, and so on. In fact, it was my pleasure to have been invited to participate in the round table for the Green Hydrogen Implementation in the Caribbean event, hosted at the NDC Partnership Pavilion at COP28, where I provided the St. Kitts and Nevis perspective on our energy potential. Madam Speaker, the highlight of that event was the signing of a memorandum of understanding between Ansa McCall of Trinidad and Kenneth J. Green Limited, also of Trinidad, for the green energy development in the Caribbean region. The MOU was signed by Anthony Sabgo of Ansa McCall and Philip Julian of Kenneth J. Both gentlemen have given me their commitment to work with St. Kitts and Nevis as we develop our green energy sector. Additionally, earlier this year, in April, the government of Dominica signed a framework agreement with Kenneth J. Green Dominica Limited to initiate the first large-scale green hydrogen geothermal project in the Caribbean located in Dominica. St. Kitts and Nevis should be next. Our Caribbean neighbor of Trinidad and Tobago is one of the largest producers and exporters of ammonia. In 2021, TNT exported US $1.74 billion in ammonia. However, Trinidad and Tobago uses natural gas as the feedstock for ammonia production. Apart from producing ammonia ourselves one day, we could be a source of green hydrogen to Trinidad, but also to other countries and sectors that will increasingly look to hydrogen for energy needs. Madam Speaker, another use of the excess renewable energy is being able to export it via subsea cabling to nearby islands. Now, some people say, oh, that's a pipe dream. Yeah?
Tell them.
Well, the longest subsea cable was recently completed at a length of 765 kilometers, or 475 miles, linking Lincolnshire in the UK to Jutland in Denmark. The Viking Link HVDC submarine cable will allow for 1.4 gigawatts of clean energy to move between the two countries. The next longest cable is expected to be a connection between Darwin in Australia to both Indonesia and Singapore at a whopping 4,200 kilometers. Well, Madam Speaker, Center Station is only 28.2 kilometers away. St. Martin is only 86 kilometers away. And Antigua is only 104 kilometers away. Even Puerto Rico is 444 kilometers away, shorter, almost by half, of the longest present subsea cable. So this is not a pipe dream. This is a reality. This is our gold. This is our bauxite. This is our lumber. Madam Speaker, the energy unit, right, with potential of more than 2 gigawatts of power from renewable energy. Even if we could only develop 10%, Madam Speaker, one can see the untold benefits for St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, the energy unit in the ministry is tasked with laying the roadmap to prepare us for energy transition that we are pursuing. In March, they hosted a career day under the theme, Preparing for the Green Economy. That event had professionals in the energy sector who made presentations that shared their experiences in their workplace and the educational requirements and skills for a career in the energy sector. In attendance were students from the Fitzroy Bryant College, AVEC, the Nevis Sixth Form, and we had presenters like from the University of the West Indies, attorney at law with Masters of Law in Energy and Natural Resource, Miss Curlin Merchant. We had people like Dr. Wayne Archibald, a Kittitian lecturer at the University of the West Indies, Meshach Alford, who is a local environmental consultant, Mr. Trevor Baker, who is Assistant ICT Manager at Skelec, Alfonso Ogaro, who is an entrepreneur in the energy efficiency profession, and Miss Sherry Ann Farkus Hassan, capacity building at the CICRI. We've also had training from JICA, the Japan International Cooperation Agency. Taiwan, our good friends, Republic of China and Taiwan, in conjunction with the Energy Unit, has provided training workshops in a whole host of renewable energy related activities. We've started creating an energies practitioners database. Recently, we had the CARICOM Energy Month 2023, where the theme was accelerating innovation, driving electrification. We were able to do primary school quizzes. There was a glow walk in Nevis, energy fair at the square, and there was importantly an energy conference at Sir Cecil Jacobs Auditorium that brought regional experts and also the political directorate here. Member for number 9 also participating in that forum, all the way from somewhere else in the world. He had to zoom in. I don't know where he was at the time. I think it was Colombia.
Honorable member, you're out of time.
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, I would like, with your leave, to ask this House to grant an additional 30 minutes.
Question is that the Honorable Member for St. Christopher 3 be granted a further period to speak not exceeding 30 minutes. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker and colleagues of the House. We had to spend a lot of time on energy this year. We spent a lot of time on water last year. So I will just wrap up on the energy debate. The ministry will pursue an electric vehicle policy and action plan in 2024. We will also pursue, or we are in the final stages of drafting the proposed feed-in tariff policy, or more broadly, the small renewable energy generators regulatory framework, which will regulate small renewable energy generators such as rooftop solar. We will develop the grid code. The ministry will oversee the development of a grid code to define the technical regulations and behavior for all entities connected to the electrical grid. As the minister responsible for energy, I also have, we are connected, of course, to SCELEC as 100% owned for utility of the government. We were able to support SCELEC in the purchase of 2 mobile Caterpillar gensets to the tune of about $5.7 million. Work began on our smart meter outroll. We signed the contract, I think, a year ago, and so that process is going forward. This will enable the launch of the prepaid system for billing, and that is estimated to be completed in 2025. SCELEC continues its work in terms of loss reduction, meaning reducing the loss of how much they produce compared to how much they can bill. The government has subsidized significantly to SCELEC, close to $50 million over the time. I will not go through to all of the details. We spoke about the FEC before. SCELEC, however, continues to grapple with the price of fuel and also the price of maintaining an aged fleet. One other challenge, of course, is the collection of its receivables. For the year so far, SCELEC has only collected about 83% of the electricity it has billed. This equates to about $18.6 million, which remains uncollected for the year so far. Needless to say that the company will not be able to operate effectively if it cannot collect its revenue. The government is doing a lot to assist significantly with supporting SCELEC. We are encouraging consumers to play their part as well. We encourage consumers to adjust the usage of electricity by conservation in order to reduce your electricity costs. Little things count. Plug out anything that you're not using. Take off a light in a room that you're not using. These things can reduce your electricity bill by substantial amounts. Stay tuned to SCELEC for ways in which you can reduce your bill. I also spoke about the aging fleet that SCELEC continues to struggle with, but I am pleased that when I visited Saudi Arabia a few weeks ago, I made representation for support in financing 2 9-megawatt generators, fixed capacity dual fuel generators at Nevis, to the tune of $33 million. After that visit, they would have sent their technical teams here who met with the ministry, myself, and the energy unit. And I am happy to say that when the Prime Minister ventured there last month, he was able to sign the Memorandum of Understanding, securing not just the $33 million, but an additional $7 million to facilitate the smart meter transition. So when they say, even though many of our trips are funded when we go overseas, even if, let's say, the trip costs $10,000, wouldn't you pay $10,000 to sign a memorandum for $40 million?
Of course.
All right.
And the trip was sponsored.
Yep.
No cost to the government.
Yes. Madam Speaker, water, before we run out of time, and I still have ICT to touch. I have some broad ministries. But we dealt with a lot of water issues last year, and we are well on our way to returning St. Kitts and Nevis to 24-hour water service. But I want to stress that we met a budget of $8.7 million for water in 2022, despite the many challenges that we were having with water. Well, when we got there, we increased the budget by 160% to $22.7 million in 2023. And guess what we are proposing to spend this year? An additional increase of another 70% to $38.6 million. That is a commitment to change the water situation here in St. Kitts and Nevis. As I said, I gave an overview of the water situation last year, but I want to stress a couple of things. Rainfall patterns have changed. Climate change has affected it in serious ways. We are down nearly 20% in the last 10 years. We are down about almost 40% year over year alone. Obviously, we would have increased demand for water with the development of more houses, etc. And so there is a serious threat. But we have done a number of things, and I'm going to get to them. One, we reinitiated BEAD, of course. For some reason, the administration, led by member for number 7, thought that 7.5 years, there was no focus whatsoever on water. No new investment, no nothing at all. Facts. Nothing. Zero. Nada. When we came, we said we can't have that. And so we've now invested, and so from the time the budget that the member for number 7 left, we have increased the budget by 344%. And we're going to keep it there until we get the results that we want in water. And so what did we do? We mobilized BEAD, such that today in Keon, BEAD is there completing the construction of a well that could give potentially 700,000 to maybe 1 million gallons a day. I'm trying to turn on the pipes for Christmas. We're going to see if we get there. They drilled a 580-foot well, and they are proceeding with the completion of that well. When they finish there, we're going to Shadwell. We're going to Shadwell, where we hope to get another maybe 300,000, maybe even up to 500,000 gallons of water.
Yes.
That will help, obviously, the Bastille area and the St. Peter's area.
Less than 2 years.
We bought water from Marriott Royal Utilities water desalination plant to feed water into the system at Frigate Bay. And just a few weeks ago, we built a pump house such that we can pump additional water from the Marriott plant to our storage facilities in Frigate Bay to deal with the Southeast Peninsula and the rest of Frigate Bay. We're upgrading the pipelines over at the peninsula because with the seawater intrusion, we are having significant bursts. We are going to build a 2 million gallon desalination plant. The AG talked about finalizing the agreement. And that agreement is with Royal Utilities because they have 20 years of experience of delivering water, desalinated water in St. Kitts. There were 3 proposals that were looked at and evaluated, and that was the one adjudicated as the best. A very important observation. We are not just stopping at desalinated water. We have engaged an expert by the name of Dr. Roland Hogue of Bear Rock Consulting, who has extensive knowledge of the aquifers here in St. Kitts and Nevis. And he is tasked with doing a hydrogeological analysis of the entire water aquifer basin of St. Kitts. He will review the geophysical and hydrogeological and geological data collected over the years. He will identify provisional well targets to be immediately drilled. He will visit the sites, find those potential sites so that we know exactly where to drill. The point is, we have engaged the industry professional to tell us where all the water in St. Kitts exists. When I met with him a few days ago before he left, this happened a few days ago, and he's now preparing his report. He's going to come with a recommendation of a new technology that will allow an aircraft to fly over St. Kitts, and we're going to come to Nevis as well to propose to use this technology, since we're going to have it here, that will be able to map the potential water sites from the air in St. Kitts and Nevis, such that we know where we must zero focus and find the exact place to drill. So we're not just doing desal water, we are exploiting any other groundwater resources that we have. So let me now turn to information, communication, and technology, because I know that I am now strapped for time, and I committed that I will not go more than 30 minutes past the 90 minutes I'm allotted. Madam Speaker, in the digital age, technology has become the driving force behind economic growth, social development, global competitiveness, and inclusivity. It is imperative that we recognize the transformative power of technology and invest in its continued advancement. The pace of change and the simultaneous need for deep structural transformation means that the decade to 2030 represents a critical juncture that not only obliges society to increase its future preparedness, but also to proactively shape what comes next. That is from the World Economic Forum. Madam Speaker, it is with great enthusiasm that I present to you what we have here, the proposed budget for the Ministry of ICT and Posts, a budget that will pave the way for a technologically advanced society. As the Minister, I am entrusted with the responsibility of guiding our nation toward a future powered by innovation, connectivity, and progress, and ultimately achieving an e-government. Digital transformation is a key policy and goal of St. Kitts and Nevis in our journey towards modernization. Our government is committed to ensuring that all citizens have access to affordable and reliable digital services regardless of their geographical location or socio-economic status. To achieve this, we have increased the budget for the development of ICT infrastructure, including the expansion of broadband connectivity and the establishment of community access points in rural and underserved areas. By providing reliable and affordable internet access to all corners of our country, we aim to empower individuals, businesses, and communities to fully participate in the digital economy. Madam Speaker, I had the privilege to travel to Estonia to see firsthand the digital transformation of their society. I was fortunate to meet Thomas Hendrik Ives, who was the president of Estonia from 2006 to 2016, who is quoted as saying, "In order to digitalize a country effectively, leaders need to realize how revolutionary it can be to completely reorder how governance works. With digitalization of governance and government services, for the first time, the steps in government bureaucracy can be taken in parallel. The countries that do digitalize their governance and services will be among the winners in the 21st century. Our whole of government strategy, technology strategy, and our cybersecurity strategy framework will lay the groundwork to achieve digital transformation. The prioritized various activities and programs for implementation on the three main categories: people, processes, and technology. The cybersecurity strategy framework defines the strategies to ensure the safety, integrity, and availability of government's data and information as it transitions to delivering digital services. We will work, of course, with the legal department to review and update the legislative framework and create legislation to facilitate and enable digital transformation initiatives for e-government, as well as telecommunications that would facilitate our broadband policies. Additionally, we are committed to promoting innovation and supporting the growth of local technology industry. Recognizing the importance of digital literacy, the proposed budget includes provisions for a digital academy and initiatives to foster collaboration between academia, industry, and government. Moreover, Madam Speaker, we understand the need to prioritize cybersecurity. You can ask the Permanent Secretary. Every time I hear of a cybersecurity breach anywhere in the world, I ask, are we ready? Are we ready? So we understand the need to prioritize cybersecurity in an increasingly interconnected world. To protect our citizens' personal information and safeguard critical infrastructure, we have allocated funds to strengthen our cybersecurity measures and enhance our capacity to respond to cyber threats. We have some very sophisticated software that we have implemented that has been doing very well thus far. But this is an ongoing threat, and so we will continue to add money to secure our country's data. The government also recognizes the significance of e-governance in improving public service delivery and enhancing transparency. We have allocated resources to develop and implement digital platforms that streamline government processes, facilitate online services, and enable better citizen engagement. By embracing digital transformation, we aim to make government services more accessible, efficient, and citizen-centric. Madam Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, I recently led a delegation to Tallinn, Estonia, to the e-governance conference under the theme, Digital Innovation as Catalyst for Social Change. The conference provided numerous benefits. I am really glad, I almost didn't go, and I'm really glad that we did go. Provided numerous benefits on a platform for networking and collaboration. We were able to meet the industry experts there, who we are now engaging with. We got the opportunity to meet and discuss with professionals, experts, and peers from various backgrounds, which opened doors to new partnerships and collaborations. These new partnerships have provided us with valuable insights, practical knowledge, and best practices that can be applied to our own work as we develop and implement our own e-ID card and other digital transformation initiatives. A couple of things we're proud of for this year in ICT. I am proud to state that St. Kitts and Nevis became the latest country in the region to launch a local internet exchange point. Wow. The launch of this internet exchange point was the culmination of unprecedented collaboration between the government, the Caribbean Network Operators Group, CaribNOG, the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, ECCB, and local internet service providers in the highly competitive local telecommunications market. The new IXP is expected to help improve internet service in St. Kitts and Nevis by eliminating dependence on international connectivity links for local internet traffic exchange. Having a local IXP means there is now physical infrastructure in country where internet service and content providers can come together to interconnect their networks and exchange local internet traffic. It then means, Mr. PM, when you send in a WhatsApp message to Dr. Douglas over there, it doesn't have to go to Miami and then come back. Wow. It will just go to the internet exchange point here locally and come back. 10 minutes, thank you. The new IXP is expected to help improve internet service in St. Kitts by, I think I read that already. We will continue to deploy all of these initiatives that we have undertaken, and we will also work closely with the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Finance, etc., to achieve some of these goals that we have identified. I just want to take a moment to highlight the advances of the cable company, for instance. And they are pursuing a theme of continued increase in internet availability, accessibility, and speeds at an affordable price, with an overall objective of 100 megabits per second minimum for all citizens and residents.
Wow.
In fact, I want that to go to 1 gig by 2030. In this regard, the cable can boast that we now have internet speeds up to 300 megabits per second in all secondary schools, community centers, free Wi-Fi zones in downtown Bastia, free Wi-Fi at the airport, double internet speeds for the same price for thousands of residential customers, providing fiber connectivity to all health centers and hospitals in St. Kitts will be completed, I think, this month, enabling a robust and reliable infrastructure for the future rollout of telemedicine and remote diagnostics and treatment.
Wonderful.
Continued deployment of the climate-resilient underground fiber-to-the-home network infrastructure, and increase off-island internet bandwidth capacity and double the redundancy to ensure customers remain connected. I think the cable was actually the first telecoms provider to fully be connected and ready to peer for the local IXP. These and more will be continued in 2024. And as I close, I want to close on the post, the little time that I have. Our budget also focuses on the postal service sector. The postal service plays a pivotal role in facilitating communication, ensuring the efficient delivery of mail and packages, and promoting postal services across our nation. We have allocated resources for the development and implementation of new services, such as e-commerce logistics and financial inclusion via electronic payment solutions. These initiatives will not only generate additional revenue, but also provide convenient and reliable options for our customers. The Postal Service has provided a wide range of services, such as sale of stamps, parcel post services, delivery of mail and U.S. mailbox service, and can build on its traditional strength. We are embarking on a few things. One is the counter automation software. This software will automate various tasks and processes so that it's no longer manual in the post office. We are also implementing the national addressing system, which is going to be key, such that no longer we will have that the clerk of the house lives on St. Peter's Road, Monkey Hill Road, after the mango tree, take a left by the car with the white fence and the door open with the white car. That won't be her address anymore. It will be, like the developed world, number 33, Dr. Denzel Douglas Road, St. Paul's, and then you have a zip code for St. Paul's, and then the country. In 2024, that will be accomplished. What will happen is we will unveil a listing of all the street names, proposed street names. Every community will have an opportunity to say whether or not they like it, and there will be a mechanism for you to be able to change it and put it in place such that in 2024 we can complete the national addressing system. Madam Speaker, I think I would want to use this final opportunity here to say how pleased I am to be a part of this A-team. We are focused on the work of the people. We have put away, after 2020, opening our eyes, the politics of transactions, the politics of huff and puff, the politics of disingenuous policies only for political gain, and we are focusing on delivering for the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. This budget represents a wholesome look at pushing the country forward. It's not just about giving a double salary, as some displaced politicians were suggesting. It's much more than that. It is empowering our young people, giving salary increases, increasing our pension, making our GAE workers being able to access pensions for the first time. It was a wholesome budget, and it is my sincere privilege to have been a part of this process. I want to thank those in the gallery who have come to hear the budget presentation, I see my lovely daughters and my extraordinarily beautiful wife who came here, and I thank them so very much. And everybody for being a part of this process. With these few words, not more than 30 minutes, over the 90 minutes I've been allocated, may it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 3.
I would want to suggest the member from number 7, because the member from number 6 may provide the wrap-up. If you want to speak, you have been missing first. Okay. All right. You're going to speak?
I was going to propose that we take a lunch break.
Okay.
That is
well,
my
I want to
position.
move, Madam Speaker, that we propose a lunch break. However, I want to also propose that for Wednesday, when we had budget, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Monday, up until this afternoon, the government and the opposition has successfully coordinated the presentations in budget so that we do not have any confusion. The member for number 7 is just coming for the first time. We are advising that he takes the opportunity to present, if he wishes to present, because the intent would be perhaps that the member from number 6 will be asked to wrap up the debate. So we do not want any confusion for them to suggest that there's no opportunity for them to talk. Okay? So I propose a lunch break at this moment and give the members the opportunity to present thereafter.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. Christopher 3.
Yes. A point of order, Madam Speaker. It would be unheard of that a member of parliament will dictate when another and the opposite side would speak. That don't happen. Inside here, everyone is equal.
I am not dictating, Madam Speaker.
I was, let him finish. Let the Honourable Member finish. I'll clarify.
Members are to rise, indicating their interest to speak. That's what the rule said. And then it is
No, there is an addition to that. It's who catches my eye. Complete
yeah, well, I'm
that
going
as
on to that. You didn't
yes,
allow me
very
to finish. Members are to rise if they are interested in speaking, and it is for the Honourable Speaker to make a determination if there are more than one person indicating an interest, and to provide, not for a member to say,
I am aware of
you
the
will
rules.
speak.
Yes, I am aware of the rules.
Can't
Honourable Member.
happen.
Madam Speaker, I wanted to respond.
Very well.
I am not dictating that anybody should speak, but we are indicating very calmly what the position of the government is. One of the rules in the standing orders says that the Speaker will attempt to ensure that anyone who had not gotten a chance to speak is given that opportunity to speak before the bill is wrapped up. I am indicating that the position here is that the potential exists for the member from number 6 to be asked by the Prime Minister to close the debate, which is possible. And we do not want that the opposition does not have a fair chance to be able to present this afternoon. So it will be their decision if they do not want to take this very courteous piece of advice that we are giving.
And to clarify the position, there was no member who dictated when another should speak. The courtesy and the custom for these proceedings thus far was for a member from the government to present and then a member from the opposition to present. That is what transpired during the last few days. There was not a dictatorial stance, so that needed to be clarified. I will rise for lunch for 1 hour. Please return promptly at 4:48.
Sorry,
so
Madam
that,
Speaker, if
yes,
I
please.
may. So just to be clear, this morning we have had 3 presentations by the government.
Yes.
Right? And we have provided,
I will determine what is relevant.
we have coordinated, we have provided very uniformly with the members of the opposition
Yes.
proposed list of speaking orders so that we can avoid this type of unnecessary confusion.
Which was thereafter presented to me and I accepted.
Thank you.
Very well. We are now at a stage to rise for lunch. I propose that we rise for 1 hour. I will resume the presentations at 4:48 promptly. House adjourns for lunch.
bill. Madam Speaker, I want to begin my presentation this afternoon by referencing three different research papers. I think the basis of what I will present this afternoon is more or less encapsulated in these statements. And they are to do with innovation in the public sector. The first one is by three authors, an Arundel, a Bloch, and a Barry Ferguson. And it's entitled Advancing Innovation in the Public Sector, Aligning Innovation Measurement with Policy Goals. It begins by stating the public sector consists of general government, public administration entities at all levels of government, regulatory agencies, and government entities that provide services such as education, health, security, etc., and publicly owned corporations. It says in high-income countries, the public sector contributes to between 20 and 30% of GDP, with the highest shares observed in Scandinavia. This is considerably more than the share of manufacturing in GDP, which is less than 10% in many OECD countries, including Australia, Canada, the United Kingdom, and the United States. It goes on, given its economic weight, there is growing policy interest in how to encourage innovation in the public sector to improve the efficiency in how resources are used, the quality of public services, and address a diverse range of societal challenges, including climate change, demographic pressures, urban congestion, and social and economic inequality. And following common practice in the management literature, we limit the term public sector to general government organizations and exclude publicly owned corporations. The next one is by a Ben Beaumont, and it reads, some professionals and academics claim that the public sector needs to find radically new ways of innovating. Eggers and Kumar Singh, Nambisan, and the dates of those particular research articles are given. The simple reason behind this claim is that current public sector innovation would not yield the innovations necessary to tackle today's radical challenges, such as climate change, aging society, obesity, and the financial crisis. These academics and professionals propose a new form of innovation which is called collaborative innovation as a cure for the alleged innovation problem of the public sector. One might readily accept that the public sector faces complex challenges which are unmet. However, one might less readily accept that a different form of innovation constitutes a convincing alternative. And one reason for this doubt is that research about public sector innovation is rather thin and the level of conceptualization low. And the final one is one which was done by the OECD, Global Trends in Government Innovation 2023. The first two paragraphs in particular note that in the current context of multiple crises, governments must increasingly respond to emerging threats while grasping with more long-standing issues such as climate change or digital disruption. Driven in part by this environment, governments are striving more than ever to innovate, to adapt their societies and economies, and to transform themselves and how they design and deliver policies and services. Indeed, recent crises have helped catalyze innovation in the public sector, and innovation has emerged as a much-needed driver of resilience that can generate public value in difficult times. The need to strengthen trust in government is also a high priority, since it can help governments effectively respond to these challenges. With only about 4 in 10 people in surveyed OECD countries trusting their national government, more can be done to demonstrate inclusiveness, reliability, and responsiveness as drivers of trust. Innovation can be part of the equation for achieving these aims. However, only about 4 in 10 respondents, on average across countries, said that their government would improve a poorly performing service, implement an innovative idea, or change a national policy in response to public demands. As I said, Madam Speaker, I want to more or less look at the debate in the context of those particular pieces of research, and there are actually more research papers that I could have referenced. In some research papers, it said that you have what you call wicked problems you face in many governments, and some of those wicked problems are outlined. And one such wicked problem, of course, is that of crime. That is where I want to begin, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in his presentation of the budget, the member for number 8 spoke to the issue of crime which is affecting the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. I note that when he spoke about crime, Madam Speaker, he said, well, no one should come here, and I'm paraphrasing, and speak about the peace program because he will have much to say. And of course, that is his prerogative to do so, Madam Speaker. There is no hiding of the fact, Madam Speaker, that we have an issue with crime in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. It is a wicked problem, and one that, of course, requires innovation to deal with it, Madam Speaker. Thus far for the year, we have recorded some 29 murders. We all accept, Madam Speaker, that one murder in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis is one too many, because every single life, as much as can be protected, should be protected here in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, Madam Speaker. During the years 2015 to 2022, I was a minister of government. And there was crime then, just as it is now. But it was recognized that an innovative approach had to be taken to address the crime situation here in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. And indeed, an approach was taken. That approach came in the form of what was then the peace program, the Alternative Lifestyle Pathway program. Based on my research, that program was launched in the year 2019. And it came to an end, I think it was on the 1st of July this year. And it's supposed to be replaced by a program referred to as the Elevate program. It seems to me, Madam Speaker, as though we have a history in this country whereby each time a government is changed, we have to replace programs, we have to rename programs, because perhaps those programs are associated with the former administration. And I've seen it in several different cases, Madam Speaker. I, however, don't think that a program should necessarily be replaced because of who conceptualized the actual program, but rather one must look at the merits of a particular program and then make that determination as to whether the program is meeting its particular objectives, and you make changes if necessary. I don't think there's any program that you're going to find, Madam Speaker, that is going to be perfect. And so we have heard of some of the criticisms relative to the peace program. The biggest criticism that I am hearing coming from the government side is, let me say the biggest two. One is that this is a program which was tried in other countries and it failed in other countries, and so we have to basically change the program. The other one I've heard is that there was a leakage of funds through the program. And even if there was a leakage of funds through the program, Madam Speaker, I don't think that necessarily should be the basis to bring a program to an end. You have institutions which fail, but at the end of the day, the persons, the owners, the investors in those institutions, they look at them and determine whether or not the institution can be rescued, looking at what would have happened and how do you try and correct the ills going forward. Because it is recognized that even though you may have issues, you are out there serving a bigger purpose. And in serving that bigger purpose, how can we refine what we are doing and still continue to go forward? Development Bank has been named, for example, because Development Bank played a role in the program. And so if what is being claimed is the truth, Madam Speaker, Development Bank hasn't been closed or shut down as a result of what would have happened, because it is recognized that the bank has a different purpose, the bank has a different role to play in society. And so while you have made that particular change, you ensure that the bank continue its operations. And so you have had the peace program. And under the peace program, Madam Speaker, I don't think that anyone can say in terms of the homicides in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis that one did not recognize a difference. And that's basically the core of the program, to change behaviors, especially behaviors relative to crime. How do you change those behaviors? And I think that is what the program attempted to do. As a matter of fact, when you go and you do research on the program, you learn that the gang members themselves made an appeal to the authorities to bring about a program that will assist them in changing their lives, in changing attitudes, in changing behaviors. And so the program more or less came from that. And you had what was a leadership team which was put in place to spearhead the program. I've also gathered that you had a citizen engagement team, one for St. Kitts, one for Nevis, which assisted with bringing the program together. So you had the leadership part of it, you had the citizen engagement part of it, you had the gang members who indicated we are looking for something different. And so between those three particular stakeholder groups, they would have sat down, Madam Speaker, and they came up with the Alternative Lifestyle Pathway Program, launched in March of 2019. And if you look at the stats, Madam Speaker, the statistics indicate that in 2019, the first year of the program, you had 12 homicides. The following year, 2020, 10. The following year, 2021, 13. And in 2022, you had 11. We now stand at 29. And so if you take 29 and you compare it to the last full year of the program, 2022, when you had 11, you would recognize that you have had an increase of some 18 murders, more than 100%, but more specifically, something close to 163% in the number of homicides. And almost for half of the year, you have had this Elevate program. So clearly, and one can argue that the program hasn't been in effect for a full year perhaps, and you need to give the program more time to work. But likewise, when you go through the research says to you that in terms of these types of programs, you need to give them basically 5 years to evaluate them to see the full effect of the programs. Unfortunately, the peace program didn't get the benefit of those 5 years. But that is what the research says, Madam Speaker. And so, as I said, for the first full year, you had 12. Well, not even the first full year, because the program began in March 2019. You had 12. And now, some 4 years later, program came to an end, and we are looking at 29, a substantial increase, even if you look at any of the years under which you have had the peace program. 29 is perhaps the highest, or one of the highest that we have had in a very long time. In 2015, you had 29, 2016 you had 32, and 2011 you had 34. Who was in charge in those years? 20, I said, and maybe you weren't listening, 2011.
Honorable Senator, if you wish to interrupt, there's a particular procedure for doing so.
Okay. So, Madam Speaker, even if we go back to, let's say we go back to 2006, you had 17. 2007, 16. 2008, 23. 2009, 27. 2010, 21. 2011, the highest we have had, 34. 2012, 18. 2014, 24. 2015, 29. 2016, 32. 2017, 23. 2018, 23. And even if persons want to make the argument as to who was in charge then, at least there was the recognition that there was an issue, and an issue which needed to be addressed, and an attempt was made to address the particular issue. Innovation, Madam Speaker. Because we as a country, as a government, we have to respond to the issues affecting the people. We can't be speaking about sustainability when on one hand you have our young men in particular being gunned down in our streets. We have to address it. And I am not convinced, Madam Speaker, that this Elevate program thus far has been addressing it. As I said, we have seen an increase of some 163%. It was the former Commissioner of Police who in 2019, during an interview on Freedom FM, who noted that there has been an upsurge in gang violence. And he indicated back then that within the previous 20 years, you had 360 homicides. And he said an alarming 98% or 355 of those were gang-related. He went on to say that 90% of the victims were males aged 16 to 35. And even if you want to go back to the biblical days, Madam Speaker, I am no preacher. You know the significance of the male. And we are losing far too many males to the issue of gang violence. Whether you want to look at them, Madam Speaker, in terms of fatherhood, and some of them, they leave children. Children who are then left to grow up without that benefit of having a father. We expect them to become productive members of our society, to contribute towards the development of the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, whether through work or otherwise. But we are losing them, Madam Speaker. And an innovative approach was taken to, as best as possible, reduce the loss of our young men. There's a Chiton who in 2018 also did an interview, and one of the things that he reflected upon is that basically persons had become prisoners in their neighborhoods. And when you think of the small size of the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis, imagine being a prisoner in your neighborhood. The member for number 2, when she spoke this morning, she referenced McKnight and some of the young persons who she had met from McKnight. And she said, unfortunately, McKnight has become known for gang violence, for murders. I wasn't here, but I had the opportunity to listen to some of our presentation. And that shouldn't be the case, that no community in St. Kitts, when you speak of that community, you associate it with gang violence, with murder. It is unfortunate, and it is something that we need to reverse. Because even if you want to think about the psychological effects of that, of persons coming, whether it is from McKnight, Newtown, Sandy Point, wherever it is, St. Peter's, wherever it is, Madam Speaker, that could have a psychological effect on you if you feel that this is the representation of your community, your neighborhood. What do you then aspire to be? What do you want to be in life? And it is something, Madam Speaker, that I repeat, we need to change, and we need an innovative solution to it. The ALPP has come to an end, but Madam Speaker, to be honest, there was a lot of talk about peace, ALPP, but at least people in the country knew about it. With Elevate, I am not quite sure as to specifically how the program works. I'm being honest, I'm really not sure. And so, I'm not even sure. Well, let me not say I'm not sure, but it would appear as though the program isn't meeting the specific objectives. Because when you see that major increase in crime, you have to wonder about it. I've also heard the argument that the major increase has come because this program was tried in other jurisdictions, and this was the outcome. So, as I said earlier, you didn't even give the program the 5 years which the research indicates is the best time to evaluate these particular programs. You bring it to an end, and so it's now easy to make the argument that this increase is a result of the backlash because it has happened in other places. Well, I know what has happened. And I know that during the years of the peace program, as I said, you had a major reduction in the number of homicides. You can't question that because the figures are there for all of us to see, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, as I look at what is presented in the budget, and if you compare it to what was stated last year, because the move of the bill stated last year, that its aim was basically to bring a reduction in the number of homicides. But rather than seeing that reduction, and he's also the minister with responsibility for national security, what we have seen is almost, well, not almost, is more than a threefold increase. That is what we have seen. The year isn't finished, and I certainly hope that we don't have any more for the year. I certainly hope that it stays at 29, and of course, as we go into 2024, I would also hope that similarly, we don't have a repeat of 29 or more, but we have far less. The peace program has been there, and maybe it is to look at it to see what about it worked, and how do you incorporate it into this Elevate program that you now have. Because everything about it couldn't be bad when you had that drastic decrease in the number of homicides. There must have been something about it which was working, and working in particular for the benefit of the young people here in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis.
We couldn't do that with the laptop program.
I come into that, you know. I come into that. I come into that. I come into that. So hold your peace. When I get to it, you could say your piece.
You're still using crime as a political football. That's what you're telling me.
No, I'm not using it as a political football. I am stating the facts. I have stated the facts based on research. I have stated the facts based on the statistics. I have stated the facts. And if it is that I haven't stated the facts, then you rise on a point of order and correct what it is I have said. But I have given the facts. And I am saying that the government must find an innovative approach to deal with it. And so how does that become politicizing the issue of crime?
Because you're saying only the government has the solution.
I did not say that. I did not say that only the government has the solution. Because if you were listening and paying attention, you would know that I said that the peace program came about. One, the gang members asked for something different. And so they were involved in structuring the program. I said that you had a leadership team which led it. I said there was a citizen engagement team, both for St. Kitts and both for Nevis, which also assisted with the program. I specifically stated that you have had those three stakeholder groups which came together in terms of the formation of the peace program. I didn't say it's government only. And I'm not going to say it's government only. But the government has a major responsibility to play. And government must accept that responsibility. Because in terms of the resources, the government is going to bring the most resources to the table in terms of harnessing other stakeholders. The government must play a pivotal role in it. And so that is what we have seen in terms of the gang violence here in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. And so, Madam Speaker, that is one of the issues I want to put on the table in terms of innovation. Madam Speaker, Bastille High School, because it's also a next issue that when I was in government from 2015 to 2022, is that I in particular had very much to do with Bastille High School. I became the Minister of Education at that critical point in time when Bastille High School was going through that phase in terms of teachers, students, etc., indicating that they are affected by certain illnesses, and the one thing that they had in common was the Bastille High School campus. Madam Speaker, funny thing, I wasn't here to disturb anyone, but people getting antsy now. And so, Madam Speaker, I inherited this situation. It was a time that there was quite a bit of stress. You had the Bastille High School and the Washington Archibald High School on a shift system. Some going to school in the morning, some going in the afternoon, some going late into the evening, etc. Some attending classes, cricket stadium, boys' school, etc., all over the place. And I remember, Madam Speaker, convening a meeting because the first priority was to bring the shift system that I inherited to an end. And so we worked to bring that shift system to an end. We were able to identify some land to build a temporary campus for Bastille High School. Land that had to be leased from different owners. The land isn't that of the government. So you had to negotiate with the owners to lease the land. And so we set about doing that. I remember one classroom that we moved from the old campus. And of course, you had persons expressing concerns as to if you move that classroom, are you sure the classroom isn't infected? How are you going to move the classroom, etc. And I myself, Madam Speaker, I had my own concerns, and in particular, I didn't feel like the classroom could have been moved. But I remember a gentleman came forward and he said, indeed, he can move it. And one Sunday morning, he was able to more or less divide the building in either 2 or 3 parts, and he moved it. And you also had the construction of those temporary buildings. You had different alternatives which were being looked at. We looked at the possibility of getting modular buildings. And so you had 2 persons who had traveled overseas to look at the modular buildings to make that determination as to whether or not they would be fit for purpose. At the end of the day, a decision was taken not to go with the modular classrooms, but instead to erect the current buildings. That was done. And so, Madam Speaker, I think within less than a year, within a few months, at least we were able to bring that shift system to an end, easing a lot of the stress, the strain that had been experienced by both Washington Archibald High School and the students of the Bastille High School. The next step, of course, Madam Speaker, involved determining a site for a new Bastille High School. You had a committee which was put in place, Madam Speaker, to look at possible site for the new Bastille High School. And that committee went about trying to identify a site, and I think the committee came back with some 5 different sites. And we asked the committee to evaluate the sites and determine which one they would recommend. And they recommended the site over at Pines, which became quite controversial because of the water table, etc. But even in doing that, Madam Speaker, and the cabinet recognized that, okay, this is the particular site, and next committee was put in place, in particular consisting of persons who are experts in the field of water, to further advise the government. And so you had Halsey Haley, Dennis Opala, Sandy Nettles. I think Cromwell Williams may have been part of that committee, and Anthony De Silva. I think it was 5 or so persons. But mostly persons who are experts in the field of water to make a recommendation to the government as to if they feel that the school could be safely placed there. And the committee came back with the report and said that in terms of mitigation efforts, these are how you will deal with them. You had an EIA which was done by a company, I think, out of Miami. And even in terms of the EIA, that was made public so that persons were able to go at particular areas and read the report. You had a town hall meeting which was held in Newtown, so that persons could go and ask questions from, in particular, the water experts. Because we heard the concerns of persons, and the intention is to address them as best as possible. And so you had that. Madam Speaker, let me back up. Because you're hearing quite a bit of talk about Bastille High. And when Bastille High was done, it was done as an emergency procurement in terms of the temporary facility, because it's something that you had to address almost immediately. And when that was done, it was looked at basically a design and build sort of contract for the temporary site and also for the new Basti High School. Time lagged on. And it's interesting that some persons only know about time and how much time it takes to draw plans and go to procurement and all this sort of thing at this particular point in time, because I heard that being mentioned by the mover of the bill. And so time dragged on in terms of getting the designs for the school done and everything like that. And as time lagged on,
7.5 years.
we also began to recognize, can you still treat it as an emergency procurement, even though a contract had already been given for the construction of the new school? Can you still treat it as a temporary procurement, as an emergency procurement? And so the government took a look at it. You had persons from the legal department in particular who gave advice to the government. And a decision was taken to no longer continue with the part of the contract which dealt with the construction. The first part of the contract, I think the last part of it would have been the holding of the site, etc. But then you had a separate contract for the construction of the school. And so the decision was taken, and perhaps when one thought about it, it was said that at least more persons would be able to benefit from the construction rather than giving it to a single company. Because what was envisioned is that you would give the construction to different companies to do. Somebody could do the plumbing, somebody could do the electrical, somebody could do the groundwork, somebody could do this aspect of the construction. So different companies would be able to benefit from it. And so negotiations began with the company in terms of Innotech, in terms of getting out of that contract. And Public Works then would become the contractor for the construction of the school. So Public Works then became the contractor, and a contract was entered into with Innotech to provide construction management. You had that contract entered into. And as part of it, there was a monthly fee. Now, this $25 million that I'm hearing about, Madam Speaker, 21. I don't know the breakdown of that 21, and perhaps when you're telling the public $21 million was spent, indicate to the public the breakdown of that money.
So you dispute 7 for design, 14 for construction service.
So you have to pay for design. You have to pay for design. Okay?
$400,000 a month.
No, there was some amount a month. As a matter of fact, when the company proposed how much it is per month, we were not comfortable, and so we went even to the drawing board and said to them, no. And so the amount was brought down, but the company became the construction manager for the school.
From what to 400,000?
I don't remember how much it was before, but it came down. They have the documents, of course they would have the documents, but it came down.
What?
And so when you hear people talking, I know as the former minister, as a former minister of education, I don't have anything to hide. Because it went to the legal department.
$21 million.
It went through the legal department. Now, you could argue as to whether or not you were paying out money and the construction hadn't started as yet. But part of that, of course, would have become Public Works, because Public Works is now the contractor. And so if the contractor, the main contractor, hasn't started doing the work, but you have entered into a contract, then part of it, you blame the whole inefficiency of government.
And you continue to pay the money.
But let it not be said that this Minister of Education, then Minister of Education, was caught up in anything untowards. Everything went through the legal department for the government. I ain't a liar. I didn't sit down and negotiate anything. And that is basically what happened in terms of Basti High School. And Basti High School is still very much an issue today, because today what you're now seeing is contracts have been given for dismantling the old Basti High School. Okay. Now, you know, the interesting thing is that previously, nothing was wrong with it. So you pull down everything, and you're now getting ready, as you say, to build a new school. And even as you get ready to build a new school, Madam Speaker, I know that when you look in the budget, in terms of the amount budgeted for next year, I think it's $2.5 million. Well, $2.5 million can't build a school, so we're not definite next year. No school will be built. A total of $30-something million budgeted overall, 2.5 to spend next year, which means you are not building any school next year. Let us accept that. And so that is what you now have happening with Bastille High. But up until now, what hasn't been said and what is critical is that you had an issue at the school. As to what specifically has caused the issue, I haven't seen a single report which was definitive in terms of what caused the issue at the school. So even as you go back to that particular site to build a new school, you don't know specifically what the issue is and if that particular issue has been rectified. You don't know. And persons must take that into consideration when the government says we're going back to the same site to build the Bastille High School. You could have gone elsewhere if it is that you had an issue with the site chosen by the former administration. Go elsewhere, find land elsewhere, because you have identified land. You said, for a brand new hospital, so you could have identified land elsewhere. But until it is that one has determined specifically what the problem is, I am recommending that the government are on the side of caution. And again, we have to be innovative in terms of our approaches to the problems which are affecting us, Madam Speaker.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker. Yes, I just want to, the member is maybe unintentionally misleading the House in stating that there was no determination of what has transpired at the Bastille High School site. The reports, if anything, was clear on one particular issue, that there were no issues, zero issues, when it came to the soil at Bastille High School. Multiple reports. I will get the reports. I think I may have digital copies. Where it stated very clearly, it went on to say in the final report, I'll get the name, to say you should abandon any kind of testing with the soil because that is not even a consideration. So it is very clear that if it is one thing for sure from all the reports, is that there was nothing wrong with the actual physical site at Bastille High School. So I wanted to correct the record in this House on that.
Madam Speaker, I repeat that there is no report which has been definitive as to what is the cause of the issues that you have had at Bastille High School. Not a single report, Madam Speaker, has said that this is specifically what caused those issues at Bastille High School. And I have the reports, so I have seen the reports. All of the reports. I served as the Minister of Education, so I've seen all of them. And so the same reports that he's saying that he's referencing would be the very same reports that I have had access to, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, we need to find an alternative approach. Now, Madam Speaker, I heard the member for number 2 said I should speak about the one-on-one laptop program. And maybe it is that somebody thinks that I am afraid of speaking about the one-on-one laptop program. Because I've spoken about it several times, Madam Speaker. Several times. I've heard all sorts of statements being made about education and the education sector and the impression that the education sector was neglected. And certainly, just as they claim to have access to the reports for Bastille High, they have access to the information relative to the education sector. And so I want to put it on record, is that you had millions of dollars invested in the education sector. I heard about TVET, and you would think that TVET is something new, and what has happened is something new, and persons being able to get certified, etc. We had a person who came in to train the assessors. It was an ongoing process to ensure that our own people are in a position to be able to do the necessary assessments, etc. We heard about AVEC. The AVEC project started back then in terms of the amalgamation of AVEC, Project Strong, and Youth Skills, bringing them under one roof instead of having 3 different functional institutions. All that was part of the TVET program. You had schools which were expanded as part of the TVET program, but when it's appropriate, you make mention of the farm administration, but when it isn't, it's as if during those 7 years, no administration existed. Nothing happened. And so you had millions invested in the education sector. Industrial site had to get a whole new roof. And the reports were there from before to show that the roof had been compromised. Children attending that school, and we had to address it. Dr. William Connor Primary, a whole new roof. Edgar T, a whole new roof.
On a point of order, I just wanted to make sure that I could reference the report. Remember, for number 5 is mentioning that no report existed to determine what happened. And this is a report. Yes, no, he's still speaking.
For the record, the honourable member did say that he was going to place the name of the report on the record. I asked for that. He's doing so now.
This is the evaluation of indoor environment quality concerns at Bastia High School. St. Kitts, Gregory A. Burr, CIH, Leonard M. Zwack, SCD, National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health, that is NIOSH, and this report was given to the government in June 2015. I want to read the conclusion because it is a lengthy report on what the foremost expert in these particular things across the globe has said. Conclusions: we did not find any major mold problems at the school during our assessment. The hydrogen sulfide odor that we smelled in the chemistry lab was likely due to a dry drain trap and not from the water supply or from leaking septic tank. Most of the classrooms were naturally ventilated with ANSI, ASH, RAE. Guidelines state that natural ventilation is not considered practical in hot and humid climates because it can be ineffective at maintaining the RH below 65%. As far as we could determine, the prior building and sewer problems at Bastia High School had been adequately addressed, but additional repairs, for example, the metal roof over the wood shop and machine shop, are needed, and all unfinished renovation works needs to be completed prior to reoccupying the school. We did not determine if all of the air conditions had been properly maintained or were functioning as designed. Routine maintenance of classroom buildings was a problem acknowledged by some of the school and government officials that we met in St. Kitts. Recommendations. On the basis of our findings, we recommend the actions listed below to create a more, you're going to get back your time, to create a more healthful workplace. We encourage the school administrations to form a labor management health and safety committee to discuss the recommendations in this report and to develop an action plan. Those involved in the work can best set priorities and assess the feasibility of our recommendations for specific situation at the school. Our recommendations are based on the hierarchy of controls approach. This approach groups actions by their likely effectiveness in reducing or removing hazards. In most cases, the preferred approach is to eliminate hazardous materials or processes and install engineering controls to reduce exposure or shield employees. Until such controls are in place, or if they are not effective or feasible, administrative measures and or personal protective equipment may be needed. And they go on to list all of the recommendations, of which none is to abandon the school. It was just remedial work. They found no thing that will cause someone to move out of a school. This was the report that the government got and hid for a while before they told the public. I was in Parliament at that time. I specifically remember this. So this is to correct the record that the foremost authority on occupational health and safety recommended remedial work to be done at the Bastia High School for reoccupation of the student body. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For the record, Honorable Member, for number 5, your time when stopped was 47 minutes. You may proceed.
Madam Speaker. Reports, Madam Speaker, in some instances, did not necessarily agree with each other. And that was one of the main reasons, Madam Speaker, why a decision was taken.
And they were at different times.
Including the one that you just read. No, but at that point in time when that one was done, the school wasn't occupied. And so you need to point out that too.
Yes, well, that's...
Point out that too, because that is critical piece of information.
Occupying the school.
That the school wasn't occupied. Madam Speaker, you have the report from Kariri, a report which was hidden by the people, by the former administration. People didn't know of the report.
It wasn't hidden.
The report was hidden. Hidden from the people, hidden from staff, hidden from students, those in particular who were being affected. When you look at some of the things from the Kariri report, hydrogen sulfide, H2S levels average over a 30-minute period were recorded at the main entrance, French lab, chemistry, physics lab, and integrated science locations. These detectable levels exceeded the Trinidad and Tobago Draft Environmental Management Authority's guideline of 30 UG/M cube, as well as the ME/CDC guideline of 42 for short-term acute exposure at intermittent periods over the monitoring period.
I could tell you're not a scientist.
No, I'm not a scientist.
You cannot interrupt while seated.
My apologies, ma'am.
I'm not a scientist. But that was in the career report that the levels exceeded the acceptable levels.
Yes, but...
So you could go on and on, Madam Speaker, about Bastille High School. But Madam Speaker, we're speaking about education and the millions which were invested in education. You had, as I said, the school in Tabernacle, Edgar T. Every single classroom over there had been leaking. Had to repair it. You go down to Sandy Point High, Sems. I remember the contractor complained about how many wheelbarrows of bat mess had to be carted out as we began doing repairs to that fifth farm block. You would not the block you attended Sandy Point High. We had to cap flow down there. I've heard about the electrical upgrades, but when you go back again, the electrical upgrades, as a matter of fact, in 2022, when Public Works provided a report, they were just about putting that out to tender. So when you hear about the electrical upgrades for Sandy Point, you would think that the electrical upgrades just started. Electrical upgrades ain't just started. Almost every single school had worked done on it. I've heard about Kayan as if Kayan was neglected. Kayan probably had the most money invested in it when you look at Kayan High School. As a matter of fact, the reality really and truly is that you need a new school for Kayan. And we came to that conclusion that you really need to start looking at a new high school for Kayan. Kayan had, at that point in time, the best woodwork block because that facility was upgraded. The whole block with the home ec center had to replace the roofs and everything like that. The senator over there taught at Kayan, and she would know some of the work which was undertaken at Kayan. You had the building that Otto was in.
Yes, I agree with you.
Infested with woodlice and all sorts of things. We upgraded that entire building. You had a building over there was used for music, a wooden building.
It's still there.
The wooden building, but we did some work on the wooden building because it was in a terrible state.
Two wooden buildings are still there. The block
And I am not going to argue that. And as I said, really and truly, you need a new high school for Kayan when you look at the facility.
there is a recommendation on
You go to Kayan Primary, did work there, but Kayan High, I've heard many statements being made about Kayan High. The now Chief Education Officer, he used to tell me he liked when I come to visit Kayan because almost any time I come, he had something to point it out. And he knew that the work would have been done. Almost every single Sandy Point primary, you had a whole bathroom block there. Used to overflow with septic. We had to build them a new bathroom block and transform that block where you had the toilet there into facilities for the staff, etc. I could go to almost every single school, Washington Archibald High School. Yes, I'm aware that you have issues with the toilets there, and we were trying to rectify those issues. But one of the most immediate and pressing concerns that the school had, one, you had electrical problems there that we began addressing. And two, the fence, the principal, the staff, the students, they were concerned. Because amidst all of the high crime, the school wasn't properly fenced. And so we had to deal with that. Almost every single school, whether it's preschool, primary school, or secondary school, Madam Speaker, you had significant investment done on those schools. The McKnight Daycare Center, again, had issues with serious leaking up there. Had to address that. Those are issues which were addressed. And so, Madam Speaker, again, only when you don't like something, oh, that happened under the former administration. But in terms of some of the things which were done, you don't hear anything about them. But I'm going to also indicate to the Minister of Education, that one of the things that I learned is you'll never be able to keep abreast of all of the work that you need to do at all of the schools. You got some 16, 17 primary schools, 6 secondary schools. Can't remember the count for the number of early childhood centers. But you don't have a pool of money. And so when you budget to do something at one school, an emergency comes up at the next.
Or I go to development back.
Emergency comes up at the next one. And so you have to address that. You got fire, unfortunately, at the school. And I know that even when I look at the budget, I don't see it addressing the school which burned down over in the Molyneux area. So I guess next year, still no school there. Still no school. You look at the budget doesn't address it. There's no money budgeted for anything over there for next year. I looked at the capital projects. And so you wonder, well, why is that school being neglected? What is the plan? Because you would think that after so many months, that it would be a priority. As far as I know, and I had visited them at the time when they were using the Explorers building, and they're probably still up there. And I know some of the students would like it up there, because they said they got fun and they got this and they got that. So some of them really like it up there, but you need to rebuild the school, and the budget doesn't address it. And I don't know why it is that the budget doesn't address it. But the school needs, that school needs to be addressed, Madam Speaker. You can't continue to have the students going in that makeshift Explorers building that wasn't designed for education. And I don't know why no money budgeted for the school for next year. Maybe the priority is the laptops. Maybe that's the priority. And it seems as the persons feel that I can't speak about the laptop program. I've spoken about it several times, and I'll speak about it again. The minister went to UNESCO meeting recently, and I'm wondering if when he went to the UNESCO meeting, if he told UNESCO that it was wrong to say that the investment in those laptops was a waste of resources. I wonder if he told that to UNESCO. Because UNESCO has it well documented in a report done in 2016, a review of the education sector. And it's right here. You could find the report online. What the report says, page 121. This section focuses on the current situation in SKN with regard to the integration of ICT into teaching and learning, and examines the effectiveness of current strategies and practices in the context of improving teaching methodologies and student learning outcomes. The review team identified the need for a more strategic and targeted approach to the integration of ICT into teaching and learning, as a policy issue in this domain. And it says evidence. The SKNCBR highlighted the following issues in ICT in education in the country. 1. There is no framework to guide the integration of ICT in teaching and learning. 2. Software to support ICT integration has not been forthcoming. 3. Students were given laptops without a strong accountability or maintenance structure. 4. Infrastructure in schools is insufficient to accommodate use of laptops in the classroom. Next page, 122. Secondary school teachers receive little or no training in how to use laptops in and outside the classroom. And finally, only secondary school teachers in St. Kitts receive laptops, yet demands are made of all teachers, primary and secondary in St. Kitts and Nevis, to use technology in the classroom. The issues are indicators of serious shortcomings in approaching ICT in education. It would appear that, for example, the distribution of laptops and some teachers to students and some teachers, although well-intentioned, was done without sufficient consideration, discussion, and agreement about why ICT should be integrated into teaching and learning. The expected benefits of ICT integration are the range of programs and strategies that should be developed and implemented to support ICT integration. The current and apparently uncoordinated approach will almost inevitably, if it has not already, lead to confusion, discontent, and perceived, if not real, waste of resources.
So you stop it for 5 years.
UNESCO said that. UNESCO said it. And I'm wondering if when the minister went to the recent meeting for UNESCO, if he told them that they were wrong to say that the investment was a waste of resources.
Madam Speaker, a point of order for clarification, because the member for number 5 is misrepresenting the information in the UNESCO report and suggesting that there was, 1, no way in which the laptop program could be fixed, or 2, that the ultimate essence of the report was that it was a waste of resources. They delineated ways in which that program could be fixed. The member had 7 years as the Minister of Education to fix it. The member started his comments here saying that good governance is improving on existing programs. He had 7 years to improve the program. He did nothing under the leadership of then Prime Minister Harris. This member has done so. He must not misconstrue and misrepresent reports for the public. It said could possibly lead to a waste of resources. It did not say that it is or it was. Don't mislead people.
Madam Speaker, I continue. And it's unfortunate, these interruptions, because I didn't even finish what I was about to say. I didn't finish. Because the member opposite just got up and said nothing was done. And again, that is not the case. You got Mr. Deepak who now works in curriculum development unit, and that was one of the main reasons why when Mr. Deepak came back from doing, I think he was his master's degree, he was placed at the curriculum development unit so that we can seriously begin to look at a curriculum for ICT and implementing it in terms of education. Because we recognize what had been happening. Christopher Harbert had done a report before the implementation of the one-on-one laptop program, and not a single thing I've referenced the report in here before. Not a single one of the recommendations had been taken into consideration before the program was implemented. So to say that nothing was being done, that is a falsehood.
Nothing was done.
It was a falsehood.
Nobody got.
Mr. Deepak came
On a point
of
of clarity here, no, after 2015, sorry, just to be clear, after 2015, when we say nothing was done, after 2015, 0 students in St. Kitts and Nevis received any laptops. 0.
honest boy. The truth hurts.
Honorable Senator,
The
there
truth
are,
hurts.
Honorable Member for number 5, I'm trying to
okay,
reprimand
sorry.
the Honorable Senator.
My
Allow me to
apologies,
do
Madam
that.
Speaker. Sorry.
May I say something else, please? Earlier, when I allowed the Senator to rise on a point of order, the member for number 7 indicated that the public is noting. I want to make it clear and placed on the record for the public that Section 42 of the standing orders of this federation allows for a member to rise on a point of order for an interruption. That is what I authorized. I will not have the impression given that I am being unfair to any member in this sitting. Whenever a member rises on an interruption properly authorized by Section 42 of the standing orders, I stop the time. In fact, earlier I indicated to the honorable member for number 5 that the time was stopped. Secondly, I reiterated that when the honorable member for number 3 started speaking. I stopped him so that I can record the time and allow the member for number 5 his rightful allotted time by the standing orders. So I needed to make that clear because the public needs to know everything, not just what someone utters under their breath to give the impression that this chair is unfair to anyone. I will not have that done in this sitting, in this chamber, at any point in time, as long as I am sitting here. Thank you very much. You may proceed, Honorable Member for number 5.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker,
Start your time?
pardon?
Let me start your time. Very well. You may proceed.
How much time
You have half an hour left.
from the first hour and a half?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right.
Very well.
Thank you. Yeah, the first hour and a half. Huh? So if I need an extra 30 minutes, you're going to give me? Oh. Because I realize you are very antsy, so maybe y'all don't want to give me an extra half an hour if I need it. But I'm hoping not to have to go too long, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, the report is there. And so efforts were being made to address the problem. But I also heard the Honorable Senator, and I'm glad she said it, because I had a note of it. That, well, okay, you had issues. How do you address the issues? Well, what I began speaking about? The peace program. You had issues.
Yes, so they're being addressed?
No, when I began my debate, the peace program, that there had to be some good things with it. And so rather than take it and throw it out the window, just as you're saying, well, okay, address the concerns which were there.
Madam Speaker, a point of order.
I recognize the Honorable Senator.
Again, the honorable member is assuming 3 things. 1, I sat in here as a member of the opposition, and member for number 7 and member for number 5 said there is no such thing as the peace program, alternative lifestyle program. So please, I think they should use the language. Number 2, the member for number 5 did declare in this very parliament he knows nothing about the alternative lifestyle program, but maybe he has done his research. And thirdly, nobody indicated to this honorable house or to the country that the alternative lifestyle program has been thrown out of the window, ended, or done with. It is a falsehood. However, if the member sticks to his original point, which is governments should improve existing program, then he would reference the alternative lifestyle program has been improved and elevated to elevate. Similarly, PEP has been improved to lift, and the PEP, the STEP program we had, they improve it to PEP. So what are you, we had, and right, they step it down to STEP, and we improve it. So you are creating a lot of falsehoods for the country by saying that the alternative lifestyle program gone out the door. Stick with your 1 point. Governments improve programs.
A lot more time to get up. You want to get good exercise today. Good exercise. And so, Madam Speaker, I reiterate the point. You could have, and the argument is being made that the program is still there. And so one has to wonder, well, in terms of what you see within the media, what really existing? Because you look at media reports, whether you want to call it the peace program, the ALPP program, because most persons know it by the peace program. Even persons who administer the program refer to it as the peace program.
So then just
Most people know it as the peace program.
refer to it as elevated. That's all.
Well, elevator, I don't know anything about elevator, I told you that already. You're all noisy all of a sudden. All of a sudden, you're noisy. But I'm accustomed. I've been in here longer than all of you, so I'm accustomed. I'm accustomed to this. Y'all don't have many more opportunities to get up. And so, Madam Speaker, as I was saying,
Get your train of thoughts.
you're getting it. When you look at ICT and the program, as reported by UNESCO, was a waste of resources. I came in here, said it, and I'm running away from that. Because when you begin to look at value for money, whether it is efficiency, economy, etc., effectiveness, I think that's what the other E is. These are things that one must look at. When you invest money, you have to carefully invest the money. Nobody is saying is that giving children access to devices, that something is necessarily bad with it. But if you're going to infuse it within the education sector, you must be innovative and put in place the necessary resources to ensure that the program is an effective one. You got to most of the schools, Madam Speaker, you can't even find a 110 outlet. That is a reality. I heard about the investment in the internet, etc., for the schools, and that has been an ongoing issue. Because under the former administration, you had millions which were invested through Ectel. Some funds which Ectel had made available. And it never worked. It never worked. That was one of the big concerns by the schools, the connectivity, even the millions that had been paid. It never worked. And so one must be concerned about these things, because if you're going to invest the people money, you have to ensure that you have all of the right resources in place. The UNESCO report pointed out that. And in 2015, 2016, they still were not in place. Still were not in place. That is the reality. And today, still not in place. But we began the process to ensure that at least you begin to do certain things to bring the schools, and when I say the schools, the teachers, all of the persons, to give them the necessary training. When I spoke about education, now the government invested monies for 54 teachers to gain their master's degree. That was an investment in the teaching profession, when persons making it look as if education was neglected. 54 teachers, a program taught right here at CFBC in collaboration with UE. And my thing was that the more educated our teachers are, the better equipped they are to teach, to impart education, to impart knowledge to our children. I want to move on from education, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to look at minimum wage. The minimum wage has been increased, and of course, All the persons making a minimum wage, they're happy for the fact that the minimum wage has been increased. And so I am happy that those persons will be getting additional money. Nobody's going to knock that. But I've said it, you know, Madam Speaker, all kind of people getting additional money. And I am willing to bet, Madam Speaker, it's only a matter of time before we're back in this Parliament for the biggest increase that is going to be paid to any sector of persons, and that is an increase for ministers of government. I'm willing to bet, Madam Speaker, that I ain't approve nothing. I ain't approve nothing. I ain't approve nothing.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order.
I recognize the Honorable Senator, Dr. Clark.
When I sat in the opposition bench with Deputy and our Foreign Minister in 2022, the budget that was passed included the increase the member for number 5 is referencing. Their government passed whatever reference he's making to any increase in salaries for the members of Parliament. Unless he wants to get a new budget, I can request it from the Ministry of Finance.
Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honorable Member for St. Christopher 7.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, for the record, there has been no approval by the Cabinet over which I preside with respect to increases for government ministers, members of Parliament. Indeed, it's a three-phase step to get there, according to the law. The Governor General, the Cabinet, and a resolution in Parliament. There has been no action on that by the Cabinet. Members are all here. And there have been no action by this Parliament in relation to that. It has to come by a resolution, not a secret thing. Bring before the Parliament a copy of the resolution in 2022 which came to this Parliament. There is none. There is none.
Thank you.
There is none.
Madam Speaker, I continue because I honestly don't know about what approval they're talking about.
Should I continue your time, Honorable?
Yes, continue my time, please. Because it has to come via resolution.
Yes.
If they want to say, Madam Speaker, that a committee had been put together to look at it, that's something different. That's something different. But I don't know anything, Madam Speaker. I have never seen the reports, I don't know. No, I have not seen any report. I ain't seen a report, so I can't speak to it.
You disagree with the report?
But, Madam Speaker, you know, the interesting thing is, they disagree with me, you know. They disagree with me that they're coming soon to increase salaries. That the biggest increase coming soon. And all of this increase is to make other persons feel good. So when the increase comes, they could say, well, I increase yours already.
But by less.
But by less, by far less.
5 and 8%.
Up until now, they can't disagree with me that they're coming soon to increase the salaries for the ministers of government. They can't disagree because they know it's the truth.
So you don't get no increase as an MP?
I don't know what the report says. What you want me to read? You want me to read a report that they don't have? Madam Speaker, there's a God above. I have never seen any report.
On a point of order, just for clarity.
I recognize the Honorable Member for St. Christopher.
Apparently, the report the member for number 5 is referring to, he said he has not seen it.
I haven't.
So just for his edification, over the time, because he's saying that the biggest increase is in that report. Well, that's inaccurate. I don't know how he could say that if he hasn't seen the report. Just for the record in this house, the report that we met there suggests on average under 30% increase for parliamentarians. That's your propaganda. It depends on which level of parliamentarian, but it is under 30%, 20-something%, etc. In the same time, civil servants have had their salary increased by over 35%. The same report that they're referring to. So it is misleading to suggest that the report that they left, that we have seen, 2019, will be more than the increases that civil servants have gotten over the same time frame.
Madam Speaker, they don't get the time to debate it, because it has to come to the Parliament via resolution. So you'll get the time to debate it.
We should bring it.
You should. And you can bring it. I expect you to bring it.
Honorable member for number 5, should I resume your time?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The report coming. And so this minimum wage and social security and all of this, Madam Speaker, because they want to get their increase. It is because they want to get their increase and they don't want people to talk and say, you come and you increase your salary and you ain't do anything for me. Can't deny it, up until now they can't deny it. So it's coming. But Madam Speaker, minimum wage. And as I was saying, I have no issue with minimum wage being increased. But sometimes we have to be careful, Madam Speaker, when you have these sort of increases because they could have unintended effects. And indeed, I heard some of the comments from the member for number 2, the Minister of Labour this morning, saying that there is some sort of committee which is supposed to be put in place to look at the monitoring of it. Because it's well documented, Madam Speaker, that you could have unintended consequences. And so even though you're trying your very best to ensure that persons benefit, that may not necessarily be.
Madam Speaker, just for clarity, you'll pause your time because we just wanted to clarify something based on the member. Oh, fix your face, no man. Sorry, a point of order on statements made. It must be clear that the budget of 2022 was prepared by the administration led by the member for number 7. And in there was, in 2021, there was an estimate of $486,000, I think, for remuneration of members of parliament. When he speaks of the 85% increase, he is referring to the budget that he passed in 2022, which moved that remuneration to $895,000. Your budget, sorry, the member for number 7, whether or not, I don't know if he disagree or agree with the report, but in the budget that he passed for 2022, which is in December of 2021, the previous year, it was $486,000, it seems, based on what I'm seeing here, for remuneration for members of parliament. Right? This is what is here. This is probably members of for members of parliament. The ministerial salaries we have to. They're gonna find it here for me. But you have to explain why in 2022 that jumped from 486 to 895,000 in thousands. Those are allowances. Why were you increasing, almost doubling, 100%, the allowances for members of parliament? That is what we were referring to, just for you to provide the clarification.
Madam Speaker, I continue. Well, I'm going to get back a lot of time. Because as I said, you're all very antsy. Every minute is a point of order. Something must be bothering you all. And so I go back to minimum wage, Madam Speaker. And so you have a different research undertaken in terms, I move on. You want more time to speak?
No, it's all right.
Okay. And so, Madam Speaker, you have had various reports. And in the interest of time, I'm not going to look at all of them, but in particular, I'm going to reference one of them, Madam Speaker, and it is an article which appeared in the Harvard Business Review. And it's entitled Research When a Higher Minimum Wage Leads to a Lower Compensation, and it's dated June 10th, 2021. And it says part of what makes it so tricky to quantify the impact of minimum wage policies is that they can influence firms' behaviors in a variety of complex, interrelated ways. In addition to changing employment rates, studies suggest that firms may strategically respond to minimum wage increases by changing their approaches in other areas, such as worker schedules. This can have significant implications for employee welfare, but scheduling data is often harder to obtain than employment numbers. Minimum wage increases are also often accompanied by a host of other external factors and policies, making it difficult to identify test environments that enable a true apples-to-apples comparison of before and after minimum wage increases. And it points out, and this was a study which was done in the US, it points out, however, data suggests that the way in which those hours were allocated among workers did change. For every $1 increase in the minimum wage, we found that the total number of workers scheduled to work each week increased by 27.7%, while the average number of hours each worker worked per week decreased by 20.8%. For an average store in California, these changes translated into 4 extra workers per week and 5 fewer hours per worker per week, which meant that the total wage compensation of an average minimum wage worker in a California store actually fell by 13.6%. The decrease in the average number of workers worked not only reduced total wages, but also impacted eligibility for benefits. We found that for every $1 increase in minimum wage, the percentage of workers working more than 20 hours per week, making them eligible for retirement benefits, decreased by 23%, while the percentage of workers with more than 30 hours per week, making them eligible for health care benefits, decreased by 14.9%. This suggests that as minimum wage increases, firms may strategically adjust their scheduling practices to reduce the number of workers eligible for benefits. Our estimates suggest that the average store in our California data set recouped approximately 27.5% of the increase in its wage cost to savings associated with reducing the benefits. The one paragraph.
Member, you have just under 15 minutes left on your allotted time.
Hour and a half, my first hour and a half.
The only hour and a half you have,
Okay.
you can apply for 30
30
minutes more. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be guided accordingly. And so it says that some employees lost up to $1,590 because of the strategies employed by companies to mitigate against the increase in minimum wage. And I say that, Madam Speaker, because indeed it is something that we need to be mindful of. Because you could increase the minimum wage, but you still find that those who are intended to reap the benefits of it may not necessarily do so. And in particular, most of the persons these studies outline who receive minimum wage are low-skilled workers. And so because of the fact that they have low skills, you also have other issues coming out of that in terms of them being able to find employment elsewhere, etc. Some of them actually end up in the informal working sector because of what has been done. And so it is something that we have to guard against, Madam Speaker. You already have persons complaining about the cost of living. And so our next method, perhaps, by some businesses might be to increase the costs of goods and services in order to cover the additional cost in terms of wages. And so you could very well end up with a situation because of the increase that you also have an increase in inflation. And so the famous statement about if you're accustomed to eat Kellogg's, eat sunshine, you might hear of more persons being told, pardon? Bunny milk? Or buy bunny milk?
At least it ain't fast.
At least. So whether it is the bunny milk or the sunshine cornflakes, and maybe it is that the price of those might go to such, Madam Speaker, that you might be told, well, you can no longer afford to buy cornflakes, so maybe it is you just have to eat bread or something else. Or you could fast and pray, if that's what you want to do. So I don't believe you listening, you know. No, you just been antsy all day and asking unnecessary questions to things that I have already stated. I said I'm happy for the persons.
Okay, good.
You want to get up on the point of order again?
No,
Feel free.
It's okay, it's okay. It's okay.
You don't listen?
You should be speaking to the speaker.
You should be speaking to the speaker, to not to me. You take your own advice. But he should take his own advice. I ain't here longer than all of you. I'm accustomed to this. So, nothing you are going to say here today going to faze me. You're on the clock. They're going to give me the extra half an hour, Madam Speaker. They said they're going to give me the extra half an hour if I need it, and I'm on the clock. Very well. And so, Madam Speaker, you raise that for what it is worth. And then I got to Social Security, Madam Speaker, because, again, you have certain classes of persons who are supposed to receive an increase in terms of the benefits that they receive from Social Security. And that one, to be honest, I found it a little perplexing. Why? Because the last actuarial report from Social Security, which was in 2021, Madam Speaker, indicates serious concerns with Social Security, with the fund. And let me turn to the report, Madam Speaker. The report says here, and I'm looking in particular at the executive summary. While the COVID-19 pandemic has had far-reaching human, social, and economic impacts, the effect on Social Security Fund finances was limited primarily to contribution income, being 11% lower than the amount collected in 2019. This compares favorably with the estimated 18% reduction in nominal GDP. To provide income support to the thousands of persons who became unemployed in 2020, 23.5 million of NPF reserves was paid out in temporary unemployment benefits. Highlights of other relevant experience during 2018 to 2020 include the number of Social Security contributions prior to 2020 was around 29,000. I want to go to the main findings and projection results. The report's assessment of Social Security Board policy and design indicators suggest that current contribution and benefit provisions provide a good level of benefit adequacy and income protection to most workers and pensioners. Although not required, the periodic adjustment of pensions amounts has been effective in replacing most of the price inflation felt by pensioners. The last pension increase was in January 2020. Even though the wage ceiling has not increased since 1998, only 7% of insureds earn more than $6,500 per month. Participation rates among self-employed persons and informal sector workers continues to be low. Although there remains a heavy concentration of investments in short-term deposits, there has been improvement in the level of investment diversification. Administrative costs relative to contributions collected decreased during the review period, but remain high. 60-year projections of Social Security Board income expenditure and reserves under 3 distinct population and economic growth scenarios are presented in this report. Possible impacts of the pandemic have been considered in the outlook for SKN and the selection of assumptions for the projections. As shown in the chart below, reserves are projected to be depleted in 2040 under the best estimate scenario if the contribution rate is not increased and benefits reforms not made. When reserves are exhausted, there will only be two possible sources of additional income to meet benefit payments: higher contributions and special transfers from government. At the current stage of fund finances, higher investment returns will have little material impact on overall reserves. Projections were also made under two different sets of assumptions, one optimistic and one pessimistic. Following are key results expressed in ranges for the three projection sets. 1. Total expenditure will exceed contribution income in all years. Total expenditure will first exceed total income between 2022 and 2027. The fund will be depleted between 2038 and 2043. I have to go calculate my age and see when I'm supposed to retire. Because I hope the fund has in money at that point in time.
I thought you were retiring.
You thought I was retiring? Yeah, but only could get Social Security at 62. A few years off still.
You're on the clock.
Yeah, on the clock. The pay-as-you-go rate in 2040, around the time the fund is projected to be depleted, will be between 27% and 30%, and the average long-term cost of benefits over the next 60 years, often referred to as the general average premium, is between 27 and 37%. These results are slightly more optimistic than those of the 12th actuarial review, due mainly to the accounting adjustments and increase in property values, but once again show that the fund is not financially sustainable over the medium and long terms at current benefits provisions and contribution. And it says, other than Anguilla, St. Kitts and Nevis is the only OECS territory that has not yet made major social security reforms intended to improve benefit design given changes in socio-economic conditions since 1978 and to enhance long-term sustainability at affordable contribution rates. Had reforms been made 10 or more years ago and the age for full pensions now being 65 and pension deferred until substantially retired, age pension expenditure would have been approximately 11 million less and contributions 2.2 million more in 2020. So, Madam Speaker, you understand why you said I'm a little perplexed in terms of the increase to some persons deriving benefits from Social Security. Because based on the last actuarial review, there are concerns with the state of the fund under the present circumstances. Now, I don't know if at some point in time, Madam Speaker, the AG, when he was giving his presentation, spoke about some of the legislation that he intends to bring during the course of next year. So I don't know if at some point in time we may see something to increase, whether it is the age, whether it is the contribution amount that persons make, but certainly there are serious concerns about Social Security. I didn't quite hear how many persons will benefit as a result of the increases and a quantity in terms of the expected increases, how they will affect the Social Security Fund. But again, Madam Speaker, you had to increase certain persons' money because some other persons' monies will be increased. And a budget, Madam Speaker, you expect in a budget debate to be able to hear this sort of information. What is going to be the impact on the Social Security Fund? Because you're increasing the amounts for certain persons. I think, for example, the funeral contribution, and I don't think everyone benefits from it, goes from $2,500 to $3,500. But then you also have some persons who can expect an increase in what they are currently getting. And again, I ain't upset and I ain't begrudge nobody for getting extra money. Because the fact is, Madam Speaker, most persons only listen to the first day of the debate because they wanted to know what money they're getting. After that, they tune out. You talk to people on the road to the budget still going on? Yes, budget still going on. They tune out. People ain't got no money. And so that's all they were listening for. You're getting a dividend, you're getting a double salary, what am I getting? And after they heard what it is they're getting, that was it. They stopped listening. They stopped listening. People ain't listening. Vast majority of persons don't tune out. They don't hear what they wanted to hear. Because things are hard in the country. Very, very hard. Things are hard in the country. It is a reality. You're going to speak to the taxi drivers. They're telling you they're making the money. One person tell me the other, imagine he made $4 in tip from 3 trips because he works for somebody else. $4 in tips. I listened to a next guy on Friday. The same story. People ain't making the money. Some argue that maybe it is the type of tourists who are coming here, and I don't want to call the nationalities that they refer to the countries that they said they're coming from. But they say they're making the money. Nothing going on in the country. When you look at capital projects, nothing happening. We were supposed to get 500 houses, I think, this year. Really? Not even to finish. Really, you said it? Only 2 of them being built, the same model. But we were told by the end of this year, I think we should get to 600. I think it was 600 actually. No, it wasn't 6. How much? 7?
Madam Speaker, on a point of order.
I recognize the honorable.
I have never mentioned in this honorable house by this time how many homes would be built. So the honorable member for number 5, I don't know what is it, he's trying to say to the public, I gave the country my word or our word as a government that we are going to create a housing revolution. And as a result, we would have contracted a company that will deliver 2,400 homes. And he fully well know that it is going to be delivered during the term. More than what they ever would have done in 7 years would be delivered in quick time.
Honorable member for number 5, this is
How many
a
minutes I have?
convenient time to make your application.
Madam Speaker, I wish to apply for an additional 30 minutes. I don't expect to use the full 30 minutes. Pardon? Are you more than listening? Because me tired jumping up.
The question is that the honorable member be permitted to speak for a further period, not exceeding 30 minutes. Those in favor? Aye. Those
Thank
against?
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I remember when I didn't get 30 minutes, when you were over here.
I know, stop it.
Sorry. My memory just happened
Boy. Not boy, sorry. Member for number 30, you got thrown out of the house more times than any other member. For the 19 years I've been here. Yes, I'm on the clock. So I don't know if it is. Yes, I don't know if it is he was thrown out at that point in time. Always out of order.
That is not true. Never yet.
You never got thrown out?
Well, I was...
How many times?
Parliament, but not for anything I did.
How many times?
Not for anything
How many times?
Not for anything I did.
You're ignoring the question.
When you're on the clock, you know.
Yes, I'm on the clock. And so, Madam Speaker, as I was saying, nothing happening in the country. Oh, so many houses going to be built this year, you can't see them. The year finished. Today is what, the 18th? 13 days left to go, less than 2 weeks. And not one finish. Not one single house finish. Nothing, no capital projects, Madam Speaker. Because sometimes in the absence of that investment by the private sector, you need the government to stimulate the economy. And it seems that the thinking is, well, just give people money, give people money, give people money, give people money. But part of it must be an investment in capital projects for money to flow. So for persons to benefit. But you can't see it. And as I said, Madam Speaker, sometimes you get the impression that nothing happened during the last 7 years. You come in here, you hear about water development taking place, Keyon, for example. And you would think that that particular contract was signed by the current government. I was the minister in 2020, December 2020, when the contract was first signed for the drilling of the water in Keyon. I could speak to that. But you could swear that this is some new contract.
But it was there since 2014, you know.
No, the contract was signed in 2020.
I know, but the project was there since 2014.
2020, that contract was signed.
Before.
And everybody wants to take credit for it now. Because these last 7 years didn't exist.
No, but
The contract had 2 phases to it, Madam Speaker. One, to correct the water coming from Shadwell 2, and to drill for water in Keyon. And I've said it before, and I want to place it on record again. Because they had the lawyer in Nevis, I think was Oral Martin, who was involved on behalf of BEAD. That's the lawyer for BEAD, I think. And you had the lady Williams in the AG's office here, Tashna Powell Williams. Those two in particular were quite instrumental in bringing that contract together. And BEAD came in at the time when we had COVID, and some special provisions had to be made to try and do the corrections to Shadwell 2. The corrections never materialized because they said they need some additional equipment. They thought they could have corrected it at the time when they came. They needed additional equipment. They would get the additional equipment. They would come back. And unfortunately, that didn't materialize. I'll be honest, I myself got upset with BEAD because I don't think St. Kitts was being treated as a priority by BEAD. And so I had serious concerns. But the second part of the contract was for the drilling of the well in Keyon because BEAD had indicated that it has an idea as to where water can be sourced in Keyon. But you ain't hear nobody saying, as I said, the 7 years didn't exist. Only when it's negative, you have things to say. St. Peter's Road.
all of that was done prior to 2020.
St. Peter's Road, Madam Speaker, the work in terms of starting to conceptualize what we the work on the St. Peter's Road, that began long time. It ain't just began.
Just the idea.
Not just the idea.
But nothing was there. I didn't.
Not just the idea. Because I recall a preliminary estimate had also been presented to me for that work.
Yeah, on a point of order, when I became Minister of Public Infrastructure, there was no scope of works for the work at St. Peter's. You can't move on these projects unless you have a design or scope of works to go out to procurement. That did not exist.
And I gave you the impression nothing was happening.
But it didn't happen.
Nothing was happening, Madam Speaker, and a lot of the projects, the UAE desalination plant. Again, that's not a new project. Work for that project had already started. We already started the work
Oh my gosh.
on that.
That
One of the issues with it, Madam Speaker, one of the last issues that went to Cabinet is that the local financing hadn't been put in place. But you had some other issues which came up before that. You had issues to do with the liability in terms of the company that was being subcontracted to undertake the building of the desalination plant. And so questions came about as, okay, if something happens, who the liability falls upon? It falls upon the government because the main contractor had basically taken a decision that the liability would not be theirs. And so one of the things that we began looking at is how then can you indemnify the government, maybe in terms of getting insurance on the project so that in the event of anything, at least the government is covered. And so when you look at the capital estimates and you see that particular project in there, you hear about it. It's nothing new. One for St. Kitts, one for Nevis. I began looking at the EIA and everything like that. If I'm correct, I think it's over in the Keys area. And you have to agree with me because, you know, it's the truth that these are projects that began since then. Nothing happening. Every minute you hear it coming soon, it coming soon, it coming soon, and you can't see the projects up to yet.
But you had 7.5 years and they're not here.
You know the interesting thing is, you keep saying we had 7.5 years, but before the 7.5 years, you had a Labour government for 20 years.
And we did a lot. And I wasn't.
Even when you look at one of the reports for Bastille High School, one of the things which were pointed out, and I think the report is from 2016, that for the last 10 years, basically, there was no investment in water, the development of water here in the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis. The water experts pointed out that
That's not accurate.
the previous 10 years, there was hardly any investment.
That's not accurate, but we didn't have the water issues like that. We didn't have a, there was investment.
I ain't make it up. It's there.
There was a report in 2014.
Can't see one.
My apologies.
You can't see one single major capital project. People are asking for jobs, you don't even know where to tell them they could go. Because nothing happening, nothing to do. According to the people, the Chinese people, they hear nothing to keep. No money there. Nothing happening. It's a reality. The economy needs to be jump-started. Too many persons out there complaining that they don't have any money to be able to do anything. People trying to find jobs can't find jobs. Can't find jobs. I ain't even sure what's going on with CBI, because even that appears to have been going through some challenges. I had a contract with a company for CBI. The company pulled out after all these changes. Change after change after change after change. Company pulled out of the market. Said the market is no longer lucrative for them. So they pulled out. I've spoken to service providers out there and they're telling you they don't know if they're going to renew their license because of how things are right now with that particular program. A program which began since in the 1980s, and you hear everybody singing the benefits of the program. I myself, as I said, I don't get it, because at one point in time you had a new program introduced. Since the change of administration, it was extended for 6 months. And then before the end of the 6 months, the program changed. So I don't know. And most of the times when it happens, you get the benefit of a meeting afterwards to explain the changes to you. So before the changes, you don't exactly get the benefit of a sit-down, the consultation that I like to speak about in terms of what you can expect to happen with the program. And so persons out there, Madam Speaker, they're complaining and they're complaining bitterly. Even some of the most ardent supporters of the government complaining. Yes, I have enough to talk about CBI. I have enough to talk about it. Do you want to get up on a point of order too, to tell me why you don't have enough to speak about it? Only have 5 more minutes. You must be the timekeeper. And so people complaining, even the most ardent supporters can't get ends to meet. They don't know where the next dollar coming from. And so it seems as any time people complain, give them a dividend, give them this, give them that. But it needs more than that to stimulate an economy, and that is why I began by speaking about being innovative. You need to come up with innovative, sustainable programs. The CBI program was one such program. Started since in the 80s and still here today. I think as the member for Nevis 9 pointed out that 60% of the government revenue for next year is expected to come from the CBI program. And that in itself, it says a lot. Because we also heard the argument that there is an over-reliance on CBI. But you don't see anything to indicate that that over-reliance is coming to an end. The dependence is decreasing because government is bringing these particular innovations which will contribute significantly to the development of the country. There was somebody the other day, I think his floor used to get this thing named Altac. It reminds me of the government, all talk. Like they got all talk program over there. Pardon? A mirror over there? You got one on your laptop? Must be the mirror that you're referring to. And that is what is happening, all talk. And people waiting for action. The people are waiting for action. And they can't get the action which they were promised. You go in any particular community, point out the projects that happen, you can't find them, they're non-existent, Madam Speaker. Whether it is Sandy Point, Old Road, Bayer State, Kenyan, wherever it is. And it's really a sad state. And so, Madam Speaker, as we look at the budget for 2024, I am not hopeful in terms of seeing the real changes which are needed to move people upward and forward in this country. As I close, I want to take the opportunity, Madam Speaker, to wish all of the people of the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis the very best for the Christmas Carnival season, also for 2024. I said to them that yes, things are hard, and I really would hope for their sake that things would improve during the course of next year. But based on everything that I've seen in this budget, I can say that I am hopeful for such, Madam Speaker, because the talk is going to continue. Talk, talk, talk. That is all we have been getting from this government. And so, Madam Speaker, I want to also say to the people presently here in Parliament, the members, those in the gallery, I also want to take the opportunity to extend season's greetings to them. May you have a good Christmas. May you have a good carnival, despite the circumstances. And I know we're going to be back here very shortly, Madam Speaker, because some people want their increase come 2024. So, we're coming back soon, Madam Speaker. So all this money, all this money, Madam Speaker, isn't necessarily about the people. Because that's really all that come with in the budget, you know. That's really all that come with. I'm going to give you some, I'm going to give you some, I'm going to give you some, I'm going to give you some. But later coming back for mine. That's all in the budget. Just the giving away of money, because I want to ensure that when I take mine, you're in less of a position to say anything about it, and I want to be able to justify it. And the Honorable Attorney General is over there smiling, because he had already said very publicly that he can't get increase until the minimum wage is increased. And so the table has been perfectly set, Madam Speaker, for the increases that are to come. I ain't got to pay, I ain't over here begging for nothing. It is one thing I've never come in here to do, is to beg for anything. Coming here to talk the truth, to talk the people business. And that is exactly what I have spoken. And so, Madam Speaker, may it please you. Thank you.
Thank you to the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 5. I wish to rise for 5 minutes.
fulsome support over the last 30 years, and I will endeavor on their behalf to do the very best I can to advance their causes and their interests, and indeed to advance those of the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. I've had the opportunity, Madam Speaker, over the course of those 30 years to make several budget presentations. At least I would think about 9 budget presentations I led. 2 of them I did in 2008 and 2009, if my recollection is perfect. And so I understand the importance of the budget as an instrument for action, an instrument of intervention into the economy, and how that intervention could impact upon the quality of life of the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. Madam Speaker, I listened to the member for number 8 making a lengthy presentation in terms of support of the appropriation bill. And I wondered, Madam Speaker, by and large, where is the credibility in relation to the presentation? And while there were some things that were actioned, which we had called for, which were necessary, particularly in light of the difficulty here that the majority of persons in St. Kitts and Nevis have experienced, in many ways, the presentation fell short. We heard that instead of the customary double salary, which would normally be paid at this time, and which, sorry, let me just get some space. I had the opportunity in my time to make available to the people of St. Kitts and Nevis year after year for the majority of that period in which we were in government, and I led the country as its 3rd Prime Minister. Clearly, there was disappointment that instead of meeting the legitimate expectations of the people of St. Kitts and Nevis for the double, all we could muster would be half a double. And clearly, from all that we have heard, that certainly will not go very far. I had also suggested, and in fact demanded, that consideration be given to the payment of the dividend, which of course is a manifesto commitment of the government. Lo and behold, Madam Speaker, after the presentation, which left many questions unanswered, there was a paper circulated attempting to perhaps clarify paragraphs 128 and 129 of the budget document as it relates to the payment of the $500 dividend. That document, if the clerk could share with me, Madam Stapleton, the document, could I get a copy of it, please, just to review, please? But that document clarified or saw to that persons, in fact, the civil servants, were to be excluded basically from the payment of the, no, it was circulated. So I'll return to that when I get that in the interest of time, Madam Speaker, with your leave. So there again, an expectation not being fulfilled, Madam Speaker. And that has been what we have had here. Members of the government throughout the debate speaking, making statements, and, as it were, attempting to hype the expectations, not having regard to certain truths and facts and the lived reality of the majority of people in St. Kitts and Nevis. I wondered, Madam Speaker, if we were to evaluate the presentations against the Rotary's popular four-way test, we will find each of the presentations, in my view, to have failed. What does the four-way test calls for? It asks that we answer the question, is it the truth? Are we speaking truth? Is it fair for all? Will it build goodwill and better friendships? And will it be beneficial to all concerned? The member for number 5 did a good job in reflecting the sentiments of the majority of people in our country. 2023 has been a bad year for most persons. In fact, there were many complaints across the country, not just coming from those in opposition to the government, but even their own supporters about the economic conditions since the first quarter of 2023. And the widespread complaints continued even after the failed attempt to reset coming belatedly sometime in September. The economic conditions in our country have worsened. They have worsened for the vast majority of persons, in my view, on account of the arrogance, the incompetence, and the recklessness of this administration. And sometimes when you listen to the members opposite, you wonder, are they living here? Or they living, as we would say in local language, they're living away. They are not in sync with the realities. And that is why we have always been having this incoherence in policy and action. And that is why the member for number 5 was right when he said for the last year or for this year, because we are still in 2023, what has really happened to significantly advance the quality of life for the good people of St. Kitts and Nevis? Madam Speaker, it is clear that some of the social safety nets that were carefully thought through and implemented by the Team Unity administration, they have been curtailed significantly or removed. We are proud as a government that we were able to provide the country even in its greatest time of need, when faced with the most significant challenge, health and economic, express itself in the COVID-19 pandemic. We were able to provide our people with hope and sustenance. We developed over the last 7 years a number of innovative response to the felt needs of the people. And whether it was the hurricane relief program developed in response to 2 hurricanes in succession, or it was the historic PAP program that provided support to the needy persons to bridge the gap between minimum wage and livable wage, the country remembers that we responded appropriately. And when the country was being terrorized by crime, violent crimes in particular, and we heard the statistics where we reached a historic high of 35 in 2011, 35 homicides, we came up with an innovative or a number of innovative responses. And I want to thank the member for number 5 for highlighting the peace program as one such successful programs. This program withstood the test of time. This program was being presented to the international community, the British government, the US government, at fora in Barbados by the High Command of the Police Force. This was basically in large measure a program that involved people from across the society, the police force and law enforcement. We had persons from the schools. In fact, some of the early persons who came out were the guidance counselors offering their support because they appreciated that what was happening in the broader society was impacting in the schools. In fact, there were reports that indicated that even in our primary schools, the guns were being traded, were being passed, so that the gang personalities were in fact attempted to recruit people unsuspecting, because before that, one had never envisaged that it was happening in this way in our country. And in that regard, we had a two-pronged strategy. The dismantlement of the gangs, as the member for number 5 referred to, ensuring that those basically persons who were involved would change, pursue an alternative pathway to living lawfully and properly in our society. And through our Explorers program, which to date is the most successful youth engagement program to have been introduced, with a membership of over 1,400 members, we sought to engage the young and the vulnerable people in our primary schools and above into more healthy and helpful relationship with law enforcement. Again, these programs had the support of many entities, not just in St. Kitts, but importantly, in relation to the Explorers program, we had built partnership with universities in the US of A, in Washington and in Boston, where they were to evaluate in a scientific way the impact of such a program of diversion into the society of St. Kitts and Nevis. And I commend the leaders then for that, in particular Inspector Isles and Permanent Secretary Osmond Petty, who led this particular program. Madam Speaker, the results of all these engagements, our investment in crime fighting, our investment in the build-out of the CCTV program, our investment into the forensic lab, etc., and we could go on, resulted in a dramatic reduction in homicides in our country. And we give God thanks for enhancing the peace and safety in our country. And for the first time in a very long time, persons in West could go east, and east could go west and go central. because as a result of the early interventions by persons, pastors were involved in it, guidance counselors were involved in it, police officers were involved in it, the leadership of the gangs were involved in it, and other persons interested in the safety of our country partnered with the government in getting this gang culture under control, this vision of empowerment through peace being inculcated in the membership of the gangs, helped a lot in helping the police, the law enforcement in general, to respond to what was an acceptable level of homicides in our country. And so, yes, we are pleased at what we have been able to accomplish, and we would wish that the country continues along that path. And whether it is the government may choose for its own fancy to say that it is calling the program by another name, the essential elements of it must be and will be maintained. That was a program, Madam Speaker, in my view, which will withstand the test of time. And I'm happy to have heard the pronouncements of the member for number 5 in relation to the success of that particular program, and I do not have to say more in relation to that. But the engagement between law enforcement and a broader circle with the at-risk generation, if you will, provided an important understanding of the things that were leading people into a life of crime. It provided important intelligence for the police as they went about their work, because the police, as a result of the engagement, became the friends of many of these people. I can recall in several presentations to the cabinet, you hear some of the officers who had been involved said, "Why, these people calling us every night, almost every day. Any problem, they had now become the father figures for many of them, the adult brother on whom they could rely. And they were therefore in a partnership with law enforcement to ensure that there was an alternative way, and they would pursue that alternative way that would bring dividends to our country." And we know the reality before 2015. And we know, because scientifically the evidence is there, that whenever you have significant homicide, violence in a society, it robs the society of many things and many people. It robs it of its peace. It robs it of its development. It robs it of its growth. Because while people are living in fear, productivity drops. And we have very good evidence of that, Madam Speaker. So I would wish that the program continues, whatever name, because a rose called by another name may well be just as sweet. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the terrible gap between promise and fulfillment has baffled the government for over 17 months. The government is good with hype, settings, make-believe, but when it comes to the reality, the evidence of the deliverable certainly is not there. The honorable member for number 5 spoke about the water issue. But while in opposition, they forgot that climate change had been around for a very long time. It was that this problem had to be fixed and will be fixed urgently if given a chance. Well, 17 months have passed, and we haven't seen really the urgency, but most importantly, there has not been deliverable. And what is particularly disturbing is that we left, as you heard the member for number 5 articulated so well, a contract already signed with BEAD to do the drilling. In fact, we not only signed the contract, we already paid about 1.6 or thereabout, $600,000 US, convert into EC. We're talking about close to $1.6 million to have the Keon drilling activated. We were told in speech after speech, things was moving along so nicely. The expectation as to the find will go perhaps, if we are lucky, way beyond the initial projections, and perhaps will elevate from 700,000 perhaps up to 1 million. We are into another budget cycle. Not one drop of additional water has been provided to the people of Keon as a consequence, Madam Speaker, of the drilling of the well. Because we are told in the budget that the well is expected to be commissioned come next year, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. Christopher 3.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I cannot allow the member for number 7 to mislead the House. When he speaks of a contract first being signed with BEAD for the drilling of the Keon well, he must be specific to say that that contract he's referring to was signed somewhere around 2020, after there was significant pressure of non-performance in the water sector. That is 2 years before we got into government. And in that time, there was no drilling conducted in Keon. Secondly, we mobilized BEAD to be able to drill. And in June, July into August of this year, the drilling of the well took place, and there was water that was found in the Keon well. The well takes a few months to be developed. BEAD is presently on the ground completing the production of that well. So it is misleading to suggest that 16 months, or 17 months hasn't gone yet, but 16 months. 16 months has passed. It's misleading to suggest that in that time we have not delivered water. Additionally, we have added close to 12 million gallons a month now with new water coming from the Marriott situation. 12 million gallons a month. And we're now on the crux of possibly providing water for Keon people before the end of the year. It is misleading. This is not a point that the member should be speaking about. Because prior to now, he said not one drop of water in 16 months. In between 2015 and 2022, zero, in fact, negative amount of water was provided to the system. He is misleading the House by suggesting that nothing has been done. That contract he refers to is 2 years. We have successfully brought back in all the necessary tools to deliver water for the people of this country. I cannot allow the member for number 7 to mislead the House with that information.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Point of order was really, other than to disrupt, because I was very specific about the Keon well. And to this day, he's saying by Aaron, that's the point I'm making. 17 months since the government made its commitment. It was a big song and dance up to last year, and there has been no delivery. That is a statement of fact. And he helped the case. And that is why the efforts at revisionism will not work. Because he now admits, Madam Speaker, that the contract was signed in 2020 when it was a team unity government there. So what is that point? And why would anybody want to say, well, nothing happened?
On a point of order, again, just for clarity of the House.
I recognize the Honorable Member for
Although
Christopher
there
3.
was activity, and I will get the actual information regarding to the BEAD contract, there was no facilitation of the government to have any work done before we took office. The contractors expressed their complete frustration in the process of them doing anything. There was no movement whatsoever until we took office.
Okay.
Honorable members, let us all be respectful. Honorable Member for number 5, you can't sit and make your point. You have to rise on a point of order in accordance with the rules. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, it is a non-point that the member is getting with to disrupt the flow. He was given his chance. You made your point. But importantly, Madam, could you please allow me? Allow me? Did I disturb you?
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah, and having got her protection, did I disturb you again? Well, how many times you're going to do this? The honorable member for number 5 made the point in relation to that. But 2020, the country as a result of COVID-19, closed up. So how could you expect that something was going to happen in 2020 when the entire world, Madam Speaker, the entire world had to change course in terms of what could be done in the context of COVID-19, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, it was at the time that BEAD itself said it could not keep its workers here. Member for number 5 is right. BEAD was not ready to be mobilized. And when the time came, BEAD had already decommissioned its equipment and could not respond in the timely way in which we wanted. That is why the member for number 5 said that he himself became dissatisfied with BEAD turnover. Madam Speaker, it's not just the issue of the payment in relation to the water. Every other thing that has happened, we left there. We left there already determined the arrangement with the UAE to have 2 small desalination plants. That was already determined by a team unity government. We left there by the time with arrangements. In fact, the water engineer was charged by the cabinet to continue the negotiations with respect to Marriott. And he came back to us with a recommendation, and we accepted that recommendation. Nothing new. Ready for action. And 17 months after, we are talking about the same things that we talk about would happen. We talked about them in December 2022 as being actionable in 2023. And in 2023 now, we are again coming back with the same thing, and we have not advanced them in significant ways, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have to be careful not to just simply be playing on the emotions of our people. Same can be said about the housing project, this mysterious housing project involving the NHC, the government, and a foreign unknown company with no track record of delivering quality housing solutions.
How do you know that?
Well, do the research, Google it. Google it and you will see. No track record does that company has in delivering housing solutions, even in its own country. And yet they get the biggest public sector contract for housing being awarded to them, Madam Speaker, and not one opportunity to tender by local persons. And what has come of that? What has come of that, Madam Speaker? Not one house has been completed to date.
I recognize the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 3.
The member for number 7 needs to correct the record. There has not been a public contract awarded to any housing developer. Needs to correct the record. It is not a public contract.
Madam Speaker, the contract is between NHC. NHC is 100% owned by the government. NHC has the full backing of the government, and it is the government that has supported the project by providing all the necessary concessions for the project to go.
On a point of order, just so for clarity,
there will be no
public funds used in that particular project. It is misleading to suggest that it is a public contract. There is no public funds that are being spent on that project. Yes, you should.
Honourable Member, but you know that he's correct. I always intervene and I ask the other honourable members to respect you. I did not even allow the honourable member for number 3 speak until he indicated he was rising on a point of order. Please, let us all be respectful of each other.
Madam?
The honourable member was not finished.
There are people listening, and we do not want for the general public to get the wrong impression. There is no arrangement for any public funds to be used in the construction of those houses. This is private sector money being injected into the economy. There will be arrangements with individuals and their institutions of lending to be able to purchase the houses that are being built. There is no exposure to the government public purse as he is suggesting, by suggesting it is a public contract.
Honourable Member for St. Christopher 7, the Honourable Member for St. Christopher 3, a member of the government benches, has indicated that the contract for which you refer to is not a government contract. He indicated the scope of said contract, financing for said contract and the terms. Kindly accord what the Honourable Member said and adjust your submission.
Madam Speaker, the country understands very clearly.
No.
I will rephrase,
Thank
Madam
you kindly.
Speaker.
Thank you.
The project involved with this Trinidadian company is a project which involves a number of parties. The National Housing Corporation is one. The National Housing Corporation is 100%.
Honourable Member, when I rule on a matter,
Yes.
I don't want for it to be revisited. I ruled on the matter. I indicated that the member from the government benches spoke to the scope of the contract.
Yes.
He indicated details that outlines the type of contract that it is and what touches and concerns said contract. I'm not asking you to debate or to rephrase. I'm asking you to retract and move on. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, if that is the ruling, I oblige with respect to the ruling. Okay? Because the people understand the point I'm making. And many of the things he said I didn't say. I didn't talk about who paying and who put in that. He raised them.
On a point of order, he said it is the largest public
Honourable
sector
Member, Honourable
contract.
Member, you have to wait until I allow you to speak. For the last time, Honourable Member for St. Christopher 7, when I rule on a matter in this House, that is the end of it. You be respectful to the chair and you move on. I've ruled on it already. The rule applies to everyone. Kindly give the chair the respect that it deserves. Thank you kindly.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move on to other issues. And equally, I must ask a question in relation to the museum. Is that a public sector project? Is that one, Madam Speaker, that is part of the capital projects that are out there? Is that in accordance with the issue of fairness? Was there any public procurement in relation to that particular matter, Madam Speaker? Questions being put, Madam Speaker. And then, Madam Speaker, we have the question of the water tank project raised in the budget. 1,000 water tanks were to be delivered to the people. In the budget, it says that about 579, if I'm not mistaken, were distributed between Keon onwards to St. Peter's. About 579. And so the question basically now, what happened to the others? What happened to the others? Because it was a program for the distribution of 1,000 water tanks. Madam Speaker, the budget itself says only 579. Are these being stored? Are they being inventoried? Madam Speaker, questions flow naturally from the accounting of it given in the budget. And Madam Speaker, in the budget again, we hear the conversation with respect to the brand new hospital. We all wish for the best healthcare system, but we all know creating something new is not enough to change the circumstances of healthcare delivery. So if the same attitudes, the same level of professionalism, the same political involvement is happening in a new facility, then what will be the outcome? We are concerned about the deliverables. And in that regard, I must point to the shortcomings, some of them at the Mary Charles Hospital. No pharmacists going now for nearly a year at Mary Charles Hospital. And if you were to check, there are specific days in which the doctor's services are not available there. Madam Speaker, these are some of the issues that no new facility will cure. They are structural, they are administrative in nature, and those have to change to bring about proper delivery of health care. Madam Speaker, we look, for example, also for hope in the projections in relation to goat drivers. And where could you get hope? Because, and that was important, and several members draw reference to what was said in 2023. In 2022 for the 2023 calendar year. And in 2024, many of these have not been in action. So with the same team, with same mindset, how will we get there? In fact, the budget itself, I think at paragraph 30, noted in part that the job gains in construction was lagging by some 9%. And if you were to take a sample of contractors, of masons, of carpenters, of persons involved in the construction industry, they would tell you that things are much worse than that. We understand that we should be hopeful because in 2024, at long last, things will be different. The things will be coming out of the pipeline. For the sake of the masses, we want the projects out of the pipeline, and there are several of them. I was happy to hear the Minister of Education talk about Joshua Obadiah Williams School, that in 2022 was to be proceeded on as an emergency project having regard to the devastation of the fire at the school there. I did not hear mention about the sporting pavilion in Tabernacle that has been in limbo for nigh 16 months. I didn't hear, but it is in the document there, reference to the Philip Slope Development Project. Madam Speaker, these things we want, these things, I did say it's in the document, these things, Madam Speaker, we want to get going. We want to get going because people out there are suffering. We have heard over the last months about the chaos in agriculture, how the farmers' faith in this sector have been lost, even as we talk about food security being enhanced, even as we hear the talk about reducing the food import bill by 25% by 2025. Where are we on any of the items that have been identified to be in that parsimonious list of items that we will pursue to ensure a reduction in the food import bill by 2025? If we are to have hope, I recall the member for Nevis 11 gave some suggestions and reminded the Minister of Agriculture that 2025 is just around the corner. Is this realistic? Can the minister say to us, listen, on mutton and whatever meat type they have identified to be in that basket of items, so to speak, to bring about the reduction, where are we now? Where are we now? I was a former Minister of Agriculture, and every year, Madam Speaker, we were able to get from the technical department the gaps. These are the items, whether it was cabbage, tomato, chicken, eggs, whatever. This is what the demand, for those are. This is what we are producing in the country. And therefore, this is the gap that has to be satisfied by export or increased production. That needs to enter into the equation so that when a minister gets up to speak, people are not laughing because what he's saying does not make sense. Unless you have that data, how are you going to talk to sensible people about a 25% reduction in a vacuum? Without reference to history, without reference to technology, without reference to the needed resources to get you there. That is what is needed. And we want agriculture to succeed. We want to have food security. How could we not get there, Madam Speaker? How could we want otherwise? Especially when the cost of living is a serious challenge to the majority of households in St. Kitts and Nevis at this time. Almost every week, Madam Speaker, we are hearing some farmer complaining. We have had the chair or president of the Farmers Cooperative being on radio several times, Island Tea and other programs, speaking to where the sector is at. Nobody appears to be listening, Madam Speaker, and yet they want us to believe that these things will happen by just saying or speaking about them, Madam Speaker. Clearly, the government has lost its way, and its approach, Madam Speaker, is hurting too many people at this particular moment in time. Madam Speaker, we have had the talk in this debate about the importance of renewable energy. Well, the biggest thing that should happen in 2024 is that the administration will implement the solar farm project left behind by the Team Unity administration. At long last, held it up for 17 months. Held it up because, Madam Speaker, when we left there, the project was
Someone
ready.
was on a point of order. I recognize the honourable member for St. Christopher 3.
Need to again correct the record. The project was not held up by the new administration. If anyone wants to talk about holding up a project, this project started in 2017, not even 2019, 2017. When we got there, and just to get the record straight, when we got there, there were certain things that were unclear in processes that had emanated from a dissipated or severely cut down cabinet. Rushed in July of 2022, there were rush signings of all sorts of documents in all sorts of places, and this government decided that we will proceed in a thorough way from September of 2022. We engaged professionals all along the way to ensure that when this project is finally unveiled, it would meet all of the international standards. It was never held up. There was an extensive process that involved stakeholders locally, regionally, and internationally, including financiers, experts, in order to make sure that the process was clear and transparent. And today, we have a renegotiated PPA that can have the confidence of the country in the first instance. and the confidence of the international community that the process is clear and the details of the PPA now make sense. In addition, just to reinforce the point, that the new PPA is different from the old PPA because it has some significant changes that are to the benefit of the people of St. Kitts and Nevis. One, lower PPA price. Two, locals and residents can now invest that could never have happened before. We could invest almost into the entire project and take all the benefits here in St. Kitts and Nevis. That never happened under their administration. And three, rigid timelines. In fact, as I mentioned, the PPA was signed in 2019. The work started in 2016 officially. 2017. And if we were to bring the iterations of all the things that were happening, it will spin the heads of the people in this country. And so, in the interest of the people of St. Kitts and Nevis, I would advise the member to leave this particular topic alone and take his little hooray lap that it started, the discussion started in the administration, but the renegotiated PPA was never held up. It was an extensive project that included hours, months of deliberations of the SCELEC personnel who were not as involved previously as they are now. The Attorney General's office was now fully engaged, and the Ministry of Energy was fully engaged in the process to do a proper renegotiate PPA.
Madam Speaker, again, we could engage in intellectual stretching about delay, about held up, about those niceties. The simple point is that now 17 months after, we are hearing from the minister that they are about, did you say you sign or you're about to sign?
Signed already.
You have signed now
Yes.
a new PPA arrangement. 17 months, those processes involving the technical team, involving the SCELEC board, involving the Ministry of Agriculture, were already done.
On a point of order.
I recognize the honourable member
Just
for
some
St.
additional
Christopher.
information. He
83.
referenced the SCELEC board. We did not see any evidence that the board actually sanctioned the final sign-off of the PPA. I don't want to start to go through the details.
But you can't speak to what he saw.
Right? We do not have that evidence. And so I would urge again for the member to tread cautiously on this issue in the interest of the parties involved, because we have now cleaned up shop, and this is an opportunity for him or whoever else wants to now invest in this particular project.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order. Indeed, the board...
I recognize the honourable member for St. Christopher
indeed,
5.
the board was involved in that particular...
July signings,
after you.
Well, when I was there, Madam Speaker, the board was involved. To the extent that the board had actually contracted a particular lawyer to represent it in terms of the PPA. And the truth is, Madam Speaker, that when it comes to that particular project, and the current minister can tell you, because even as you were looking at some of the other projects, it was recognized that you don't necessarily have the local expertise and the experience in terms of some of these particular negotiations. So even, I think is CDB and I think it's SICRI, had come involved in terms of helping the government to negotiate some of these particular agreements. The minister, for example, spoke to the buyback in terms of electricity. They were giving advice on that. They were giving advice on various aspects in terms of the alternative energy sector and how do we proceed in terms of entering into agreements with different organizations. And indicating that perhaps it is that they may need to make some exports available to the government to assist the government with some of these projects. And the particular one with Locklanche, as far as I know, the contract had gone to several iterations because Locklanche, for example, had come back and indicated that they were not satisfied in terms of some of the incentives and if the government can do something differently in terms of the incentives. And you get that from time to time with different investors. You go to Cabinet and Cabinet approves a particular package and they come back and they indicate, well, can you look at this particular aspect of it again? Can you look at that particular aspect of it again? So to say that you mean the government has renegotiated, you're fair enough. And if it is that you feel that you have gotten a better deal, I don't have an issue with that. But the fact is, Madam Speaker, that that particular contract had gone to several different iterations in terms of trying to get the best possible agreement, and so that eventually Skelec in particular and the people of St. Kitts would benefit from it, because solar is something that we really need to get into. And even if we are speaking about sustainable development, then one would recognize the importance of it. But indeed, up to when I served as the minister, the board was involved, and the board had gotten legal representation to advise it on the way forward for the contract.
Yes, just on a point of clarity, for the benefit of the member for number 5, I refer to the period after which he was fired. Sorry, sorry. Some things happen after you're fired. After you're fired.
Madam
Honourable member for number 7, continue presenting.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am grateful for the member for number 5 for confirming that the appropriate processes were followed. The board, Madam Speaker, and he was the minister responsible, the board, Madam Speaker.
There is also another
Yes.
school of thought
Yes.
in addition
Yes.
to the submission,
Yes.
that there was a gap period,
Yeah.
and so your statement cannot
Yes.
be all-encompassing. It has to also include
Yeah.
the gap period that was referred to, because that has not been denounced,
And
no one has opposed that.
And I am saying, Madam Speaker, that the technical work was there and done by the time. I am further saying, Madam Speaker, that the board, critical members, one the member who was on the board still there, Mr. Mahej was here up to today, still I remember, at material times, the same chair of the board was Dan Van Camper coming to the cabinet.
Respectfully, the dispute
Madam
is not
Speaker?
the members, is not who populated the board. That is not the dispute.
Yeah, yeah.
The dispute is what the current minister meant. He is saying, and he has said that emphatically, he did not see that. You can't get around what the minister said he saw. You can't prove what he saw or didn't see.
And equally, Madam Speaker, it's only fair that I say what we left, and that's all I'm referring to. So the public, in fairness, get both views. And one of the view that has been presented over there was that the board was fired. And I am contending that yes, it was said that there was a new board.
That is not what I heard. That is not what I heard. Honourable member for St. Christopher 7. That is not what I heard.
And I showed...
Madam Speaker, on a point of order and clarity.
I recognize the honourable member for St. Christopher 3.
I did not say that the board was fired.
Honourable member for number 7. Honourable member for number 7. No one stands when you're speaking. Allow the other members the same respect. Thank you.
Yes. In terms of firing, I was referring to the 6 members of your cabinet that you fired. I was not referring to the board. I was not referring to the board of Skelec. What I did say, though, is that there were documents that existed, that there was no evidence that we found that the entirety of the board was aware of the final signings of documents. Neither the board nor Skelec. And this happened after the departure of the member from number 5 I think it was May or thereabout you took the action. It is after that point that we see some major documents. There was a rush for a fear, etc. All sorts of things happened in that period of time. I don't know what was coming up. Don't know if it was an election. But those things, we saw some irregularities on the part of the government that we wanted to ensure was in order. So we did the due diligence on behalf of this country to ensure that we were getting into something proper. I think this is an issue that the member for number 7 is going to have to just live with. Thank you.
Honourable Member for St. Christopher 7.
Madam Speaker, it will be good in this era of transparency. Let us make the contract. Let us make the contract available because they are contending views. He is speaking to something, he said, they did. I am speaking to the reality that we left. Yes. He is saying that they've made changes and they will negotiate contracts because there were problems and so on and so on.
And Madam make the contract Speaker, available where?
To the public. Because ultimately it is for the public.
So all the other things that are in dispute, let us move on. Let us move on. Honourable Member of St. Christopher 7, you have a time.
Yes.
Please let us move on.
Yes. Madam Speaker, again, when a member, in my view, disagrees with something a member says, that in itself does not give rise to a point of order. So, in fact, there will be several instances in the debate where people disagree because we are on both sides, and one recollection of one matter will differ from another. And I find the regularity with which they are attempting to move, to interrupt, Madam Speaker, is unhelpful.
Honourable Member, we discussed this point earlier, you know. We discussed this point earlier. Honourable Members, let me speak. We discussed this point earlier. I already indicated, and it goes without saying, that I control who speaks and who doesn't. I also indicated earlier what the rule was in relation to interruptions. So let us not dispute that. I am quite capable of interpreting Section 42 of the Standing Orders. Let us move on.
Madam Speaker, we continue to look at the gap between what the government expects us to take almost at face value. They say, so that is so. That is the impression one gets. But that, Madam Speaker, is not the reality. Take, for example, we have heard, and the member for number 5 makes some reference to the CBI program. What do we hear? We hear that all these reforms have brought a better and more successful CBI. The member for number 5, who has some knowledge of the workings of the program, gave a particular situation where a party said, listen, this program does not satisfy my needs. I will not continue because too many changes, too much confusion in relation to the particular program. We are hearing that this successful rearrangement of the program means that the program is stronger and better. And the question is, where is the tangible evidence? When we look at the budget, for example, we would recognize that we are projecting $129 million less than was achieved in 2022 for this particular program. Improve, better, and yet the proceeds indicated are going to be less, Madam Speaker. And so you have to ask, on what are these assumptions based? You have to ask, given the promise of greater transparency, how are we seeing this expressed? Hide and seek. How many of the new products have been approved since they were launched in 2022? The budget as a statement of accountability does not give that. The budget as a statement of accountability does not tell us product by product of the CBI in this new era how, as it were, they are performing. And yet we must accept at face value the legitimacy of the figures that are being proposed. Madam Speaker, it is clear that the government is not seriously concerned about the transparency and accountability to the fullest extent. That is the view of many commentators. We had press conferences after press conferences, and there is, go ask somebody else. When you're asking the minister responsible for the particular program, how long will that continue, Madam Speaker, is a question which the government side, perhaps in the wrap-up, should attempt to answer. Madam Speaker, there was the misstatement presented about the whole issue, about the performance of the country under Team Unity. Well, every report of the IMF indicated that St. Kitts and Nevis was a leader in terms of performance, that St. Kitts and Nevis had one of the highest per capita income when we exited office, that St. Kitts and Nevis, since about 2017, had already achieved the international target of a debt-to-GDP ratio below 60%. Below 60%, nigh 13 years ahead of the target outlined by the ECCU of 60% by the year 2030. We achieved that. We were the first independent country within the ECCU, because they are non-independent members, for example, such as Anguilla and Montserrat, who are part of the currency union and have a different fiscal dispensation. But in terms of the independent members, we were the first to get there. Under our watch, Madam Speaker, we achieved the highest level of employment and record in the country, Madam Speaker, and we achieve surpluses after surpluses. And it would appear to me, Madam Speaker, that the report of the Director of Audit, which has been presented, has not been read carefully. Because in this report, Madam Speaker, it says here, and I have 2022, and it gives the chart. It goes back to about maybe, well, from 2018. Surplus, 2020, the year of the pandemic, a deficit. 2021, a surplus again. And in 2022, there was in that year a deficit. And that has been explained in the IMF report for 2023 very clearly, that our government made an extraordinarily high payment in relation to the land for debt swap. Why was that necessary? You go back to reports after reports of the IMF, and it tells you, and even in meetings with the central bank, that the high level of the indebtedness with respect to the land for debt swap program undertaken by the previous government had now become a regulatory concern for the central bank. And the IMF report, time after time, flagged it, and we took the decision, listen, having regard to the high non-performing loan portfolio of National Bank as a result of legacy loans, millions of dollars provided over to Antigua when they had their difficulty in an effort to help them save a particular bank. Not 1 cent was returned to National Bank. And we had to engage lawyers to begin to deal with that particular matter. Legacy loans in relation to Embassy Suite, in relation to Christopher Harbour, and a host of others inherited, were creating a problem for National Bank, and they have been raised repeatedly by the IMF and by the regulatory authority, the ECCB. And we determined, let us set this aside. In the same way we determined that the debt of the IMF, which we inherited, of $117 million, should be written off. Not written off, should be paid off as quickly as possible, and we did that. In 2022, we paid $205 million. $205 million, an extraordinary amount, according to the IMF report, of 9% of our GDP, because we wanted not to have a problem with the systemic bank in the currency union, which is National Bank, Madam Speaker. And there were several other things that had to be done in 2022 as a consequence of the pandemic, the continuation of some of the COVID-19 measures, because we accepted that by the end of 2021, the country had not fully recovered from COVID-19. And the wisdom that was advocated, do not be in a rush to withdraw the COVID-19 support given until the country had recovered. So, Madam Speaker, 2022 have, from the latter part of it, had all the other expenditures that had come from the new administration. But we, in the interest of the country, in the interest of the systemic nature of National Bank, took the decision and we paid $205. It was not the first payment, but it was the largest that we had made. The land for debt swap, as it involved National Bank, as a result of actions by the government before us, had a total of nearly $800 million indebtedness. Nearly $800 million indebtedness, Madam Speaker. And so we, understanding the continuity of government, said it didn't matter that it preceded us, because we are moving ahead in a responsible manner. And as a consequence of it, we had to deal with it. You have to deal with it. And that is where we went in relation to this particular matter. So we can be proud. We can be assured, Madam Speaker, about the fiscal In fact, the same IMF report, I don't know how many persons read them, said when we entered COVID-19, St. Kitts and Nevis, Madam Speaker, could I be protected from the loud noise? That we entered the pandemic, COVID-19, with the strongest fiscal position of any country. How would that come? We had the largest buffers, not just in the OECS, not just in CARICOM, but in Latin America and the Caribbean. That was because the surplus resources which we had generated was being saved, so that we were able to spend nigh $300 million to save our country, and ensure we minimize the loss of lives during the pandemic. We did all of those things, Madam Speaker, without borrowing a single cent. That is a record. That is a record. In fact, the reports of the Central Bank, which show at Monetary Council meeting, we had access to resources, and we yielded them to other member states. I won't call the name because it's not the intention to put them in a bad light, but just to refer to the fact. And again, Madam Speaker, report after report of the Director of Audit, a professional, attests, and that is the role of the auditor, to attest to the integrity of the financial accounts, the accounts presented by the government. And in her report every year, she said that in her professional opinion, not just as a CPA, as a forensic CPA, the accounts presented fairly the position of the government. And it was so before she became the Director of Audit, and it was so during her tenure. And the documents, Madam Speaker, are all there in the report, 2021, and so on and so on. You cut through them. Or you wonder why this effort to attempt to confuse people, Madam Speaker. I went and I got as far back, for example, the Director of Audit report for 2010. And it shows you what were deficits and what were surpluses. I have, for example, at page 7 of that report, that in 2001, a deficit, 2002, a deficit overall. In 2003, another deficit. In 2004, another deficit. If you want deficit, it's your choice. In 2005, Madam Speaker, another deficit. In 2006, another deficit overall. In 2007, another deficit overall. And in 2008, $131.51 million surplus. In 2009, while I served as the minister, overall, another surplus, $146.9 million.
Madam Speaker.
All these things are verifiable and are
Am I not
tested
on my feet,
by
Madam Speaker?
an auditor.
A point of order, thank you.
While Senator.
While I appreciate the historical reference, aren't we debating the 2024 budget?
Yes.
I cannot make a clear link between what the member for number 7 is speaking about 20 years ago to the 2024 budget. So perhaps he should check his approach.
Honorable Member, the Senator has indicated that there is no relevance. Can you kindly make the link to what we're presently debating, please?
We are debating, Madam Speaker, the allegation of deficit. And I'm making reference to show what the Director of Audit has said. And I've gone back for ease of the public to say, listen, get one, not just the present reports, get back from the past. And you see the long history, because in government, everything is accumulated. That was the point, Madam Speaker, I'm attempting to make. For the benefit of persons out there who have a right to understand and appreciate what we are doing. And I am certain that they do understand, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we continue to speak about this issue of who owes what. Development Bank owes. So, I owe. Almost everybody in St. Kitts owes something. What is the issue? But again, going back to the audit report, because this is what we want. The audit report, which attests to the information, speak of a whole lot of other entities that owe. Some of them owe more than the Development Bank. And so it raises the question, why are we engaging in this selective bias, Madam Speaker? And again, the audit report for 2022 can be more current. This is the last one available, and it sets out the indebtedness as they are of importance to the government. What does it say? Zid Broadcasting, government contingently liable for that. Nevis Tourism Authority, Nevis Air and Seaport Authority, Nevis Electricity Company, Frigate Bay Development Corporation, over $36 million. But that in itself is one thing. Nevis Housing and Land, 41 million. Development Bank, 101 million. National Housing Corporation, $146.5 million. Scottsboro, $169 million. The Nevis Island Administration, separate and apart from the Nevis Tourism Authority, separate and apart from the Nevis Air and Seaports Authority, separate and apart from the Nevis Electricity Company, owes, or the government is exposed. That's why it's in the report. It says guaranteed debt as at December 2022. $459 million. $459 million. This is the exposure. Not somebody come and selectively pull in. This is a professional director of audit qualified in the science, speaking to the reality as it would impact with the government's ability and the government's exposure in terms of its contingencies. So again, all these entities owe. All these entities owe. Yes, I did say Development Bank owes. National Housing Corporation owes. St. Christopher and Air and Seaport owes. Nevis Island Administration, $459 million. I think the country gets the point about the selective choice, and the motive behind that is not lost. Because when you look at the quantum of exposure of the government becomes contingently liable for these, which means in layman's terms, if something were to happen, if the default, it comes to the central government. And that is why the concern has been put in the Director of Audit report, and she flags them for all of us to see and to take note of. It's important that when we come, we give as fully as we can in relation to matters of state. At one point, we heard a discussion about indebtedness even to Social Security. Well, the NHC at material times had one of the highest indebtedness to the Social Security Board. We're not hearing about that. Again, the public has a right to ask in a democracy why this selective bias, Madam Speaker, in relation to the indebtedness. We inherited indebtedness, the IMF, $117 million, we paid it. We inherited indebtedness nearing $800 million as a consequence of the land per debt swap by the former Labour administration which preceded us. And we, Madam Speaker, dealt with it and began moving it down. Because when you look at all the reports, Madam Speaker, you would see the importance of it. The consequence for what the IMF report speaks to of the systemic important bank in the country, which is the National Bank, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, could you give me some guidance in relation to time?
You have 10 minutes left on your allotted time. 15, sorry, left on your allotted time.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, very quickly, we heard the song and dance in relation to the geothermal energy. Well, Madam Speaker, this project long preceded me. Long preceded me. This project had been actioned way back in 2004. So we are hearing that I did not sign some letter and that held back the project. Well, when was that letter sent? And what happened between that gap? Why, from 2004 till now, 2023, there's nothing major and substantive that have happened with respect to the geothermal. And so, that is my view. You're entitled to your view. And, Madam Speaker, Speaker, in my view, I am entitled to my view.
Honorable member.
I am entitled to my view.
Honorable members, I am trying to speak. I think I might have a first tonight. I might have to stand up while persons are speaking. I haven't done so as yet. Tonight might be my first. Points of clarification. We are all entitled to our opinions, but they must be factual. There must not be there can't be an opinion that is not based on some factual premise. So just needed to clarify that.
Thanks. I'm making the point, Madam Speaker, that the failure to significantly advance the geothermal project beyond the incipient stages of drilling for nigh 20 years, 2004 until now, Madam Speaker, had nothing to do with any signing of any letter or any project. Clearly, anything that has had this long gestation must have inherent and systemic problems far beyond the signing of any letter. In fact, Madam Speaker, if the letter was the issue, then in 2019,
Madam Speaker,
I signed one
I
such letter.
recognize the honorable member for St. Christopher 3.
That is the point.
yes,
Nothing.
just on a point of order, he has made a broad statement. I cannot. Member for number 7 has made a broad statement. I can't go into all of the specifics. He's making the point that there was 20 years where nothing had happened.
Substantial.
The issue that was brought, and it was raised by me in this honorable house, is that the CDB, he is asking which letter to be signed. Mm-hmm. The CDB requested the support of the federal government to issue a financial tool for the drilling of the wells. In 2004, when there was a discovery of geothermal, there could be no drilling of any wells. There had to be the analysis, all of the different stages that you go through with the feasibility studies. In 2007, there were test wells dug. There were processes before that. Then it reached to a point where it needed the support of the federal government to actually get the money to drill the wells. The federal government did not provide that support to the Nevis Island administration. So it is under his watch where, when it came the time to make the decision to move forward on the drilling of the wells for the geothermal, the federal government at the time did not provide the support. That request did not exist, as far as I understand it, prior to during his time. So there was no support to be given for specific amounts of money to drill any well. That came about under his leadership. And I have been informed, and I want to reiterate, by our representatives locally, regionally, and internationally. I sat in meetings where our geopolitical friends have made it clear that they were getting two signals from St. Kitts and Nevis. One from the federal government that the member from number 7 led, and one from the Nevis Island administration. That halted any further progression on the issue. So, and Nevis 9 said so in this debate. And so I want to clarify the record that what we are referring to is, during the period that he led the government, there was an opportunity to support the drilling of the wells in Nevis. That was not forthcoming, and the excuse that was given, reported to us in our official meetings, was that St. Kitts had found its own geothermal resources that it wanted to explore.
Madam Speaker, that is why it's important that the country be given the opportunity to get the facts. He's saying things according
The honourable
to
member.
him.
The
Member for number 3, apologies, is saying that persons told him things. Well, that's what you said. You repeated some information that was spoken to you. And so,
respectfully, the honourable member.
Yes.
The honourable member of St. Christopher 3 is a present and sitting member of the government. He represents the country in meetings, various meetings throughout the year. He has a responsibility, and he has the wide scope of reporting what was said and what transpired in those meetings. I don't think that is improper.
and I didn't say it was improper. You did. I did not. I'm saying what he reported. I wasn't there, so I can't say it wasn't reported to him. I am also speaking about things that are in my knowledge. And in fairness, I should be allowed to express the information that I have so that the public could reasonably draw their conclusion. This is what the debate is about. I am not denying because I wasn't there. I could only speak to what is within my domain. And that is why I am attempting, Madam Speaker, to just give the facts in terms of the history so people could understand. You understand?
I think one of the difficulties that I'm having tonight, let me stop this clock, is that the scope of the debate has ventured outside of the bill. And so that is why we're having the multiple back and forth debates. I want the debates, I would wish for the furtherance of the debates to be focused and relevant to the present bill that is being debated. Thank you.
I am giving the facts as they relate to the matter of the support of the federal administration that I led for a specific period of time, and putting into context what were the realities, because it's not that it just happened one day. People have to understand the context in which all that is taking place took place. And very quickly, I will get there. Madam Speaker, save for the interruption that I'm getting with respect to this.
Saying that, I have to stop you.
Yeah.
You keep saying that tonight as though the members who rise don't have a right to do so. Every member in this House has a right to interruption as long as it is in accordance with Section 42 of the Standing Orders. I don't appreciate the impression that you're giving that the members don't have that right. I've corrected you before, and moving forward, I would wish for you not to represent that position any further, because every member here has that right. Thank you. Let us move on, and move on with relevance.
Madam Speaker, the point is that this geothermal project from 2004 has had significant problems, Madam Speaker. Significant problems. And they're related in large measure, and these are not surprising. You had, for example, in 2004, one government championing it under the OAS regime, a regional or sub-regional endeavor involving countries like Dominica, St. Lucia, and Nevis with respect to that. By 2006, I think it was, you had a change, a new government in Nevis that took a different position in relation to how they will approach it. And they, in fact, Madam Speaker, by 2008, passed the Nevis Geothermal Ordinance, which sets out basically what can be done. And during their tenure, they opted to have a new entity to be engaged with respect to the geothermal project on Nevis. In fact, in April 28, 2009, the contract was entered into with West Indies Power Limited. So here we remove the OS, got into a new arrangement with all the questions that would raise, Madam Speaker. And then, Madam Speaker, by 2012, there was a legal challenge. Everyone knows what legal challenge does to projects. And that legal challenge, Madam Speaker, was brought by the NIA against West Indian Power with the view to have that discontinuing its participation in the geothermal project. And importantly, as a consequence of all of these, the guarantee that was given to the United States Exim Bank, that is the Export-Import Bank, was withdrawn. That was a significant setback in relation to the project. And we're talking about continuity and how these things would have impacted. By 2013, we had a new administration in Nevis again. And they found another partner. It's a sum total of all these changes, differences in viewpoint by the various parties in government in Nevis that have created a certain nexus of conversations regarding the geothermal, Madam Speaker. And so the NIA then moved to the Nevis Renewable Energy International to pursue the project. In 2015, a new purchasing power agreement came into being after what was described to me as a lengthy process of negotiations, which started after the administration had changed. And then there was the promise that by 2017, geothermal will come to Nevis. Madam Speaker, in 2019, I was asked to basically provide a letter of comfort for the geothermal project in Nevis. I, after having had the benefit of input, as I ought to, from the 3 financial advisors of the government in the financial secretary, dispatch an appropriate letter of comfort to the CDB in relation to the project. After getting input. And so, Madam Speaker, to say that I have not been supportive of the project is really to mislead, and it is untruthful. Because in fact, in 2019, the record would show that I sent off a letter of support in relation to this particular project, Madam Speaker. And between that period and 2022, there was no substantial movement in the geothermal. That had nothing to do with no support from the federal, because the federal had already given it. It was dynamics in relation to a series of matters impacting upon the confidence of people in the project. There was a court case that was going on to, as it were, exclude one entity and to bring another into being. The member says that he was waiting on this letter. Any letter that would have come to my office, because we had a pattern in relation to how that was dispatched, would have gone to the Ministry of Finance, for its input. That was a pattern we always use with respect to project, because that is where the law says we must get the input. When we get the input, it's another question how we proceed. And we would have sent that off. What would be the normal response, Madam Speaker?
Honourable Member, you are out of time.
Yes. Could I be allowed, Madam Speaker, an extension of time to just wrap up?
Well,
please?
the question is that the member of St. Christopher 7 be allowed to speak for a further period, not exceeding 30 minutes. Those in favor? Those in favor? Honourable Member for St. Christopher 7. Honourable Member, in accordance with Rule 40 of the Standing Orders, the vote has to be put, the question has to be put to the honourable members, and there must be a vote in favour of extending the time. The question was put, there were no votes in favour, and so you will not be able to be given the allotted time in accordance with the rules. Respectfully, your time is up.
Could you allow me a few minutes just to wrap up and bring this to an end? Even 10 minutes, Madam Speaker.
For the record, Section 40, subsection 4. In a debate on the annual financial statement and budgetary proposals, subject to paragraph 5 hereof, a member shall not speak for more than 90 minutes unless he or she requests and obtains an extension of time in the manner prescribed by paragraphs 1 and 2. Paragraphs 1 and 2. After this period has elapsed, and thereupon the speaker shall permit him or her to speak for a further period not exceeding 30 minutes. Subsection 1 speaks, a member moving a motion shall not speak. I'll read all of the rules so that it is on the record. A member moving a motion shall not speak for more than 2 hours on such motion unless he or she requests and obtains an extension of time. That is in relation to regular debates. Subsection 2. On such request being made, The Speaker shall, without debate, put the member's request, to the National Assembly, and if there is a majority of votes in favor thereof, the Speaker shall permit the member to speak for a further period, not exceeding 30 minutes. The question was put to the members. There was not a majority vote, and as a result of such, I am not allowed, properly so, in accordance with the rule, Standing Order 40, subsection 2, to give you any further time.
Madam Speaker, could we get a division in relation to it, because there was nobody commented, there was just silence. Could we have a division?
Very well, very well.
Please, that would be
I will
proper.
Perhaps you could ask to know.
Will show.
I don't mind. I don't mind. For the record.
Madam Speaker, just before, the issue of a division is when the Speaker cannot ascertain what the exact outcome of the vote is, according to the rules.
That
and
is
so, if you want to ask the question of no's, then you can ask so. But there is no concern, there is no ambiguity about it. In fact, the member is sitting by himself on the opposition side. He has no members to support his request on his own side to continue.
I would wish for the vote, please. Very well. May I have an individual vote?
Honorable Member for St. Christopher 1, how do you wish to vote?
No additional time, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Member for St. Christopher 2, how do you wish to vote?
No additional time, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Member for St. Christopher 3, how do you wish to vote?
No.
The Honorable Member for St. Christopher 4 is absent. The Honorable Member for St. Christopher 5 is absent. Honorable Member for St. Christopher 6, how do you wish to vote? The Honorable Member for St. Christopher 8 is absent. The Honorable Member for Nevis 9 is absent. The Honorable Member for Nevis 10 is absent. The Honorable Member for Nevis 11 is absent. Honorable Senator Phillip, how do you wish to vote?
No.
Honorable Dr. Joya Clark, how do you wish to vote?
No.
Honorable Attorney General, how do you wish to vote?
No.
The Honorable Senator opposite, Latoya Jones, is absent.
I think the decision is clear.
Honorable Speaker.
I think the decision is clear. But place your. I apologize.
I apologize, Honorable Member for St. Christopher 7. How do you wish to vote?
I vote. Madam Clerk. Madam Speaker, for the extension of time, as has been the pattern in Parliament to democracy.
No. It's not a pattern, Honorable Member for St. Christopher 7. I read, Honorable members, it is not a pattern. The rules are clear. I have to have a majority. I have to have permission from the other members to allow for you to speak for a further period. I do not have that permission, and so it is outside of my authority to do so based on the numbers that we have on the record. As a result of that, we are moving on. We don't have to have a count. It is clear. I think this is a convenient time for an adjournment.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I wish to move that the Parliament be adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning to continue with the closure of the budget debate.
Is there a second?
I rise, Madam Speaker, to second that motion.
Very well. The question is that the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. House stands adjourned until tomorrow, 10 a.m.